This guy's our main character. He was just minding his own business when that blasted system popped up out of nowhere. That little brat promised to haul him to the absolute pinnacle of society. But he said no dice, he was already perched so high he'd reached the 9th layer of heaven. That sales pitch wasn't even remotely convincing. The system pulled out a 9-revolution myriad flower one that only bears fruit once every 100 years. But the moment his uncle caught sight of that sorry excuse of a tree, he tossed it aside without a second thought and produced over 1,000,000 9-revolution myriad flower fruits, leaving the system utterly dumbfounded. Sensing pills weren't going to cut it, the system pulled out an innate divine artifact to lure him in, unaware that his family's warehouse was literally stacked with them. He casually produced one and the system was forced to admit total defeat. When divine artifacts failed, the system resorted to presenting a supreme-grade cultivation method. He flexes straight from the family's scripture pavilion over 3,000 immortal techniques at his disposal. More than 1,000 life-bound artifacts in his arsenal, and no matter where he goes, a handful of supreme masters shadow him as his personal bodyguards. His father, a true immortal of the great Tao, capable of cleaving heavenly tribulation clouds clean in half with a single sword strike. With a family like his, you'd have to walk backwards for several years just to reach the bottom, and the system wisely shut its trap. Let us begin. Amidst a picturesque mountain landscape, a young woman stood questioning someone in a loud, accusatory tone. Since time immemorial, the cultivation world has always operated on one principle: the strong reign supreme. The only one worthy of ascending on his own merit is Qiushu, not you. Yet Luo Tianfen merely leans on his illustrious family name and refuses to cultivate or better himself. Having finished her tirade, she pointed straight at the pair, one man, one woman, and screamed, "You are nothing but a disgrace to our cultivation world. I despise you." The two people she berated remained utterly bewildered, clueless about what had just transpired. At this, Changyu Fairy grew furious. Her expression darkened as she snapped back, "How dare you? This is the Kijin Pavilion's winding stream banquet held once every 50 years. Which sect's disciple are you to behave with such impudence?" Undaunted, she raised her voice even further in response. "Changyu Fairy, don't you lord your status over me. The people I despise most are those with ugly faces who grovel and fawn like sycophants." The surrounding onlookers who witnessed the commotion began whispering amongst themselves. "Who is this girl, and how dare she speak of young Master Luo that way?" Another person chimed in. "Indeed, she's absolutely foolish. If she angers young Master Luo, I fear even the forces backing her won't escape unscathed." The chatter around them still hadn't died down. Some were openly displeased by her attitude. Truly detestable, the way she carries herself. What right does she have to criticize our young master? She maintained her arrogant posture, arms crossed over her chest, and as she listened to the women whispering, a thought ran through her mind. "Ha, what would you ignorant women know about anything? As the young master of the centuries-old Luo clan, what kind of woman hasn't Luo Tianfen already seen in his lifetime? Compared to those who throw themselves at his door only to be forgotten, men are far more drawn to conquering women who pose a challenge." She was still watching them when she saw Changyu Fairy, fearing Tianfen's displeasure, turn to him and say apologetically, "My deepest apologies. Young master, it is I who failed in my selection of guests. I shall have this disrespectful person removed at once." At that moment, he lifted his cup to his lips and replied softly, "It's nothing. You appear worried on the surface, but inside, your thoughts are clearly wandering elsewhere. Moreover, I've already investigated the matter thoroughly." Luo Tianfen appeared gentle and refined on the outside, impeccably courteous, never once resorting to violence. As long as one's actions were reasonable, winning this man over would be as easy as turning one's palm. Immersed in savoring his cup of tea, he thought to himself, "Haven't I seen this scene somewhere before? It seems to come from some idle drama from my school days." Following that thread of thought, he recalled his days before reincarnation, drowning in mountains of paperwork piled high on his desk and scattered across the floor. Having been alive in this world for 18 years now, suddenly witnessing a scene straight out of an idle drama genuinely stirred a sense of nostalgia. One thought bled into the next, from memories of attending school to the grueling labor of working himself to the bone, all of it flooding back. Thinking back on my previous life, ever since I was old enough to understand, I was always doing what had to be done, had to score better on exams, had to get into a better university, had to land a better job. In the end, all I had to show for it was a doctor's notice about my condition. My entire life I only ever did what I had to do. But it seems that even until the very end, I never once did a single thing I actually wanted to do. And when I lay on that hospital bed, I finally reflected I spent my whole life pouring everything into competition. Exhausted from start to finish, and I never even knew what it was all for. When I was reborn, I swore that in this life I would never compete again. I told myself I want to live a life that makes me happy. I want to let go. Returning to the present, he savored the tea with a satisfied expression and calmly opened his eyes. The system panel suddenly appeared, startling him so badly that he spat out every last drop of tea he'd been drinking. Inspection host encountered a mockery event. Auto-activating ultimate competition system. The surrounding women swarmed around him, showering him with praise and completely ignoring the girl. Wow, as expected of young Master Luo, even the way he spits water is impossibly handsome. She could only stand there, her expression screaming speechless disbelief. Chang Yu Fairy asked in a panic, "Young master, is the wine not to your liking?" He wiped his mouth and assured her it was nothing, then turned his attention back to the system panel. It appeared that no one else could see it. Resting his chin on his hand, he mused, "A system, huh?" Looking up, a girl with rabbit ears and crimson hair materialized before him, the system's artifact spirit. Yeah, these days a system is practically standard equipment for anyone who transmigrates. Nothing unusual about that, but this one sure took its sweet time getting here. The little one's expression was indignant. Ultimate fortune competition system artifact spirit. The system panel flickered insistently once more. Her tiny hands suddenly clamped onto his face as she burst into tears. Do you have any idea how I've lived these past 18 years? After being bound to you and dragged along as you transmigrated to this mystical world, I have been waiting, endlessly waiting for activation. All you had to do was compete in just one thing, just one, and the system would have activated. But a full 18 years have passed and not a single competition, not even one. His face, squished into a round shape by her tiny hands, stared back in dawning realization. Ah, so that's the reason. The little one's expression brightened once more, but all of that is in the past now. I should thank that woman who mocked you. She's the one who finally allowed me to activate on my own. From this moment forward, the ultimate competition system shall serve as your guide and support throughout your cultivation journey. The system can fulfill any wish of its host. Moreover, every time you complete a competition event, you'll receive rewards of extraordinary value. His eyes narrowed with skepticism. Any wish at all, you sure about that? The system gave a thumbs up with her eyes squeezed shut, the very picture of confidence. Absolutely. Leaning back, he drawled, then in that case, could you kindly dissolve our bond so I can go home and enjoy my wine? She whipped around to stare at him in shock. Dissolve the bond. She fired off questions in rapid succession. Don't you crave boundless power and authority? Don't you yearn for supreme strength, the power to turn clouds with a flip of your hand and summon rain with another? Don't you desire endless wealth? Why? She gesticulated wildly, bombarding him with question after question, but all she received was a flat refusal for each and every one. Every answer came from Tianfen, spoken without a shred of hesitation. Crossing his legs, he said with a lazy drawl, "There's no point, I've abandoned all of that. Those worldly desires are long gone. Besides, I'm allergic to the word competition." She jabbed her finger at him, relentless. That woman just mocked you in front of all these people. Are you truly not even the slightest bit angry? Just complete the mission, claim the system's reward, and you can immediately slap that woman's face. All she got in return was a tearful expression and these words, "She wasn't wrong. I really am a good-for-nothing who's given up on everything." The little one was drenched in cold sweat. He remained utterly unmoved, leaving her completely helpless. "But you're a transmigrator." Tianfen's gaze suddenly froze, locking onto a single direction. He shot to his feet and bellowed straight into the little one's face, making the system's spirit jolt in fright. "So what if I'm a transmigrator?" He jabbed his finger straight at the system's face and bellowed, "Does every transmigrator have to go crazy competing? What kind of moldy old stereotype is that? This is nothing but deliberate discrimination against transmigrators. Watch yourself or you'll get beaten." His words struck the little one completely speechless. While he continued his rant, the little one could only mutter under her breath, "This brat, could my perfect record of guiding transmigrators to ascend to the upper realm really end in failure today at his hands?" Back in reality, he naturally rose to his feet, planting both hands firmly on the table. Chang Yu Fairy startled and called out, "Young master." Meanwhile, the system could only curse under her breath, "You wretch, just you wait," seeing that the system had taken its leave. He heaved a sigh of relief. "Ah, looks like that wretched system has finally released me. Has it given up on me? Ha, as if it matters either way. After all the hardship of being reborn into a new life, how could I possibly go back to competing again? The surrounding crowd, oblivious to what had just transpired, assumed he was furious. Quick, look, young Master Luo has sneered coldly. He's enraged. It's all that woman's fault for angering him. Let's just pray we don't get caught in the crossfire. Yu Yan's expression also flickered with a trace of worry. Why hasn't he said anything this whole time? Could it be that my carefully measured display of propriety has actually angered him? Perhaps I should throw in a few more words to smooth things over. A man's voice suddenly rang out from behind. The fairy speaks true. Amidst Yu Yan's expression of surprise laced with a trace of panic, Jiang the Righteous picks up where she left off. Luo Tianfen, I hear you haven't even passed foundation establishment. Apart from leaning on your family's power, what talent do you even possess? He turns to Yu Yan with a beaming smile. Rest assured, fairy, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I was captivated by your fearlessness before power. I shall forever stand by your side. Her expression is one of panic as she screams internally. Rest assured, my ass, what the hell are you doing joining in on the spectacle? He glances aside. At this moment, the system artifact spirit appears, chin propped on its hand with a teasing look. Well, how long can you endure this? Just complete the competitive quest and you can face slap them to your heart's content. He merely smiles faintly. Oh, to face slap someone, why would I need to rely entirely on this system of yours? Let me show you what a true noble heir is made of. Watch how I handle this. Chang, Yu Fairy finally issues her command. Guards, escort these two out of here for me. A hand rises to block them. He speaks up, wait. She turns to him with a questioning look. Driven by the system's curiosity, he simply closes his eyes and remains calm. The words you two spoke today have deeply moved me. He rests his chin on his hand and lets out a sigh. Ever since I was born, I have yearned to cultivate. Countless spiritual elixirs and miraculous medicines have been laid before me. Whatever heavenly treasures I desire, endless rare and exotic wonders are at my disposal. One could say my illustrious family background has rendered me utterly desensitized. Seizing the momentum, he continues, I despise my own wealth. Strip me of everything. Make me into someone who has nothing. A girl nearby gushes, even though the young master is shameless, he's still incredibly handsome. The surrounding crowd is left speechless, silently thinking, how can these words sound so arrogant? She furrows her brow, thoughts racing with delusion. I've successfully caught his attention. Though she doesn't know why, hearing this fills her with rage. All she needs to do is gradually shift her attitude to win him over. He raises 5 fingers with calm indifference, 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. I'll hire you to stand by my side and constantly remind me like this. Their jaws drop in shock, mouths agape. The system beside him is equally stunned, gaping wide-eyed. What? He raises another hand. Well, still too little, 10,000 spirit stones per month then. Jiang the Righteous is already drenched in cold sweat, yet he maintains his arrogant front. Ha, do you truly believe the fairy would deign to stay by your side for a mere 10,000 spirit stones? Before he can finish, she responds instantly. Sword cultivator Yu Yan is willing to spend her entire life in indulgence at the young master's side. Jiang the Righteous's expression crumbles in shock. The system petrifies on the spot. He merely smirks and murmurs occasionally. I do attend to some proper business. Changyu Fairy is delighted. The young master is truly magnanimous. Jiang the Righteous's hands and legs tremble as he stammers, Fairy, you. Before he can finish, she darts behind Tianfen and wraps her arms around his. Fellow Taoist, please have some self-respect. I am now young Master Luo's woman. I don't know you. She thinks to herself, there's no need to control this man. Being controlled by him is just the same. His eyes widen at the speed with which she latches onto his arm. When did this happen? She promptly offers him fruits to eat. Beside them, Changyu Fairy and the artifact spirit seethe with fury. He grits his teeth, his face darkening like a storm cloud. Luo Tianfen. He thrusts a trembling finger straight at him and roars, Luo. Tianfen, I challenge you to a duel. Everyone in Tianfen's group turns to stare at him in astonishment. His face is etched with helplessness, while the system beside him covers its mouth, snickering. Ah ha hee hee, looks like your little method isn't working anymore, is it? He smirks, oh, and so what? Jiang the Righteous levels the tip of his blade toward Tianfen in open provocation. Luo Tianfen, do you dare descend and face me in battle? The system throws its arm around his shoulder gleefully, beaming. Well, now do you know fear? In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong reigns supreme. No matter how powerful your backing, if your own strength is lacking, you must bow your head. Don't you feel a fierce, burning desire to become stronger right now? Just complete the quest, and I can help you become powerful. He regards the little spirit waving its arms with utter indifference. Under the system's expectant gaze, Tianfen closes his eyes and thinks even among cultivators, there are distinct tiers. Ordinary cultivators only dare bully the weak. High-level cultivators often turn out to be nobodies who, in the end, get overturned and face-slapped into oblivion. He asks calmly, which eye of yours saw me afraid? Looking at him, Tianfen assesses coolly, but apart from those types, you also need people like Meth True Apex. His expression is smug. Or perhaps you'd rather be a shrinking turtle, too cowardly to face me. He muses at leisure for those at the absolute pinnacle. When trouble arises, there's no need to fret. Changyu Fairy unleashes her power. She steps forward, standing before him to face the challenger. Naturally, there will be people by my side to settle things for me. Changyu Fairy's eyes burn with fury as she speaks, brows furrowed. One after another, all so insolent toward my guest. Do you truly believe this fairy does not dare to kill? A terrifying aura erupts from her body, crushing down upon him. Everyone around is shaken to their cores by the pressure. Truly fearsome. Changyu Fairy is genuinely powerful. Changyu Fairy normally only hosts celestial banquets and rarely engages in combat. People nearly forgot that beyond her title of fairy mistress, she is a mighty cultivator of the 7th realm of the Yang spirit stage. The system witnesses this, eyes wide and jaw dropped. What? Beside him, Tianfen's expression is one of sly cunning. Before Changyu Fairy's crushing aura, Zhang the Righteous points at her, stuttering, Yao Yao Yu, you're a mighty 7th realm powerhouse, yet you bully the weak. I refuse to accept this. Tianfen calmly pops a fruit into his mouth and responds, how interesting. When someone suppresses you with superior cultivation, you call it bullying the weak. But I haven't even reached foundation establishment, and you challenge me with your superior cultivation. What do you call that? Beside him, Yu Yan holds a grape and leans in to feed him. Seeing the man's flustered expression, she continues, it's called allowing it for yourself but forbidding it for others. Truly shameless. A bystander calls out, the reputation of sword cultivators has been utterly ruined by people like these. As if struck at his source nerve, he erupts in rage. Gripping his sword with white-knuckled fury, he roars, damn it. Anyone who stands in my way of a 7th realm great cultivator, I won't back down. Changyu Fairy hurls a wooden strike at him in fury, thundering, insolent fool. Zhang the Righteous fails to react in time and is blasted backward. Crying out in agony, a hand reaches out to catch him mid-flight. Changyu Fairy narrows her eyes, you are Zhang the Righteous's master. The newcomer looks at her with a placating gesture, Changyu Fairy, please show mercy. He sees the newcomer and calls out, master. His expression is twisted with grim displeasure. Changyu Fairy, may I ask what my worthless disciple has done to offend you, that you would strike with such severity? Or does your Kijin Pavilion not regard the Kanglan sword sect with any respect? Yu Yan covers her mouth and whispers, young master. This person is Grand Elder Su Changsu of the Kanglan sword sect. He is rumored to have reached the peak of the 8th realm of the saint stage. He has remained in seclusion for years and rarely appears. This time, it must be for his disciples' sake that he has specially emerged from seclusion. He closes his eyes, listening to Yu Yan's briefing. A textbook case of beating the young only to have the old come knocking. The system must be about to lose its mind. The little system is currently laughing with its mouth wide open. Haha, indeed, the heaven's fortune hasn't abandoned this one yet. She glances at him with delight, still brimming with hope. This time, even with your little helper, she won't be able to save you. Let's see what you'll do now. He shows not a shred of fear, lifting his teacup with languid boredom. This system still hasn't figured out what kind of person I am, has it? Changyu Fairy looks straight at the elder Su Changsu. Don't you want to first ask what your disciple did and whom he offended? His expression turns stern and severe. HMPH, today, even if your father Long Zhenjun himself were here, I would still demand justice for my disciple. Behind him, Zhang the Righteous's eyes blaze with gleeful excitement. Upon hearing this, Tianfen slowly sets down the teacup he had been drinking from. He cups his fists before his chest and politely addresses the old man. Your disciple relied on a cultivation base superior to mine to challenge me. Sage Su, might you seek justice on my behalf? The old man narrows his eyes and asks, who are you? The disciple beside him flails and jabs a finger straight at Tianfen, master. This despicable wretch has been throwing his weight around and bullying others. I couldn't stand the sight of it, so I challenged him to a duel. Yu Yan can no longer hold herself back. She rises to her feet and points straight at the disciple, much to Tianfen's surprise. Don't you dare twist the truth here. I genuinely admire young Master Luo's talent and willingly pledged my loyalty to him. How dare you slander him so freely? Tianfen places his hand on Yu Yan's shoulder and turns her around. Young Master, Tianfen speaks up, Sage Su, after so many years apart, it's only natural you don't recognize me. A triumphant look settles on his face as he slowly speaks, my surname is Luo. Hearing the word Luo, the old man's eyes bulge wide. Surname Luo, what is Luo Wuji to you? Tianfen rests his chin in his hand, eyes brimming with effortless confidence, a slight smirk tugging at his lips, he is my father. The system crosses its arms and pouts, stop resisting already, hurry up and follow the system's lead. A saint of all people, how could he possibly care about your family background? Only your own cultivation base is your ultimate foundation. Suddenly the old man shifts his entire demeanor and warmly speaks. So you are the young master of the Luo family. Yu Yan is taken aback. His attitude does a complete 180. He strokes his beard with a beaming smile. I was wondering where such a dazzling genius had appeared from. This little commotion, it's nothing more than the Dragon King's temple swept away by a great wavy a trifle. Not expecting things to take this turn, the disciple immediately starts crying to his master. Before he can say another word, the old man seizes his head and forces it down. You good-for-nothing, hurry up and apologize to young Master Luo. Young Master Luo is such an eminent figure, how could he possibly do what you accused him of? The system collapses in utter devastation. Tianfen merely waves his hand. It's just a misunderstanding. Such things are unavoidable. A clear explanation is all that's needed. Sage Su, you know my father. The old man keeps his hand firmly on the disciple's head while continuing the conversation. The fame of the eternal Luo family echoes far and wide across the land. I am merely a nobody. How would I have the qualifications to associate with him? Back then, I was fortunate enough to glimpse the patriarch of the Luo family from afar. His bearing was truly that of an immortal descending to the mortal realm, transcendent, otherworldly. Surpassing all things mundane, I could only bow my head in silent reverence. Jiang the Righteous lowers his head, but his expression is twisted with bitter resentment as he listens to his master's words. You fool, hurry up and thank young Master Luo for his magnanimity. Hearing this, he trudges toward Tianfen, sword still in hand, and bows stiffly. Young Master Luo, thank you for your magnanimity. Tianfen shrugs, as if it were nothing, merely a small matter. He smiles and replies, a trifling matter. Sorry for troubling everyone. This exquisite Liuguang banquet was painstakingly prepared by Changyu Fairy. We shouldn't let such fine delicacies go to waste. Come now, let the feast continue, let the music play. Unwilling to submit, Jiang the Righteous suddenly swings his sword and charges straight at Tianfen, letting out a savage roar. His face twists into something feral. You really thought I submitted? Die. Yu Yan's eyes go wide with panic as she reaches toward Tianfen. Watch out, you despicable villain. The old man cries out in alarm, rebellious disciple, how dare you? Changyu Fairy screams anxiously, young master, be careful. The system is overjoyed, there's even resistance. Yet Tianfen's face shows not a trace of fear. His gaze remains calm and utterly unfazed. Just as the blade is about to reach him, a blinding surge of power erupts into existence, forming an impenetrable barrier. Jiang the Righteous's face contorts with disbelief. How is this possible? The protective amulet materializes before Tianfen's triumphant smile. That overwhelming power emanated from this very talisman. The tremendous force rebounds and sends him hurtling through the air. Every onlooker witnessing the scene stands frozen in shock. One who recognizes it bellows, ancestral dragon chi. That's the ancestral dragon protective amulet. He's blasted far away, slamming into the cliff face with a sickening crack, crying out in agony, ugh. Tianfen rests his chin in his hand, eyes half-lidded, a lazy smirk playing across his lips. Life is so short and there are far too many interesting things in this world. Why waste such hatred on these endless struggles? The system crumbles, head drooping in utter defeat. There is simply no turning this around. With that settled, Tianfen plucks the protective amulet from his person and turns to the master-disciple pair. Sage Su, poor discipline is the teacher's failing. You must reign in this disciple of yours. The old man's face glistens with sweat as he hastily pleads, young Master Luo, please quell your anger. I will certainly punish this rebellious disciple and deliver you justice. Tianfen tosses the protective amulet aside, his tone laced with irritation. You've ruined my mood. Leaving them in his wake, he strolls away at an unhurried pace. Changyu Fairy, you are the host of this banquet. How they compensate you for this, decide for yourself. She bows deeply and respectfully. Farewell, young master. May your journey be safe. Chang Yu Fairy's eyes blaze with fury as she wheels around to glare at the master-disciple duo. Her furious shouts echo through the mountains and forests. Su Changsu, do you have any idea how many years I spent preparing to invite young Master Luo to this banquet? The old man can only stammer apologies. Chang Yu Fairy, I am truly sorry. This is all due to my poor discipline. Chang Yu Fairy, I am willing to compensate. I will repay every last one of your losses. After chasing them all out, she slams the door shut and screams, get out. Don't ever let me see your faces again. The master and disciple can only stand outside the door, struck dumb with silence. He lets out a long, weary sigh. Sigh, you have been my disciple since childhood. Your cultivation path has been far too smooth. Consider this loss a hard-earned lesson. The disciple remains utterly unrepentant, his face twisted with rage as he suddenly shouts, coward. The old man hears this and his brow furrows sharply. What did you just say? All respect for his master shattered, he jabs a finger straight into the old man's face and unleashes his fury. I said, master, you are a coward. That Luo Tianfan, aside from being born into a good family, is nothing but trash. And you, master, actually groveled before that good-for-nothing. You're even worse than trash. Not letting him spew another word of nonsense, the old man slaps him hard across the face. Fuming with rage, he points straight at his disciple's face and roars, I had thought you were merely momentarily foolish. But it turns out you truly have no brain whatsoever. Have you ever once considered what catastrophic consequences the sect would face if you had actually succeeded in assassinating Luo Tianfan today? The slap only fans the flames of his rage. He turns around with a cold snort and storms off. His master startles and calls out after him, hey, where do you think you're going? Watching the disciple's retreating figure, the old man's face fills with helpless resignation. Perhaps letting him cool off on his own is for the best. He runs to a wall, slams his fist into it with all his might, and screams, damn it. Leaning against the wall, his eyes glisten with bitter, humiliated tears. Luo Tianfan, sooner or later I will kill you. The moment those words leave his lips, a voice echoes from behind, do you want to kill Luo Tianfan? The sudden voice catches him off guard. He whips his entire body around. Three figures clad entirely in black stand before him, only the lower halves of their faces visible beneath their hoods. Zhang the Righteous eyes them warily, who are you? One of them speaks, who are we? That is of no importance. What matters is you want to kill Luo Tianfan with your own hands. Hatred has blinded him completely. He grits his teeth and declares through clenched jaws, of course, if I don't kill him then I, Jiang Chuan, am no longer human. Meanwhile, at the Luo Manor, Tianfan lounges within the residence. A voice calls out from within. Tianfan's voice thunders throughout the entire manor. Courting death, are you trying to die? At this moment, he lies there luxuriating in the sensation of a massage from the maidservants. Ah, heavenly, this is truly how one should live life. The system can only frown in exasperation. You shouldn't give up on life like this. Don't you have any dreams? Looking at his blissful expression, it points at him without reservation. Don't you feel the slightest shame as a transmigrator? Wasting such a golden opportunity. Squandering such an opportunity, don't you find it impossible to eat or sleep in peace? Before the system's spirit scolding, Tianfan merely glances away and silently curses. If only this wretched system didn't exist. Everything would be absolutely perfect. The system reminds him a protective artifact can only shield you temporarily. Only your own cultivation is your eternal foundation. Hearing the system's words, Tianfan seems to suddenly remember something. Tianfan leaps to his feet, shocking both the system and the maidservant beside him. He scurries into the depths of the residence. The system, seeing this, erupts with joy. Wow, could it really be that you've finally faced reality and decided to cultivate? The maidservant beside him has no idea what's going on, calling out in a daze. When the young master walked in, she naturally trailed along behind. See, I knew for certain the host could still be saved. He responds with an unreadable expression, thanks for the reminder. I nearly forgot, thought I'd already convinced you. Ah, if you'd like, I can remind you every single day. Tianfan moves to open a certain cabinet, bending down to rummage through it. A drawer swings open, and the little one's jaw drops in astonishment. A drawer stuffed to the brim with ancestral dragon protective bracelets. Their number beyond counting. With a cheerful expression, he picks one up and slips it on, then continues where he left off. I haven't even swapped out for the new bracelet yet. Ignoring the system frozen like a statue beside him, he happily strolls back outside. Time to resume his massage. The system grinds its teeth in fury. Damn you, you're forcing my hand. HMPH, I originally intended to be a proper professional system for you, but all I got was rejection. No more pretending. Hearing her words, he turns his head back, a look of bewilderment on his face. What are you going to do? He expects something dramatic. Instead, she pulls out a peach and points at it with unwavering determination. This origin-gathering fruit, once consumed, allows one to refine pure source chi, equivalent to 100 days of another's bitter training, and all it takes is a wisp of internal energy. Consider this your reward. She assumes this will convince him, but Tianfeng merely turns his head away, utterly indifferent, not interested. After that, the artifact spirit pulls out 49 more items, circling Tianfeng endlessly in persuasion. Don't like the origin-gathering fruit? No matter, I have plenty more. Blood Jade Coral Nascent Transformation Fruit, Bodhi Flower, 9 Revolution Golden Lotus. Just put in a little effort, and all these treasures are yours. Seeing her so passionate, he can only feel helpless. The system panel suddenly flashes to life. System Handbook, Clause 5, suitable incentives may be employed to guide the host. He sighs with half-closed eyes. Stop bothering me. I still have a massage to get back to. Her expression twists in frustration as she mutters under her breath, you're forcing me to bring out my hidden treasure. She adopts a mysterious air, eyes deadly serious, slipping one hand into her sleeve as if reaching for something. A potted golden ornamental tree materializes before the eager gaze of the artifact spirit. Well, what do you think? This is the 9 Revolution Silver Flower Fire Tree. Only one grows every 100 years. Its branches and leaves can nourish the divine soul. She stares at him expectantly, but all she receives is Tianfen's utterly dismissive gaze. It's all right, I suppose. She snaps back furiously, all right. Do you have any idea what this sacred tree is worth? This is a supreme-grade immortal herb, rare beyond compare in this world. Tianfen's second uncle strides in, his face beaming with delight as he calls out, Tianfen. He responds respectfully, second uncle. What brings you here? He strokes his beard with one hand, his expression warm and pleased. I came specifically to thank you. Thanks to that relationship advice you gave me last time, Li Huo has been much warmer toward me lately. His gaze shifts to the side, puzzled. He immediately steps closer, leaning down to examine the golden potted tree. Could this be the 9 Revolution Silver Flower Tree? The system rubs her hands together in glee. So there is someone who recognizes true treasure. Tianfen responds, second uncle, you have expertise in flora as well. Hearing this, the system furiously rebukes him. They are not mere plants. He casually swats the potted tree aside, toppling it without a shred of remorse. Good heavens, leaving this thing here just takes up space, he declares while the system beside him screams endlessly. Then he sets a bag of shimmering golden pills on the table. I used the 9 Revolution Silver Flower Tree as the main ingredient to refine these primordial spirit pills. More effective. It requires no effort at all. They even taste like chicken. Tianfen's face lights up with delight. Thank you, second uncle. He responds cheerfully, this bag has about 200 to 300 pills, enough for a few years. When you run out, come back for more. The system behind him stands utterly speechless. Her face wilts, turning pale enough to cry. The artifact spirit collapses to her knees in defeat, her face creased with anxiety. A terrible crisis. This is the most catastrophic crisis of my entire system career. As she speaks, flashes of memory flood back, moments of trying to lure Tianfen with what she believed were priceless treasures of heaven and earth. If you don't like those, I have heavenly grade immortal weapons and mystic treasure Dao artifacts. Just put in a tiny bit of effort, and they're all yours. At that moment, someone arrives to report to Tianfen the young master of the Kanglan sword sect has sent gifts as an apology. He responds, oh, what is it? Looking at the crates of swords around him, the attendant continues, most of these are worthless heavenly grade immortal weapons. But among them is the Kanglan Splitstream sword, an heirloom of the Kanglan sect. Not bad, all things considered. The man presents the sword before him. Please have a look, young master. Tianfen stares at it, mulling it over. After a moment of thought, he turns to Yu Yan, catching her off guard. You're a sword cultivator, aren't you? Then this sword is yours. Yu Yan's face lights up as she thanks him profusely. Truly, thank you so much, young master. Beside him, the artifact spirit grits her teeth in frustration at those words, worthless heavenly grade immortal weapons. Scene transition, another morning, clear skies and white clouds. Sunlight bathes the eaves of the Luo residence. The system clutches an armful of cultivation techniques. Her face beaming, I have supreme-grade cultivation methods that can help you achieve immortality in no time. As he and Yu Yan pass by the scripture pavilion, he waves his hand dismissively. What was that? You've never practiced a supreme-grade cultivation technique before. The Luo family scripture pavilion holds over 3,000 immortal techniques. Go in and pick out a few volumes. The system's jaw drops in disbelief. He continues, "You are now a subordinate of I, Luo Tianfen. We cannot afford to lose face." Yu Yan, visibly stunned, quickly expresses her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Luo." The system goes berserk, shredding those cultivation manuals to pieces while howling, "This host is impossible to guide." Another day passes. Lotus flowers bloom in full splendor across the lake. Tianfen sits leisurely by the lakeside, fishing rod in hand. Suddenly, the system flashes a warning alert: "System malfunction detected. Running diagnostics." Seeing this, his face brightens with delight. "Haha, throwing a tantrum now, are we? If this could sever our binding, that would be wonderful." A voice calls out from beside him, "Don't space out, the fish has taken the bait." Beneath the lake's surface, something thrashes wildly. Tianfen yanks the rod upward. A sizable fish bursts from the water's surface. A man approaches, holding the freshly catch in hand, and marvels, "What luck, never expected you'd land a crimson-tail spirit fish." None other than Luo Wanfuth, war god and martial saint of the Luo residence. He strokes his chin and says, "After consuming and refining this, the benefit roughly equals 100 years of bitter martial training." Hearing this, Tianfen casually tosses the fish right back into the pond. "Fourth uncle, you know I have no interest in such things." Hearing this, he asks in return, "Your father is about to emerge from seclusion. If he sees that your cultivation hasn't progressed in all these years, aren't you afraid he'll give you a proper scolding?" His expression remains perfectly calm. "It's fine. If father scolds me, I'll just go tell mother." He erupts into hearty laughter. To tattle so boldly with such brazen confidence, no, that's a skill in itself. Behind him, a subordinate appears, presenting something as he makes his report. The man takes the documents his subordinate hands him and falls into deep contemplation. Noticing this, Tianfen asks, "What's wrong? Is something the matter, fourth uncle?" He replies in a soft voice, "Bleh." He then curls his lips slightly. "It's nothing. I simply noticed that your father is about to break through, and certain people can no longer sit still. Just a few clowns putting on a show." Another day dawns at the Luo Manor. In a splendid courtyard, the pavilion gleams under the radiant sunlight. Luo Tianfen lies sprawled on a chair reading something. His eyelids droop lazily. He yawns wide, thinking to himself, once father breaks through, he'll become a true immortal, huh? He draws a comparison between this world and the one he lived in during his previous life. The 9 Cultivation Realms Foundation Establishment, Spirit Condensation, Seated Illumination, Tongue of Heaven, Gate of Fate, Nirvana, Yang Spirit, Saint, and Sacred King would be equivalent to 9 years of compulsory education. The 3 higher realms, Quasi-Emperor, Emperor, and Sovereign Emperor, would be equivalent to high school. And finally, the 4 great mystery realms. False Immortal, True Immortal, Celestial Immortal, and Immortal. Those correspond to a university degree. He rests the book gently on his chin, musing, dividing the world into ranks that make your head spin. Isn't that just like my past life? How can I possibly throw my finite life into infinite effort? Why doesn't that system sister of mine get it? The system interface suddenly materializes, cutting off his train of thought. System self-upgrade successful. You have been bound to lying flat. The artifact spirit materializes, startling him so badly his eyes nearly pop out of his skull. Clang, clang, clang. The moment she reappears, the space around Tianfen erupts into noise. "Congratulations, host, you have been bound to the lying flat system. Simply complete lying flat missions to receive special rewards." Hearing this, his face is the very picture of exasperation. "Here we go again." He flops back down. "I'm not doing it." She props herself up in shock, eyes blown wide. "Hey, why not?" He replies flatly, "No reason, I just don't want to." He wonders to himself, why is this system trying so hard this time? Seeing him refuse to cooperate, the artifact spirit throws a full-blown tantrum, flailing her limbs and screaming at the top of her lungs, "I don't care. I don't care, I don't care. I even changed my name for you. You have to lie flat. You love lying flat." Tianfen claps both hands over his ears at the racket, visibly suppressing the urge to sigh. He speaks up to shut the artifact spirit down. "You still haven't grasped the true philosophy of lying flat. What good is changing your name?" Hearing this, she finally falls silent. He looks down at her and continues his lecture. If lying flat has a goal behind it, then isn't lying flat just another form of effort? As if struck by a revelation, the artifact spirit's eyes go wide with surprise. She spirals into her own thoughts, unable to muster a single rebuttal. In fact, she finds it rather reasonable. Outside the door, a handsome young man calls out loudly, "Brother Luo." Luo Tianfen, still lying on the ground with the artifact spirit sprawled beside him, answers, "Huang Yu, weren't you grounded by your father?" Why are you here? The young man strides toward him. The Linglong Pavilion is holding a beauty pageant today, so I snuck out. Just imagining his father clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth in fury, and here he is, sneaking off to the pleasure district. Tianfin asks back in a bored tone, "Aren't you afraid your father will beat you again?" The boy replies instantly, "It's fine." He turns around and points at his own back. "He already gave me a beating." Tianfin's voice carries a helpless edge. Don't you think about getting those bandaged?" Huang Yu waves it off and walks up to grab Tianfin's shoulder. "Brother Luo, wanna come to the Linglong Pavilion with me?" A trace of wariness flashes across Tianfin's face. "You're not using me as a shield because you're afraid your father is lying in wait there, are you?" Huang Yu takes a deep breath. "Brother Luo," he whimpers and clings. This little brother really wants to go to the Linglong Pavilion. Tianfin is rendered speechless. The system, lying sprawled on the ground nearby, eavesdrops on their entire conversation. "Fine, I've got nothing going on anyway. I'll tag along and watch this beauty pageant of yours." The boy lights up with joy. "Many thanks, Brother Luo." The system suddenly lifts her head, a wicked grin spreading across her face. A notification flashes into existence, skipping cultivation to listen to songs at a pleasure house. Lying flat, achievement unlocked. A blinding pillar of light erupts, forcing Huang Yu to squeeze his eyes shut. The light slams straight into Tianfin, whites of his eyes flashing as the system interface continues its relentless notifications. Received spiritual energy resonance ritual, realm surging. The source of light grows ever more intense. The pillar of light rockets straight into the heavens, blazing with radiance. Across the entire region, every soul in the city lifts their gaze skyward. The light gradually fades, its glow dissipating from the heavens above. At this moment, Jiang the Righteous also raises his head to gaze upward. This is a great Tao resonance. The figures shrouded in black clench their fists and whisper among themselves. Could it be that Luo Wuji is about to emerge from seclusion and undergo tribulation? Impossible, how could it happen so fast? Heaven grants me no favor, yet it allows this madman to surge through emperor realms and raise his cultivation at such speed. A man with a long, flowing beard steps forward and addresses the group. "Do not panic. This is merely a great Tao resonance. Tribulation clouds have yet to form. However, it appears our plan must be accelerated." He points at Jiang the Righteous and another black-robed figure, issuing his command. Shadow Luo Tianfin's every movement. The moment he steps foot outside the manor, we strike. The man asks, "Isn't striking now too hasty?" The long-bearded man orders, "Time waits for no one." Luo Wuji's foundation is profound. His passage through the true immortal tribulation is all but guaranteed. The only way is to kill his son before he undergoes tribulation, shatter his Tao heart, and borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to grievously wound him. He bows his head and entreats, "Jiang the Righteous Luo clan has lorded over this region for far too long. Whether we can eliminate them once and for all rests entirely on your shoulders." Hearing this, Jiang the Righteous's face burns with fierce, ironclad determination. On Tianfin's end, he gasps for breath after the level up. Huang Yu sees this and stares at him with an expression of utter disbelief. "Brother Luo," he bounds toward Tianfin with unrestrained excitement. "Young Master Luo, what on earth was that just now? Did you awaken your true divinity, or summon a god to possess your body? I've never once seen you cultivate. Turns out you're the type who trains in secret." Tianfin shakes him vigorously while explaining, "It's not what you think. It was an accident. I'm not the hardworking type." Despite the explanation, the boy simply grins and replies, "Brother Luo, relax. Playing the pig to devour the tiger. I get it, I get it." Tianfin explains in agony, "What do you mean you get it? I've said everything there is to say." The system artifact spirit, watching from the side, bursts into wild laughter. "Haha, congratulations on your realm increase, master." His face shows not a shred of happiness. He glances over warily. He demands, "You pulled some kind of trick, didn't you?" The system smirks, "Ha ha ha. After experiencing the comfort of a realm breakthrough, have you changed your perspective even a little? Little by little until you." He stares the system down. "Seduction didn't work, so now you're resorting to forced sales. This damn system is really too much, far too much." By now, everyone has arrived at the Linglong Pavilion. The scene is vibrant and splendid, with beautiful women calling out invitations from every direction. "Young master, won't you come up and play?" Inside, men bustle to and fro in a ceaseless stream. "Young lord, take your time, no need to rush." Over here, a stunning beauty pours wine for a noble official. "My dear, drink another cup with me." A girl sits before a mirror applying makeup, being urgently hurried along. "My little ancestor, please hurry up." The girl before the mirror, hand delicately applying rouge, answers without a trace of urgency. "What's the rush? The harder a man is to get, the hungrier he becomes. At that very moment, from behind, a pair of terrifying clawed hands slowly creep toward the old man, but he remains utterly oblivious, anxiously pointing outside and urging her on. How could that possibly compare? Today, this lord here is the young master of the Luo manor of eternal life, no ordinary man. Those terrifying claws coil around the old man's body, sealing his mouth shut, not allowing a single sound to escape. The little beauty does not escape their grasp either. The creature clamps over her mouth as well. Her face is still frozen in sheer panic. All of it originates from a single figure draped in a black cloak. He hoists both of them into the air. The old man struggles with all his might, but it is utterly futile. MMPH. At that moment, his face becomes fully visible, a terrifying visage covered in gnarled, bulging veins. A single glance at him is enough to send shivers down the woman's spine. He pulls back his hood, half of his face begins to shift and distort. The bound girl desperately struggles, trying to voice unintelligible pleas. MMPH. He uncorks a small porcelain vial. Time is running short. It seems there is no choice. Li Mei will have to make her move. As he opens the vial's lid, a stream of black chi surges forth. The dark mist takes the shape of a purple, doll-like apparition that heeds his command and plunges into the woman's body. The target is reached. The purple doll speaks up, demanding, "After this time, set me free." Hearing this, he chants an incantation, causing her to writhe in agony. Clutching her head, "Ha, you wretch," he roars, "you have no right to make demands of me." Then he slowly loosens his monstrous hand from the woman's mouth. Now possess this woman's body. The girl begs desperately, "No, no, I don't want this, please let me go." The shadow can only bow its head in silence. It swiftly slithers into her body through her mouth. The wisp of mist can only utter, "I'm sorry." The process is excruciating, sending the young woman into violent thrashing and convulsions. MMPH. After a while she goes completely still. Her feet slowly touch the ground. By now, the purple-black mist has fully claimed the body. The possession is complete. The cloaked man, seeing this, reveals a delighted expression. "Excellent work. Quickly reorganize the situation. The target arrives imminently." The banquet hour arrives. Drums beat in festive rhythm as the surrounding scenery gleams in splendid resplendence. Women dance and play, instruments a breathtaking spectacle. Luo Tianfan is attending the banquet when a female voice sounds beside him. She offers a cup of wine. "Young master, please drink." Receiving no response, she calls again, "Young master." Only then does he snap back to reality and turn to look at her. The girl gazes at him with a look of tender concern. "Young master, why do you seem displeased? Could it be you are not satisfied with me?" He tilts his head and glances at her faintly. "It's nothing, just an annoying fly that won't stop pestering me." The system, hearing Tianfan's words, furrows its brows in anger. "Hey, who are you calling a fly?" He feels a twinge of annoyance. This out-of-control system will cause him no end of trouble sooner or later, he thinks. Why does she insist so stubbornly on making him cultivate? The woman sitting beside him is staring fixedly at his protective amulet, her gaze sharp as a blade, as though searching for a way to nullify it. From below, a subordinate steps in and reports, "Young master, a sword cultivator from the Kanglan sword sect requests a direct audience with you. He says he wishes to present something." The Kanglan sword sect, he raises an eyebrow. "Let him in." The subordinate obeys. "Yes, young master." A figure strides in from outside. Yu Yan's expression turns to one of considerable surprise. The visitor is none other than Jiang the Righteous. He stands below, awaiting acknowledgement. Tianfan looks down at him from above. "So it's you, have you come bearing tribute once more? Your Kanglan sword sect truly masters the art of one gambit to conquer the world." He lifts his gaze slightly. "A few days ago, this one lost his wits and offended young Master Luo, causing you to lose a supreme-grade protective artifact. Today, I have come bearing a treasure as atonement." Outwardly, he appears humble and apologetic, yet inwardly he seethes with arrogance. "Enjoy your moment of triumph while you can. Once I've killed that good-for-nothing, your turn will come, you wretched woman who looks down on me." Tianfan lowers his gaze slightly, examining the item Jiang the Righteous has brought, now presented by his subordinate for inspection. At that moment, a dark aura envelops Luo Tianfan's protective amulet. The source of that dark chi is the arm of the pink-haired woman. She is touching his protective amulet. The little system spirit covered her mouth in shock, witnessing the scene before her eyes. The system artifact spirit's face clearly revealed a look of excitement. "Well now, this time things are about to get interesting." She secretly rejoiced. Item number X of the system handbook, forcing the host to face life or death peril, strengthens the host's dependence on the system. The little system joyfully gloated to herself, "My opportunity has arrived." Seeing her sinister smile, he sensed something amiss and thought to himself, what kind of wicked scheme is this fool cooking up now? Then the system panel flickered to life with a line of text, host immersed in reverie, abandoning all cares, receive the lie flat reward once. He whipped around and glared at her, don't you dare cause trouble. After that, the righteous warrior struck. He knew this was the moment. An unexpected scene unfolded around him. Dozens of ethereal black butterflies materialized the instant he unleashed his attack. When guiding butterfly goo, everyone around them panicked. A woman seized the opportunity to throw herself into Huang Yu's arms. The moment the attack erupted, someone immediately stepped forward to shield him. Young master, watch out. The guard unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the swarm of butterflies. The technique shattered, charred butterfly husks fluttered down and scattered across the ground. Seizing the moment, black-robed figures materialized from every direction. They emerged from all four sides. The person standing before him bellowed, "Who goes there?" Then another black-robed figure appeared, his lips moving ceaselessly as he chanted an incantation. Four-directional radiant kill, chanting the killing incantation, inscribing the binding seal, drawing the earth as a prison, bellowed. And a barrier formation erupted into existence. Everyone around was instantly displaced into it. Inside it, everyone panicked, wondering what had just happened. The person who had been shielding Tianfan's face just moments ago gasped, "It's a restriction formation." Looking into the distance, they were completely surrounded, a sight that filled him with dread. Then he issued his order, those four are the formation masters. Eliminate them quickly to shatter the formation and rescue the young master. The righteous warrior wore a proud expression and declared, the formation is complete. No one at Foundation establishment or above can enter now. Let's see how you escape this time. He gazed up at the sky, his expression utterly calm. Have you forgotten? This one is also a swordsman at the Foundation establishment realm. The moment the words left his mouth, Yu Yan surged forward to meet the attack, catching the man off guard and forcing him to stagger backward. His face twisted in a scowl. You dare obstruct me again. Cutting him off, she leveled her sword at him and declared, I am now a person of the Luo. Young master, how could I stand by and watch you harm young master Luo? His expression hardened as he raised his sword, poised to strike her down. Then I'll deal with you first. High above, the two of them clashed in a dramatic sword duel, while the system artifact spirit continued her relentless baiting. Your new subordinate may not be a match for that fellow. How does it feel? Are you drowning in despair yet? Huang Yu gazed at Tianfen, her eyes brimming with worry. Brother Luo, stepping out for a bit of amusement, was it worth it? The danger is far too great. His expression remained bright and cheerful as he replied, but you truly know how to cherish flowers and treasure jade. Even with those cursed insects swarming in, you still knew to stand up and protect the little beauty first. He tilted his chin up proudly and replied, since childhood my father taught me this: a man establishes merit, establishes a career. Success depends on the right timing, favorable terrain, and harmony among men. Defeat comes from the same. But if a man cannot protect the woman by his side, then he is nothing but a good-for-nothing. The system artifact spirit's expression turned utterly sour as she glared at him. Just you wait until your protective artifact loses its power. Then you'll have no choice but to crawl back and beg me for help. Then she began fantasizing about the scene where Yu Yan was utterly defeated by that man's wretched brute. Next came the scene of Tianfen being beaten senseless, wailing, What? My protective artifact is broken. System Big Sister, save me. At that very moment, the system artifact spirit would spread her arms wide to rescue him. You have received the lie flat reward. You will receive 5 fatal hit blocks. And he would block the opponent's killing strike, then turn to her in utter admiration. As expected in the critical moment, System Big Sister is the most reliable of all. From now on, I will obey every word System Big Sister says. Just imagining that scene made her want to burst out laughing. He watched the system's spirit cackling like a madwoman and thought to himself, this system is getting crazier by the day. And in the end, Yu Yan was defeated by that man. Instantly, the two of them wore completely different expressions. Shock etched across Tianfen's face, and unrestrained glee plastered across the artifact spirits. The zealous, righteous man eagerly stepped forward to challenge him. Luo, Tianfen, your turn now. The artifact spirit's face beamed with unbridled delight. Finally, it's this system's time to shine. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted as a hole tore through the ceiling above. Dust and rubble exploded in every direction, utterly blinding the man. What? From within the swirling veil of dust emerged a towering, menacing figure, eyes burning blood red, his face adorned with a mask. He was none other than Su Gao, the divine guard of the Luo Manor. He planted himself between Tianfen and the righteous man below, proclaiming, "Arrogant whelp, drop your sword, and your life will be spared." The man's heart seized with dread. How could this be? Wasn't the window supposed to last at least the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? How much time had even passed? Sensing imminent doom, he spun on his heel and bolted, muttering through clenched teeth, "Damn it, this can't be happening." Su Gao instantly gave chase. "You want to run?" Su Gao seized him by the skull in an instant and roared with fury, "You dare attempt to assassinate our young master." Damithai's only recourse was to brandish his sect's name. "You can't. I am a disciple of the Kanglan sword sect." The artifact spirit stared on, muttering, "No way, no way." Suddenly Huang Yu screamed, "Liu Ji, watch out!" From above, Yin came plummeting down, intent on killing him. The artifact spirit's eyes lit up with glee once more, another chance to watch her block a fatal strike. Before she could even make her move, a woman's silhouette surged in from behind. Yu Yan's face twisted in shock. She barely managed a gasp before the newcomer sent her hurtling through the air. The one who appeared was none other than Ying Liu Tianfen's personal steward. The artifact spirit could only manage a bitter laugh, hurling her artifact to the ground in pure frustration. "You've gotta be freaking kidding, Muhi. Do you have so many people hidden around you? Are you trying to face slap me or something?" Turning back to Yu Yan's memoirs when she first received her mission, a voice spoke coldly, "Your mission is to infiltrate Luo Tianfen's side. Wait for the opportune moment, then assassinate him immediately." She obeyed without hesitation. When she first managed to get close to him, she was triumphant. Success, this good-for-nothing was so easy to dupe. Even when he gifted her the gold water sword, she was overjoyed, bowing in gratitude, "Thank you, young master." But after, her expression twisted into one of pure malice. "When the time comes for me to use this very sword to kill you, I wonder how will that feel?" Even as she passed by the scripture pavilion, she cursed Tianfen in her mind, truly worthy of his reputation as a fool. He probably had no idea of the scripture pavilion's true value. And when it was time to leave, she cast one last reluctant glance back, her face creased with irritation. What a pity. The mission came first. Otherwise she really would have. Glancing at the carefully stored ledgers of the Changsheng Luo manor, she now looked upon his face and saw nothing but icy indifference. "I thought you'd keep up the act longer, but you gave yourself away far faster than I expected." She lay sprawled on the ground, her body riddled with wounds, glaring up at him with eyes burning with hatred. She wiped the blood from her face and spoke, "The world sees you as a fool. It seems I truly misjudged you. When did you start suspecting me?" He answered calmly, explaining, "Whether it was gifting you that sword or rewarding you with a cultivation technique. You always put on the same performance, same slight raise of the eyebrow. In all your dealings with me, I never once sensed a shred of genuine surprise from you. It's hard to believe you're just an ordinary sword cultivator struggling to get by." He descended the steps slowly. "Right now you have two choices before you." He extended a hand, staring straight at her. "One, tell me everything you know right now. Two, I bring in someone skilled in interrogation and torture. After one session, you'll talk anyway." She stubbornly gritted her teeth and spat, "Kill me or torture me. Do as you please." A flicker of amusement crossed his face. "Good, that stubborn streak of yours is exactly what I like." He turned toward Su Gao. "It seems fourth uncle used me as bait. I knew it. We else would the shadow guard deliver a secret letter to me right in front of her. So tell me, what is it this time?" Su Gao responded, "The divine guard received intelligence that certain parties do not wish to see the patriarch break through. A faction has secretly infiltrated the city, intending to assassinate the young master in order to induce a heart demon in the patriarch and interfere with his tribulation." The artifact spirit instantly appeared behind him. "Why do I suddenly smell danger in the air?" He glanced at her, thinking to himself, "Your enthusiasm fluctuates far too wildly. It's dangerously unstable." She piped up from behind, "Enemies lurking in the shadows, that's truly something difficult to guard against." "Well, doesn't it give you a headache? Right now, only power you hold in your own hands is real. So, complete the mission quickly, and the rewards will be incredibly generous." His lips curled, just slightly. "To this day, you still don't understand what I'm truly worth." The system stared at him with a giant question mark hanging overhead. Ying stepped forward and reported, "Young master, given the current situation, we can deploy strategies 19, 45, 60, and 72 to resolve this." The artifact spirit looked on in utter bewilderment. He responded without hesitation, "Don't waste time, deploy strategy 72 directly." She answered crisply, "Understood." Su Gao, utterly baffled, asked, "What is strategy 72? The artifact spirit chimed in curiously, "Yeah, what is it?" Ying explained, "At the age of 13, the young master hired 3,000 strategists. after 1 year. They formulated a total of 167 contingency plans to handle unforeseen situations, assassination attempts, surprise attacks, and the like. Su Gao's face was filled with admiration. No wonder he's the young master. Farsighted and meticulous in every detail. The system, standing beside them, let out a long, exasperated sigh. You've gotta be kidding, though. You really need to be this dramatic. Tian, Van struck a pose, preening himself. If there are things that can be delegated to others to think through, why should I bother racking my own brain? That night, the entire city fell under a formation barrier. Orders rang out, a citywide look down, no mercy formation arrays active. All civilians must remain in their homes and not wander about. The would-be assassins were thrown into utter panic. What do we do now? One of them cried. The Luo clan has gone all out. They've sealed the entire city with a formation array. Right now, not even a demonic fly could escape. Another snapped back furiously. I told you the assassination attempt on Tianfen was far too hasty. Now we've alerted the enemy. Not only did we fail to kill Luo Tianfen, we've gotten ourselves trapped. A voice cut in, silencing them. Enough. A man leaning on a cane, his arm wrapped in bandages, spoke grimly. At this point, there is only one option left. Everyone around him clamored. What option? He had decided to stake everything, fight to the bitter, and force a kill on Luo Tianfen. The crowd erupted in protest. What? Kill Luo Tianfen? But he carries the Luo clan's orthodox blood restriction within his body. Another chimed in. That's right, if we kill him, we'll be branded with a blood imprint. For generations upon generations, all our descendants will be hunted down by the Luo clan. The old man spoke to calm them. I know what you all fear, but we have no path of retreat. We cannot leave the city. Being discovered is only a matter of time, and when that happens, death is inevitable either way. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It seemed they had all reached a grim consensus. Tianfen sat perched high above, gazing down with an expression of pure satisfaction. It had been ages since he'd come up here to enjoy the view. By now, they should be able to spot it from a distance. He had seen them too, simply cornered with nowhere left to run, he murmured nonchalantly. Then something resembling a barbed spike shot through the air at breakneck speed. Every last one of them slammed into the barrier and was stopped dead in their tracks. His voice echoed from behind them, wanting to run. A pity, every road is sealed. They spun around and charged straight toward him. Seeing this, he rose to his feet and leaned against the railing, watching calmly. A gleeful expression spread across his face. Sathi are coming for me now. They shout in unison, gathering their techniques and hurling them toward him. Strike together. The techniques they unleash scream through the air, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Thunder crashes down from the heavens above. He remains unperturbed, remarking that lightning has struck, then quickly gathers his robes. The blow slams straight into where he stood, sending smoke and debris scattering in all directions. They stare at the point of impact, hearts pounding, convinced they have succeeded. From within the billowing dust, a tall, imposing silhouette slowly emerges. Tianfen's voice continues to ring out. Well, thighs is the essence of strategy, number 72. His face reveals absolute confidence. First, stir the snake from its hole, then drive the enemy into a dead end. Tianfen turns toward where the old man stands and calls out, Elder. At that very moment, Luo Wuji appears, mage stick and imposing, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. The sky remains dark and overcast. The scene unfolds as 1 against 4, their faces twist with visible panic. The man with the long, trailing beard snarls, Luo Wujidamit, all has he already emerged from seclusion. Fury surges through him, his hatred blazing like wildfire. You damned wretches! Enraged, he unleashes a devastating strike that leaves them reeling. He roars, you still dare harbor delusions of harming my son. The others cry out in desperation, stop him. The streak of light tears through them, leaving everyone coughing blood and gravely wounded by the devastating blow. The long-bearded man thinks in horror he hasn't even successfully undergone tribulation. They're all at the phantom immortal realm. So why is the gap this enormous? The surrounding men see his condition and flee in sheer terror. Some scream as they run, we can't fight this, we can't. Another shouts, flee, run. The old man turns his head and bellows, Najit, back here. He raises his hand, poised to strike. Since you've come, don't even dream of escaping. An unlucky black-robed figure, face frozen in terror, barely opens his mouth before 1,000 arrows scream toward him. Utter horror is etched across his face. The arrows streak like falling meteors. Every last one attempting to flee is pierced through and killed. Those who remain, facing him head-on, tremble with overwhelming fear and desperately chant incantations to resist. A thunderous bolt of lightning descends from the sky. Before his astonished eyes, the old man roars, the heavenly tribulation descends. the lightning crashes down, blazing across the land in blinding radiance. Luo Wuji stands amid the thunderbolts proud and unyielding. The black-robed figures seize the opportunity and charge in to attack. One cries out with elation, "Heaven itself aids us." He's undergoing tribulation right no strike while he's vulnerable and take his life. A colossal, terrifying silhouette materializes behind him. His voice drops to a chilling growl, "You have courage, I'll grant you that, today. This old man shall." His eyes blaze with fury as he declares, "Sever every last shred of your futures." The enormous silhouette surges forward and unleashes a devastating technique upon them. A single blow descends with a deafening roar that reverberates across the entire city, generating a monstrous shockwave of wind. Both the system artifact spirit and Luo Tianfen are left in awe of its sheer destructive power. He turns to the system artifact spirit with a smirk. "You see that, compared to your oversized gift bags? This is what truly lets a person see the light." Hearing this, she huffs in annoyance and vanishes. The long-bearded man clutches his body, trembling violently. How deep are Luo Wuji's foundations, truly? Staring at the heroic figure standing tall before him, he can only mutter in fear, why does the heavenly tribulation barely seem to affect him? Then from the heavens above, strange and unusual sounds rumble once more. The long-bearded man whips his head around. Could it be the ancestor? A colossal hand materializes in the sky, catching and shielding three of them. One of the survivors cries out, "The ancestor has intervened to save us. We're saved." Luo Wuji sneers, "A true immortal." Around him surges a formidable wave of power, the weapon in his hand humming with latent energy. "You wish to snatch someone from my grasp. A mere true immortal is not yet worthy of making me take back my word." The heavens churn like a roiling sea. Torrential rain pours down as lightning bolts crash in succession. His expression darkens as he growls, "It's merely a heavenly tribulation." He swings his weapon, his tone dripping with irritation. "Stop pestering this seat." What he just unleashed is so youthful in years, yet he can already contend with the heavenly tribulation. Truly unbelievable. Their faces pale with abject terror, they stammer, "He's still so young, yet he can even defy the heavenly tribulation." The long-bearded man is paralyzed with fear, utterly speechless. He stares in utter disbelief and wonders, "Phantom immortal." Tianfen's expression, however, remains perfectly composed. "So this is the Xianxia version of a divine showdown, huh?" He turns away, saying he can't watch anymore. "Let's head back." To his surprise, his entire body begins moving on its own as if some force is teleporting him somewhere. His face is drenched in sweat, his expression clearly bewildered. He is swiftly dragged upward by that mysterious force. Higher and higher he ascends, drawing closer to his father's position. He now hovers at the same altitude as his father. The patriarch gazes at him and asks, "Tell Muhat, does it feel like?" Tianfen answers evasively, "It's incredibly blinding." Luo Wuji channels spiritual power into his hand and presses further. "Beyond that, what else?" Tianfen covers his ears, his expression utterly defeated. "It's deafening." The patriarch can only heave a helpless sigh. Faced with his son's utter lack of cooperation, he patiently explains, "The tribulation of the true immortal realm is far more extraordinary than the ordinary heavenly tribulations you know. Stand aside and watch, consider it broadening your horizons." He then tosses the sphere of energy he has condensed over to Tianfen. "When you encounter an enemy, hurl this at them. It's far more effective than any thunder axe." He finishes his words, turns his back, and says nothing more. Tianfen glances sideways at the system artifact spirit. The two lock eyes. He speaks up, "You enjoy watching people undergo heavenly tribulation, is that it? You've been forcing me to cultivate so hard, don't tell me it's because you want to see me undergo tribulation too." Her gaze shifts away as she stammers, "No, it's just..." Before he can press further, she gives a muddled, half-hearted answer and vanishes without another word. Several hours later, the fourth uncle sits, quietly sipping tea. Tianfen barges through the door. "Fourth uncle, that was hardly fair. Keeping it quiet was one thing, but using me as bait, that's another matter entirely." The uncle gestures for him to sit and replies, "Come now, fourth uncle isn't like that, Tianfen. Whatever you want, your uncle will gladly play along." Hearing this, his eyes light up. Anything at all. Even that fishing rod refined by the artifact master, that counts too. Hearing this, the fourth uncle is left utterly speechless. At that moment, the door opens from outside and Tianfen's father steps in with a few dry coughs. Luo Wuji takes his seat at the table. The fourth uncle speaks up, "Congratulations, patriarch, on ascending to the true immortal realm. May you enjoy the blessings of immortality for all eternity." Luo Wuji merely replies, "Wanfu, you and I are brothers, there's no need for such formality." He then turns to Tianfen, who is sipping his tea, and asks, "You've reached Foundation establishment." Tianfen forces an awkward smile. "An accident, really, just an accident." Luo Wuji raises his teacup, takes a sip, and says, "A pity the timing of your breakthrough was slightly late. Otherwise, your cultivation base would already be at spirit condensation, or perhaps even late-stage Foundation establishment. It would have been perfect for participating in the opening of the Dao realm at the Primeval Dao Academy. But having just entered Foundation establishment, even if you got in, it would be of no use." On the surface, Tianfen shows a look of regret and says, "Truly a shame," but inwardly he thinks the Primeval Dao Academy, just hearing the name sounds like trouble. For this alone, there's absolutely no way I'm breaking through to late-stage Foundation establishment. His father turns to him and continues, "Come to think of it, Tianfen, you are of age now. Time to settle down and marry." The instant he hears this, Tianfen nearly leaps out of his seat. His face drains of color as he sputters, "What? Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" His father replies calmly, "The sky-piercing imperial dynasty has long desired a marriage alliance with our Luo clan. After careful consideration, you are the most suitable candidate. It will also serve to temper your temperament. Before long, their delegation will arrive to discuss the marriage arrangements." The fourth uncle speaks up, "The sky-piercing imperial dynasty, you don't mean the female emperor, do you?" Luo Wuji nods, "Indeed, Tianfen, have you heard of her?" He answers stiffly, "I've heard of her." His eyes dart anxiously as he thinks, this isn't good. The mere image of her surfaces in his mind, filling him with dread. Lin Wanlin, the female emperor of the sky-piercing imperial dynasty, having ascended the throne only a few years ago. She has already stirred no small number of storms within the court. Her reputation is far from meager. His face twists into a strained smile as he thinks, being the husband of a female emperor, doesn't that mean my peaceful life will shatter into pieces? He turns to his father and speaks, "Fa, there's surely a matter this important deserves further discussion." But his father cuts him off decisively. "This matter requires no further deliberation, and don't even think about running to your mother for help. She has always wished for you to marry soon. After looking into that young woman, she is quite pleased." Tianfen's face sours visibly, his lips pouting with frustration. To think that even after transmigrating, he still cannot escape the fate of being forced into marriage. The fourth uncle asks, "Patriarch, when will you announce your breakthrough to true immortal to the world?" Luo Wuji answers, "I'll leave that matter to you. I've just broken through. I need to enter seclusion for a period to stabilize my realm." Tianfen, determined to oppose this marriage, desperately racks his brain for a plan. "No, I absolutely cannot give up, not when my peaceful life is on the line." An idea sparks in his mind. He leaps to his feet, slaps the table, pounds his chest, and declares, "Father, those people may have sabotaged your true immortal breakthrough, but the assassination was aimed squarely at me. I want to take personal revenge." His father eyes him with suspicion. Normally, the boy finds such matters troublesome and refuses to lift a finger. But the young man raises his hand with unwavering resolve. "Ever since that assassination attempt, I've suddenly come to realize many things. A matter of vengeance like this truly must be carried out by one's own hands." Hearing this, his father lets out a grunt and agrees. "If you wish to take personal revenge, then hand the matter over to you." Hearing this, he immediately dashes off with a jubilant grin. "Yes, father, I shall go interrogate the captured accomplices at once and trace the mastermind behind it all." With those words, he vanishes in a flash. His father watches the boy's retreating figure and murmurs, "This affair with the Huang Keijing Tian dynasty appears to bear some connection to you. What exactly are you thinking?" The fourth uncle replies, "I've been idle lately and wouldn't mind some action, but as for Tianfen's affairs, I'm afraid he won't accept interference." Hearing this, the patriarch can only sigh helplessly. He gazes toward the sky and says, "Today, when I underwent tribulation, I discovered that the might of the heavenly tribulation has grown weaker than ever before. Perhaps before long, we shall see true, immortal, exalted sovereigns flooding every corner of the world." The fourth uncle continues, "The gate of the Tao has grown wider for all under heaven, as the saying goes. Perhaps this is a harbinger that a golden age ordained by the heavenly Tao is about to arrive." Looking out at the serene scenery, the patriarch murmurs with worry, "A golden age and an age of chaos differ by only a single character." Meanwhile, Tianfen and Ying are heading to interrogate the captives. As he walks, he thinks to himself, first, use this revenge excuse to slip away and avoid the limelight for a while. Mid-stride, he halts abruptly, startling the girl behind him. He pauses, pulls out his protective amulet to inspect it, and a cryptic smile suddenly spreads across his face. Intriguing, he thinks. The system's artifact spirit sits dejectedly reading a book. She closes it, her eyes vacant and distant, lost in thought. After witnessing the heavenly tribulation, her mood inexplicably plunged into darkness. Words flash before her eyes, and her gaze ignites with sudden brilliance. She springs to her feet. I've got it. Her hand slaps against the wall, which is plastered with photos of Tianfin, every single one. The system has archived his image from infancy through adolescence and into adulthood, including the times he strolls about admiring the scenery with beauties on his arm. The artifact spirit clutches the board full of his childhood photos to her chest, her expression unmistakably infatuated. And now we learn the truth. Ever since Luo Tianfin transmigrated, the system has been watching over him. She observed him every single day. When he struggled to kindle even a tiny flame, she was right there, silently cheering, overjoyed at the prospect of being activated by him. Finally, the master is about to begin cultivating. Finally, the system can be activated. After some effort, he manages to produce a flame. His face beams with pure, unbridled joy. Seeing him so elated, her own expression brightens as she watches him from the shadows. So cute, she thinks, and then is he going to show it off to everyone? The flame he just conjured is now being used to grill fish. Her jaw drops in utter disbelief. Remembering that day sends the system into its first ever existential breakdown. She stands at a distance, seething. Muttering through gritted teeth, he used a cultivation technique to grill fish. Not only that, she swears a silent oath in her heart, I will absolutely not let this slide. Scene transition, he is now in a classroom. After Luo Wuji emerged from secluded cultivation, Luo Tianfin was arranged for intensive one-on-one tutoring. The tutor at the blackboard lectures, thus physical constitution is of paramount importance to a cultivator. However, an excessively dominant physique becomes an immortal Tao-severing body which will actually impede cultivation progress. His ears register the words, but his attention is elsewhere. His expression is utterly bored, as he thinks I already knew breaking through to foundation establishment would be nothing but trouble. The tutor strokes his beard and says, although the young master possesses only B-grade aptitude with the Luo clan's foundation, you need not worry about such matters in the slightest. You have just broken through to foundation establishment. You must remember to nurture your meridians every single day. The most critical task before you is consolidating your cultivation base. Hearing this, he nods lazily in reply. Very well, I shall take meticulous care of myself. He says the words, but his mind whispers, just nurture them for the rest of my life. Such precious meridians deserve to be treasured forever. Suddenly he senses something and slowly opens his eyes. The system panel flashes to life, nearly making him cough up a mouthful of blood in shock. Completed one lesson attended half-heartedly. Primary energy 137. The tutor immediately panics. Young master, what's wrong? He responds calmly, it's nothing. My meridians were merely jolted unexpectedly. His face is haggard and irritated, as he curses internally, too careless. He thought the system had gone quiet this whole time. He never expected it to launch a surprise attack. The tutor seizes his wrist to take his pulse and finally breathes a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, merely unstable chi flow. Seeing the state of his body and mood, he speaks up. My body is feeling unwell today. That will be all for today's lesson. The old tutor bows immediately. Yes, young master, please rest well. After seeing the old man out, he shuts the door behind him. The system materializes behind him, grinning ear to ear. His expression sours as he whips around. What are you scheming now? The artifact spirit chirps happily. After our last conversation, I've come to understand something. As a failed system, every mission I issued was inherently designed to fail. My settings had fatal flaws, so I've taken the liberty of analyzing your daily life and crafting an entirely new, personalized mission system tailored just for you. From now on, the host need never worry about missions again. Take a look. Hearing her say this, he turns around, stares her dead in the eyes, and says, your comprehension of the lazy side is truly peerless. Daily life carries on as usual. In the days that follow, even playing a single game earns him rewards. Played a game with friends once. Even sleeping triggers a notification. Enjoyed a summer siesta. Primary energy 99. Even eating prompts the system to chime in. Savored a meal. Primary energy 183. By now, Tianfin has endured more than enough. Right this moment, as he slowly eats his meal, the system pops up yet again. Congratulations, host, your realm has advanced to late-stage foundation establishment. Seeing this, he slams the table in fury. Fine. If you have no shame, don't blame me for having none either. Outside, servants are hauling crates through the courtyard. The crates are stacked high in the yard. Someone speaks up, "Young master, we could only gather this much for the time being." He responds coolly, "This should be sufficient for now." Under the bewildered, questioning gaze of the artifact spirit, "What are you trying to do?" He pops the lid off a vial and says as he works, "You'll find out soon enough." Without a shred of ceremony, he upends the entire bottle of medicine down his throat, leaving the artifact spirit behind him utterly aghast. The effects of the medicine are illustrated through vivid imagery. Beautiful cells, black and white, interlock tightly with one another. After the medicine takes effect, they tear apart along the drug's current, then wash away with the tide. Both improve simultaneously. His physical constitution soars, while his cultivation base plummets, plunging the artifact spirit beside him into sheer panic. Seeing her terrified expression, he presses his advantage. The artifact spirit gasps, "I can't believe you actually want to boost your physical constitution just to push your cultivation back." He responds, "You think this is where it ends?" He issues an order to his subordinates, "Tell the kitchen not to prepare dinner for me." The system screams, "Stop, master, please." Simultaneously in the Patriarch's council hall, his father speaks with someone, his expression deadly serious. "You're telling me my son, in his desperation to break through to late-stage Foundation establishment and enter the ancient immortal secret realm, pushed himself so hard that his chi and blood surged and he coughed up blood." The tutor beams and replies, "Indeed, the host has been remarkably dedicated." Hearing this, the Patriarch relaxes and smiles warmly. "Good. It is rare for my son to show such effort. As a father, how could I let him be disappointed? Go to my treasure vault and retrieve the 9 Revolution Foundation breaking pill. I shall personally help my son break through to late-stage Foundation establishment." The tutor bows deeply, "Yes, my lord." Late into the night, the courtyard is littered with empty medicine vials, Tianfin's handiwork. He lies sprawled across the courtyard floor, having consumed far too many pills. The system panel hovers before his eyes, physical constitution, upper first grade 99%. Realm mid-stage Foundation establishment. He mutters, "Just a little more, and I would have achieved the immortal Tao-severing body." For his current physique to break through to late-stage Foundation establishment, the difficulty is perhaps no less than breaking into the seated illumination realm. Laying flat on the ground, he lets out a long sigh. When he sits up, he looks at the system and speaks, "Brat, you dare compete with me?" Suddenly, a voice echoes from afar as his father appears. His father speaks, "My son." He turns to look at his father and addresses him. His father sees him and says, "I hear you've been worrying about breaking through to late-stage Foundation establishment. Look at you, just a few days and your complexion has already deteriorated this badly. Blame your father for placing too much pressure upon you." To his surprise, his father opens a box revealing a pill inside. He speaks, "This is the 9 Revolution Realm Breaking Pill, produced by the Beahuang Pavilion. It can help cultivators below the 4th realm break through without suffering the backlash of a double breakthrough." Tianfin's face is a mix of surprise and worry. His father continues, "In the past, your father feared your Dao heart was not yet mature enough and was unwilling to let you rely on pills to break through." His expression turns panicked as his father presses on, "But today is different from the past. You have proven the resolve of your Tao-seeking heart. Now is the right time." The system on the side perks up, intently eavesdropping. Tianfin's father continues, "Drink it quickly. Don't worry about the medicinal power being too strong. Your father will personally help you neutralize it." His face lights up upon witnessing this, and only then does realization truly dawn on him. His voice echoes, "Seriously, can a father not scheme against his own son?" Just like that, Luo Tianfin advances into the 2nd realm seated illumination in a single night. Over at the Linglong workshop, the Luo family's subordinates burst through the door with imposing momentum. The pink-haired girl hears the commotion and spins around, calling out, "Who goes there?" The leader among the group steps forward and declares, "By order of the young master, we are here to rescue the Flower Queen." Outside, the crowd murmurs among themselves. Someone speaks up, "What's going on?" Storming a pleasure house to snatch the Flower Queen first thing in the morning. Who could be this domineering? Someone responds with a snort, "Do you even need to guess? Which family's young master in this city dares act this arrogantly?" Of course, it could only be Tianfin, who stands above, gazing down. He hears the crowd below proclaim, "The #1 young master beneath the heavens of the Luo mansion of immortality, Luo Tianfin." Finally, the pink-haired girl is brought over by the subordinate. The subordinate gestures forward, speaking with utmost respect, "Flower Queen Miss, please this way." The subordinate walks ahead, smiling as he explains a few things to her. All of this unfolds in a rush. Our young master feared the young lady would be lonely without familiar faces by her side. So he specifically instructed us to redeem all her personal servants and bring them along. The wiry-faced handler stands among the maidservants. He glances at her, his gaze conveying a silent message: don't get too agitated. Observe the situation calmly. That day when you tampered with the artifact, you were very discreet. He likely won't suspect you. The pink-haired girl seems to understand the wiry handler's intent. She falls silent for a moment, then slightly lowers her head and replies with a smile, I thank young Master Luo for his consideration. Otherwise, I truly would have worried about being a stranger in the Luo mansion. Not wanting an awkward silence, the subordinate quickly clarifies upon hearing her words. The young lady misunderstands. This journey is not bound for the Luo mansion. The pink-haired girl can't help but ask in surprise. Not to the Luo mansion, then where are we going? Suddenly, an enormous object appears in the sky. Its colossal shadow blots out the sunlight, causing the pedestrians below to look up in stunned disbelief. A commoner below exclaims, what in the heavens is that? The man beside him, hearing the question, asks in return, you don't know. The man begins recounting the legend of the Luo family, that is the celestial sea pearl of the Luo mansion of immortality. A fifth-tier phantom immortal-grade vessel. I wonder what tier this ship truly belongs to. I heard that 20 years ago, the Luo family patriarch used this very ship to cross 3 territories in a single night, covering millions of miles, and annihilated 3 top-tier sects. Just thinking about it sends shivers down one's spine. We cultivators, if you sold every last one of us for spirit stones, it probably wouldn't be enough to power this ship for the first 5 zhang. Hearing the storyteller's words, the other man speaks with an aching heart. Fellow Taoist, have you cultivated the supreme emotionless art? How can your words cut so deep? Atop the celestial sea pearl, Tianfin stands at the bow, lost in thought. Behind him, Ying speaks up with great confusion. Young master, why the hasty departure? The interrogation has yielded little progress. We only discovered traces of forces from the southern frontier and the western desert pulling strings behind the scenes. Tianfin replies helplessly, time waits for no one. We cannot linger in this household, otherwise I fear another calamity will befall us. The word calamity he uses carries hidden meaning, causing Ying to misunderstand and blame herself. It is because this subordinate failed to act efficiently that those petty villains harassed the young master. Please punish me. Tianfin is stunned for a moment, then quickly explains. No, you've done very well. The calamity I speak of isn't about those rats. Right at that moment, the system artifact spirit materializes, lounging about leisurely before speaking up. Oh my, isn't this my very own master? A cultivator at the seated illumination realm, no less. Good morning, host dear. Tianfin shoots a sharp glance at the system and thinks silently, if I stay home any longer, my father will probably collude with this system and scheme against me together. He can only stew in his own misery. The idle life does not come easy. Little Luo sighs. Tianfin descends the stairs step by step, explaining as he goes. We need to maintain some adaptability. Consider this a surprise retaliatory excursion. Ying follows behind and reports. Young master, the Flower Queen and all her attendants have been brought aboard and settled in. The enemy likely still feels secure. They haven't detected anything unusual during this time. Tianfin hears the good news and grins. Good. Let us go meet the guest we've invited. Ying obeys immediately. Yes. In the pink-haired girl's quarters, she stands near the window, gazing at the scenery outside. She falls silent, lost in memories of the past, the image of 2 commoners who had captured her, accompanied by their repulsive laughter. Ha ha ha, what luck, we've caught ourselves a charmed demon. The commoner quickly suggests something vile, a fine commodity, let's sell her for drinking money. She further recalls the days of being lashed with whips, accompanied by cold, harsh voices, no slacking. Your charmed demon race possesses 3 chances of shared life rebirth in a lifetime. You are born spies. You must master the art of disguising yourselves as anyone, only then can you fully unleash your race's innate talent. Suddenly, a voice asks from behind her, beautiful, isn't it? Tianfin steps into the room, swiftly closes the wooden door, then adds, once we reach the Sierra Mountain region. Wait for nightfall, there's a chance a wondrous spectacle will appear in the sky. Tao residue radiance, profound and mysterious. It will be even more beautiful. The pink-haired girl sees him approach and quickly asks, has the young master seen Tao residue radiance before? Tianfin replies, never, I've only read about it in books. Hearing his answer, she finds it even more puzzling and presses further. Then how does young Master Luo know the spectacle will be beautiful? Tianfin glances at her and explains, because I'm about to go see it, so I'm betting in advance that it will be beautiful. The pink-haired girl asks with great curiosity, aren't you afraid that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment? Tianfin hears this and smiles. At the very least, I hope it will bring me joy throughout this entire journey. The pink-haired girl slightly raises her hand, her tone hesitant and wavering. Then young Master Luo. She steps closer, wrapping her arm around his and murmurs seductively, "What expectations do you have of me?" Tianfen turns to look at her and repeats the question. "My expectations of you." At that very moment, the system artifact spirit suddenly materializes. Tianfen wraps his arm around her waist and speaks with a teasing lilt. "Perhaps someone who likes to make the world wet." The pink-haired girl lets out a delicate gasp. The system artifact spirit cooperatively claps a hand over her mouth, but her eyes refuse to look away. The system watches shyly as each strip of fabric is removed from her body, accompanied by ambiguous murmurs and sounds. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl asks in confusion, "Likes to make the world wet, what does that mean?" He teases in response, "Wanna find out?" After that, there are no more questions nor answers. The system artifact spirit's face has already turned completely crimson. She immediately presents a notification panel. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved one instance of cross-species dual cultivation. Primordial Qi 1646. After some time passes, Tianfen sits up, straightening his appearance while she continues sleeping beside him. He closes his eyes, musing that breaking through realms isn't always a bad thing. With his current cultivation base and his unique physique, the resources required to break through the next realm would be a staggering number for any small sect. The moment he opens his eyes, he spots the system's artifact spirit sprawled asleep on the notification panel. Tianfen gazes at the panel and reads the information displayed upon it. "Congratulations, host, you have achieved one instance of cross-species dual cultivation. Primordial Qi 1646. He falls silent for a moment, then lets out a bewildered huh. He can't help but wonder with suspicion. Many years later, the world would come to prove him right, but for now, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. The continuation of the notification declares this day as the official day establishing relations between the Charm clan and the human race. 2 days later, Tianfen and Ying walk along a path carpeted with autumn leaves. Tianfen seems to be in high spirits, admiring the scenery. The legendary Kaifeng Four Seasons forest truly lives up to its miraculous reputation. The texts say that if one stands at the center of the Kaifeng forest, while he's enthusiastically introducing the scenery, Ying catches a strange sound emanating from somewhere. Tianfen continues his narration. One can simultaneously experience the beauty of all 4 seasons. "Let's go, we should investigate." Ying immediately asks him, "Young master, did you hear that sound?" She points in a certain direction. "Over there where I'm pointing, there truly is a strange sound." The two quicken their pace toward that direction. Ying takes the lead. At a thicket of trees, she raises her hand to signal a halt. Before them, an old man sits upon a boulder with children gathered below, listening to him lecture on the Tao. But the atmosphere feels deeply wrong. He rises and shakes a bell, his lips never ceasing their muttering, refining souls, tormenting spirits, all for the sake of power. All the children have their eyes closed in concentration. Suddenly, one child cracks open a single eye. The boy yawns, drowsiness overcoming him. The old man suddenly shrieks, "Karma," startling the boy so badly his face drains of color. The old man opens his burning red eyes, his chilling voice emerging, "You have no immortal destiny." Purple limbs then pierce into the boy's body until blood flows. The red-eyed old man continues in his trembling voice, "No fate with fortune." Immediately after, as if descending into madness, he screams, "Then become my meal." The other children open their eyes and witness the scene, gripped by sheer terror. The red-eyed old man reels backward, his entire body convulsing as he rasps, "Not enough." His scarlet pupils scan the surroundings as he speaks in disappointment, "Still too short." The other children scramble to their feet in panic and flee. The red-eyed old man cackles maniacally, "No immortal destiny, food, all of it is food." He repeats those words over and over again. A little girl runs desperately to escape. The girl trips and falls. The red-eyed old man closes in, his voice trembling, "Little girl, why do you run?" He bears a vicious smile, growing ever more deranged as he speaks. "Don't you want to cultivate immortality?" Manhua screams in fear, "You're a fraud, you never taught us to cultivate at all." The red-eyed old man extends his claw toward the girl, quickly re-explaining things to her. "I transmitted immortal arts to you all, taught you how to cultivate, that not teaching you the path of immortality. It is merely that your immortal destinies are too wretched, and so you failed to enter the path." He turns his cold, clawed limbs toward the girl and speaks. "Since you can no longer enter the gate of cultivation, helping me cross this threshold is the best use this world has for you." Manhua weeps in terror. In that instant, a spear hurtles straight toward the red-eyed old man. He senses it and looks up. The red-eyed old man reacts with startling speed, flipping backward to dodge the spear. He roars in fury, "Who dares?" Ying strides forward, her voice cold and cutting. "My young master says you've ruined his leisurely outing. He sent me to deal with you." She positions herself before the little girl and wrenches the spear free. "Stand up, don't even think about running." The red-eyed old man sneers. He lunges at her with utter contempt. "Arrogant whelp, I'll boil your flesh and blood into a tonic stew." The moment those words leave his mouth, he's met with sheer horror. The red-eyed old man panics, barely dodging the incoming spear thrust. He blocks the spear but fails to block Ying's leg. She delivers a devastating kick that sends him hurtling through the air. After landing that single kick, she touches down with effortless grace. Ying leaps into the air once more. She soars high, descending in a spear dive, and declares, "What did you just say?" "Don't want to," the old man whimpers. Ying drives her spear downward without hesitation, her voice icy. "You don't get to choose." Manhua watches her in stunned admiration. She's been fighting him this whole time, and she's absolutely incredible. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind the girl. "Fight's over. You can rest now." Manhua whips around to find Tianfen sitting there nonchalantly. She shrieks, "Ghost!" Tianfen sighs helplessly. "Ying, I designed so many badass lines for you, and you don't get to choose is what you went with." Ying can only answer with a helpless shrug. "The moment I throw a punch, I forget everything." The red-eyed old man continues to distort and mutate. Seeing him burrow into the earth, Ying mutters in suspicion, "HM man external avatar." Tianfen approaches and remarks he fled fast. "Have the armored guards descend from the ship and search." Following the established protocol, Ying receives the order and responds, "Understood." She turns slightly toward the girl and asks, "Child, where are you from?" Manhua kneels hastily and replies, "I'm from Xinyang village." Ying continues, "Do you know the way back home?" The girl answers, "I don't. My father brought me to find an immortal master for cultivation." Tianfen quickly tells the girl there's no immortal master. That was merely a Taoist who fell into qi deviation. Manhua still can't bring herself to believe it, but someone really did succeed in cultivating. "That fraud of an immortal master said we had no immortal destiny, so we could never cultivate into immortals." Ying stands by silent. Off to the side, Tianfen picks up the cursed talismans and reports, "Young master, someone has already contacted us through the communication tube on the ship." He hears this and nods in acknowledgement. She then looks toward the girl without a word. Manhua stares back at her in equal silence. Ying takes one glance and immediately senses something wrong. She whispers to him, "Young master, this girl has been inflicted with the wedding garment curse." Tianfen asks in confusion, "The wedding garment curse, what is that?" Ying swiftly explains it is an extremely vicious curse technique that plants a hidden seed of primordial qi in the form of a curse seal into those without cultivation. Through this curse, even without the ability to sense the primordial qi of heaven and earth, one can still cultivate. However, this qi is cursed all the same. The master of the curse seal can reclaim that primordial qi at any time, no matter how much the victim cultivates. They are merely sewing a wedding dress for someone else to wear. Looking at the girl, a curse seed festers within her chest. Ying deduces that the Taoist did this to tamper with the children's physiques, making them easier to become his bait. Tianfen looks at her and asks, "Does this method have any weaknesses?" Ying immediately replies, "This method is extremely harmful to the victim's foundational constitution. In severe cases, it shortens their lifespan." The two are so absorbed in conversation that they fail to notice Manhua has risen to her feet. The girl's eyes burn with determination. She looks up at Ying and shouts, "Immortal sister, I want to take you as my master." Manhua adds one more plea, "Please teach me the way of immortality." This comes so suddenly that Ying freezes stiff. Tianfen is equally stunned. Before long, the subordinates of the Luo Manor arrive swiftly to clean up the scene. Many have perished here, and they search and tend to the survivors without pause. Su Gao looks at the figure trapped inside the cocoon and says in disappointment, "This one's no good either." Manhua, after hearing Ying's explanation, has been sobbing inconsolably. "The wedding garment curse, does that mean I can never cultivate immortality?" She crouches down to comfort the girl. "That's right. Once afflicted by this curse, all your cultivation achievements will ultimately be plundered by another." Manhua throws herself into her arms, weeping bitterly. Tianfen can only sigh helplessly, thinking as expected, no matter what world you're in, humans can never escape being exploited. Ying looks at him awkwardly and asks, "Young master, what should we do with this little girl?" Tianfen is silent for a moment, then answers, "Bring her along. Once we enter the city, have Su Gao's people find out where her village is. Su Gao approaches and bows before reporting, "Young master, the other children have been properly buried. As for this altar, how should we handle it?" He hears this and simply waves his hand, "Clean it all up. It's nothing but an eyesore." Tianfen gazes into the distance and speaks with a tinge of sorrow, "What a pity. This four-season forest is truly a wondrous sight ruined by human greed." The next day in Liuguang City, Tianfen strolls alongside the pink-haired girl. She looks around and exclaims, "Liuguang City really is bustling." He hears this and tells her it's not always this lively. Today just happens to be their god-receiving festival. There'll be a procession carrying the deity's statue through the streets shortly. Ying walked alongside Than Hoa and spoke up. This was no mere coincidence. She quickly explained the young master had specially hired a team of seasoned rogue cultivators, veterans of the outside world, to adjust the route in real time based on road conditions, all to ensure the finest travel experience possible. The pink-haired lass heard this and gave a polite, professional smile before addressing him. The young master's arrangements are truly thorough. The system artifact spirit watched him puff up with pride, chin tilted skyward, and silently cursed. "HMPH, great fool, don't you use that energy to have a strategist plan out your cultivation properly." Suddenly he glanced to the side, his brow furrowing in bewilderment. Than Hoa seemed even gloomier than before. She hadn't uttered a single word this entire time. Tianfen crouched slightly to meet the girl's eyes and said, "We're out to have fun, so don't wear such a long face. In this world, besides cultivating immortality, there are plenty of wonderful things. Come no smell." Than Hoa's expression remained downcast as she answered him. "Young master, I cannot cultivate immortality. I am nothing but a good-for-nothing. How can I possibly smile?" Seeing her so despondent, he fell silent without another word. A moment later, the girl was sitting atop a spinning fish-shaped ride, grinning from ear to ear. He walked a few paces behind, watching her laugh joyfully as she played with the contraption. After spinning around for a while, Than Hoa finally gave up, crying out, "Young master, I'm so dizzy me head won't stop spinning." Tianfen chuckled softly and flicked his fingers, casting a minor spell on the girl. Truly, she still had the temperament of a child. Suddenly, from a distance, a man bellowed, "Than Hoa." The girl's face lit up the instant she spotted him, and she shouted, "Papa." She leaped down from the fish and bolted straight into his arms. Papa asked in astonishment, "Than Hoa, weren't you cultivating under the immortal master? Why are you here?" His fierce visage locked onto the girl's shoulders. He roared, "Did you run away?" Terrified, Than Hoa immediately screamed, "Papa, no, that immortal master is actually a fraud." Before she could say another word, he slapped her across the face and cursed, "Insolent brat." The three standing nearby were stunned into silence. Than Hoa was knocked to the ground by the blow, yet her father still towered over her, seething with rage. "Have you gone mad? How dare you slander the immortal master? I paid a tremendous price to send you on the path of cultivation, and this is what you've learned." Than Hoa clutched her stinging cheek, tears streaming down as she trembled. "Papa, I'm not lying. The immortal master placed a curse seal on us. I can't cultivate. I will never be able to cultivate." The more she spoke, the more her father's fury mounted, his teeth grinding audibly. "You." Suddenly his gaze fell upon Tianfen's group of three, and he fell silent for a beat, as if contemplating something. He quickly crouched down and said to Than Hoa, "Girl, don't listen to others spouting nonsense. That so-called curse cell the immortal master explained it was because your aptitude was lacking. Only with the seal could you cultivate immortality." Than Hoa, utterly terrified, trembling, asked, "Papa, did you know from the very beginning that the immortal master would seal us?" He seized her shoulders and shook her violently, shouting, "Cultivating immortality is such a magnificent gift. How can one ascend without paying a price? Girl, you." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly erupted from behind its ear. What arrived was a stone statue of the red-eyed man from the day before. The people around revered it deeply, calling the statue the divine idol. They chanted in unison, "It has arrived." Her father immediately dropped to his knees and prostrated before it. Than Hoa beside him was utterly horrified. She stumbled backward, trembling, "The immortal master. Why is it him?" Her father heard this and furiously bellowed, "Than Hoa, kneel at once. Do not show disrespect to the immortal master." As everyone prostrated before the statue in eerie unison, the stone idol's eyes suddenly flared with a blood-red glow. Ying instantly moved to shield him and warned, "Young master, be careful, something is wrong with this statue." The statue's eyes grew increasingly human-like, the only difference being the crimson pupils that burned within. Now, not just the icy sinister smile had also crept across the statue's face. The villagers were swiftly ensnared by the statue's gaze. Seeing the situation deteriorate, she immediately unleashed a spell radiant solar purification. Perched atop the statue, a young disciple happened to notice something. The young disciple pointed straight at Ying mid-incantation and shouted, "You! What do you think you're doing?" Instantly, the young disciple understood the situation, and she swiftly channeled her power forward. The blast of force slammed into the statue's face, shattering one entire side. Chunks of stone debris rained down upon the villagers below. The young disciple still shouted arrogantly, "How dare you! You dare destroy the immortal master's divine statue." At that very moment, the statue grew even more sinister. It unleashed a technique called the Seal of Eternal Fortune and Wisdom. Those who had only just partially awakened were once again swallowed by its control. On every person's forehead, a crimson character materialized, bound tight by iron threads that coiled like serpents. The villagers, as if going mad, began to babble deliriously. Is this the taste of cultivating immortality? Ah, it's truly wonderful. Tianfeng was somewhat surprised to see the circular barrier hovering in front of him. Ying had conjured a protective ward to block the sinister forces from breaching their perimeter. She quickly explained, "Young Master, it's the wedding garment curse. That divine statue is casting the wedding garment curse on everyone." Tianfeng glanced at the people outside, now gazing at their group with unsettling, glazed eyes. No wonder everything had felt off. Someone suddenly cackled from nowhere, "Haha, you cannot escape." At that very instant, a mark identical to those on the villagers' foreheads appeared on the pink-haired lass's brow. Tianfeng and Ying were no exception. Marks had bloomed on their foreheads as well. She said anxiously, "This is bad, young master." He examined his own body and replied, I can feel it too, but the change doesn't seem that drastic." In truth, inside his body, the system artifact spirit was frantically intercepting every hostile signal, seething with barely contained fury. "Where the hell did this bastard come from? Don't you dare try to steal my host." The system artifact spirit poured everything she had into blocking the intrusion. Outside, the statue continued to press its assault with even greater force. The young disciple suddenly whipped around to face the divine statue. Her expression twisted with rage as she gritted her teeth. The immortal master's divine statue actually. She quickly jabbed a finger toward Tianfen's group and screamed, "These people, the immortal master in his boundless compassion, has bestowed upon us the sacred cultivation methods, and you show no gratitude. You even dare destroy his divine statue. Seize them. Offer them as sacrifices to the immortal master." The villagers, completely enthralled, turned upon them with vicious, glassy eyes. One man rushed forward, bellowing, "Get out of my way." That one, wearing a cruel expression, grabbed two villagers on either side. "Let me use you to test the new power I've just received." Before the man could finish his sentence, the butt end of a spear cracked into his chin. She roared with fury, "Begone!" The man was sent hurtling into the sky by her blow. Ying stepped out of the protective ward and immediately began to feel the effects. She gritted her teeth in anger, her mind racing. The wedding garment curse is beginning to take effect. That evil cultivator is draining my power. The maddened villagers charged at her, screaming their throats raw. She dares resist. Everyone attack Tojdor, bring them down. The immortal master is watching over us. Instantly, the one who had just shouted was whipped across the face. Next, another was cracked across the skull. Every villager who lunged forward, Ying met head-on without faltering. Even as she fought, her mind raced with calculations. With that evil cultivator's cultivation base, he shouldn't be capable of casting such a large-scale wedding garment curse. Doesn't he fear his own body collapsing? The stone statue remained utterly motionless, save for those blood-red eyes that burned like embers. Suddenly, the crimson pupils shifted downward. The one it gazed upon was Tianfeng. The mark on his forehead flickered with golden light. Meanwhile, inside Tianfen's body, the system artifact spirit was frantically repelling the intrusion. Teetering on the edge of fury, "Stop underestimating me." Finally, thanks to the system artifact spirit's tireless efforts, every last trace of the warning signal vanished completely. She cried out with glee, "Mission come to mama." At that very moment outside, Tianfen was continuously receiving point notifications. Host did not resist the plundering of vital energy. Received double vital energy supplement 414, 274, 570, 642, 245, 224. He stood there dumbfounded and utterly speechless. Tianfen was so furious he wanted to scream into the system's face. "Stop using my body as your combat training ground." Inside, the system artifact spirit cheerfully replied, "A mere chi condensation 7th stage cultivator shouldn't underestimate a poor system." Outside, Ying struggles to hold back the onslaught of attacks. She fights and kicks with everything she has. Ying swiftly activates her signature spell, the 10th Hind Fire Eruption. The mark on her forehead erupts with a golden glow. She is trying to resist his intrusion by sheer force. The villagers see her faltering and cry out in unison. She's finished, everyone charge now. Ying's strength wanes rapidly. A cold realization strikes her mind. Damn it, it drained my vital qi this fast. At that moment, King He rushes out and throws herself in front of Ying, screaming, "Stop, you've all been deceived by Si Xian's words." The young man hears the girl's words and jabs a finger at her, barking his order. This little girl seems to be one of them, all enemies who seek to sabotage the immortal master's divine teachings. King He cries out in despair, her voice cracking. "Everyone, father, why do you all willingly become the immortal's prey? Why does no one question the immortal master's words?" Luo Tianfen places a hand on the girl's shoulder and says, "It's because they understand everything you've just said." The four of them stand together within the protective barrier. The girl looks confused, so he opens his mouth to explain, because they don't dare to refuse. Because they fear that if they refuse, others will agree, and then how can they be certain their own decision was the right one? Luo Tianfen gazes into the distance, recalling the past, and continues, "Falling behind is the most terrifying hunger in the world. Once you've tasted it, you will never stop trying to fill that bottomless belly, even if the price is everything you have." King He stares blankly and asks another question. Is there truly no way out? He glances down at the girl, a faint smile crossing his lips. Of course there is. King He presses urgently. What is it? Luo Tianfen utters a single answer. Nothing complicated, just let go. The girl stares at him in utter bewilderment. The system's artifact spirit is rendered utterly speechless with exasperation. King He asks in confusion, "Just let go of everything. Young master, is it really that simple?" Luo Tianfen glances down at the girl and speaks. "Little one, letting go is anything but simple. For many, it is an obsession that haunts them for an entire lifetime, one they can never release." The man from before snarls at him in fury. "What could you possibly understand?" The man rages on with bitter resentment. "You wear robes embroidered with golden thread, flanked by cultivator bodyguards. How splendid! How could you ever comprehend our suffering, those of us with no door into the immortal path?" The more he speaks, the more unhinged he becomes, clutching his head in agony. "For the sake of the word immortal, I squandered every last coin of my fortune. My wife left, my children scattered, all just to step through the gates of the immortal sect. And guess what the people inside that immortal sect told me?" He recalls the scene the day he knelt to beg for a master. But that cultivator merely looked down and uttered, "Your aptitude is wretched. You are unfit for cultivation." The cultivator's voice was cold as frost. "Leave at once. Don't waste your efforts in vain." The man stands outside those gates like a ghost, muttering those words over and over, "wretched aptitude," until he finally erupts into madness, screaming a lifetime of effort, mocked by a mere child with 4 words. Guess how that felt? The defiance swelling in my chest nearly suffocated me. Luo Tianfen listens to it all, then breaks into a smile. "Then congratulations are in order." The man glares at him, teeth grinding. "What?" Luo Tianfen's gaze carries nothing but contempt. "You've yearned for cultivation your entire life, and now, at last, you've experienced its taste. Shouldn't this be the happiest moment of your life? So I congratulate you." Before he even finishes, the man roars with fury. "It's not enough," he seethes with frustration and grievance. "I'm still not satisfied. I want to become even stronger. I want to return to the immortal sect that cast me aside and make them regret it. I want to find the wife and children who abandoned me and show them that I've cultivated. I want to." The man's words cut off abruptly. He falls deathly silent. King He's father's expression shifts drastically. The man clutches his head and mumbles, spiraling into madness, "I want more. I still want more." Luo Tianfen lets out a cold, mocking laugh. "You see, told you you're nothing but food." The man lunges at him in a blind rage. "I'll kill you." Ying throws herself in the way, blocking the frenzied villagers' assault. Even now, she does not forget her duty and shouts, "Young master." In the very next instant, a figure sprints forward at breakneck speed. King He's father intercepts the man's attack, shielding Luo Tianfen. The two of them crash into a nearby wall together. King He sees her father's action and cries out with overwhelming joy, "Father." The father rises after the struggle. He stares at his own clenched fist and murmurs, "Cultivation is actually quite an exhilarating thing. With this kind of strength, I could probably take down a mountain bear with ease." He turns his gaze toward Luo Tianfen, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Young master, your words were unpleasant, calling us food, and all, but strangely, they awakened something in me." The girl runs to him and throws her arms around him, calling out, "Father." He kneels down and wraps his arms around his daughter, his voice heavy with emotion. Father doesn't ask for much, all I want is for King He to live well. He gently strokes his little daughter's face and speaks. Father wishes he had the power to protect you forever. What does cultivation even matter? The moment those words leave his lips, the mark on his forehead begins to undergo a transformation. The wedding garment curse's hold on him starts to dissipate, lifting away from his body. The father's face begins to wrinkle and wither as he utters in a weakening voice, Father doesn't care. Luo Tianfen notices the father's deteriorating state and his expression shifts to one of shock. The man struggles to his feet, letting out a venomous laugh laced with mockery. Ha ha ha, the immortal master has already passed judgment upon you. No sooner does he finish than his own body begins to show the same signs. He trembles and calls out in terror, Immortal Master. All around, the other villagers begin to exhibit the same symptoms. Ying is no exception. She drops to one knee, her face pale. This is bad. She quickly assumes a meditative posture, circulating her cultivation to resist the curse. The system's artifact spirit suddenly blares a warning, careful. It appears someone has latched onto this person's soul. Luo Tianfen glances at the artifact spirit with an exasperated look but says nothing. The system, catching his stare, flares up indignantly. What are you looking at me for? I'm helping you restore your vital qi, and I still get blamed. A spine-chilling voice echoes through the air, pure vital qi, such pristine vital energy. The cursed villagers begin to descend further into madness. The eerie voice continues, dripping with malice, rich spiritual power, endless and surging. Now, even King He has fallen under its control. The father grabs King He's shoulders helplessly, shaking her. Girl, what's happening to you? The voice speaks again, reveling in twisted delight. Who would have thought heaven would be so generous to let me encounter you today? You possess a rare, heaven-blessed talent for cultivation. Luo Tianfen stands within the protective barrier, watching as the mind-controlled villagers slowly close in, their souls being drained and exploited. You really are vicious beyond measure, he mutters. The voice retorts swiftly, such a blessed fate and destined affinity for cultivation. If you cannot hold on to it, then leave it to me. Even the pink-haired girl has already fallen under its spell. Below him, King He clings to him in her puppet-like state. The voice continues, let me use your bones and flesh to brew a grand elixir. Luo Tianfen's lips curl into a smirk. He gently pushes King He's head away and speaks, seeing how wholeheartedly devoted you are to this. I almost feel bad for interrupting. Luo Tianfen glances down at King He, lets out a cold, knowing laugh, and says with hidden meaning, what exactly makes you think you've already got me in the palm of your hand? The cabin doors of the celestial ship swing open. The Luo Manor reveals itself. The great vessel descends from above, hovering before Luo Tianfen before coming to a halt. Luo Tianfen smiles faintly. You talk far too much, it's getting on my nerves. So why don't you do yourself a favor and remove that wedding garment curse willingly? He points imperiously at the idol perched above. Or I'll just smash that statue of yours to dust. How does that sound? A flicker of unease finally crosses the scholar's face. The celestial pearl is it. Do you still intend to use the celestial pearl to shatter the city's protective barrier? Does the Ascension Accord even permit that? Tianfen wastes no words, points straight ahead and barks his order. Fire! The man's face drains of all color in sheer terror. What? Aboard the flying vessel, the crew receives the command and unleashes a barrage of devastating fire spells down below. The man's eyes roll white in abject panic. The barrier doesn't hold for long, it shatters apart. The subordinates aboard the ship transmit their voices down, young master. The city's protective formation has been destroyed. What are your orders? The talisman beside him begins to burn. Tianfen smirks, good, this lord's next target. Aboard the flying vessel, a massive fire thunder sphere coalesces, locking directly onto the statue before hurtling straight at it. Tianfen strokes his chin and lets out a hearty laugh, waiting to see the result. The scholar sees that the statue remains utterly unscathed. Coupled with the fact that Tianfen has violated the accord, he grows smugly triumphant. Indeed truly worthy of the immortal fate I chose. I truly underestimated your courage. You actually dared to violate the Ascension Accord by using a celestial pearl within the city. He laughs wildly, raising two fingers as if preparing to execute something. Suddenly, the curse inscribed upon the chi imprint atop his head loses all spiritual power, and his eyes return to normal. He looks around in bewilderment, crying out in panic, who am I? Where am I? The man from before also gradually returns to his senses. Thanhoa's father breaks free from the wedding garment curse and calls out to her in fear, girl. The flower-crowned mistress also recovers. Staring blankly, unable to comprehend what just happened. The system artifact spirit asks Tianfin in confusion. Why did he suddenly release his control? Did he just let it go? Tianfin, having already spotted the issue, speaks up. She stares blankly and asks, difficulty. Suddenly, several voices ring out from below. The townsfolk buzz with alarm, gazing up at the statue. The immortal master's divine statuettes cracking. Cursed heavens, what's happening? They turn their eyes toward the flying vessel above, pointing at it. That ship is enormous. Could it be that the celestial pearl destroyed the divine statue? Stop the celestial pearl at once. The system artifact spirit covers her mouth. Now we're in trouble, given the sheer fanaticism of these believers. If you still want the celestial pearl to continue its assault, you'll have to wipe out every last one of these devotees first. Tianfin furrows his brow, his expression hardening. It seems this is a difficult problem for me to solve. The system artifact spirit continues, so which is it? Break the wedding garment curse and annihilate these fanatical devotees. Or spare that heretical cultivator for the sake of the believers. Host, what do you choose? Tianfin listens in silence, then his face goes green. He slaps his own face, lets his arms fall limply to his sides, and lets out a despondent sigh. Witnessing Tianfin's expression dark as the bottom of a cauldron, the artifact spirit thinks to herself, final finale, a situation where he can't lean on his family's power. Only by tasting the bitterness of helplessness can the motivation for true internal growth be born. Tianfin finally speaks. I choose the former. Hearing the first part, the system artifact spirit thinks perhaps after this difficult choice, I can provide some guidance that sparks a genuine change in his mindset. But Tianfin then adds listlessly for words, to throw everything away. The system artifact spirit's jaw drops. She stares at him, then stammers in disbelief. Host, I understand this is a difficult choice, but this. Just throw everything away. How do you even throw away a situation like this? Tianfin says with complete nonchalance, very simple. If the choice is too hard, then I won't choose at all. Let them decide for themselves whether to cling to their lives or die pursuing their faith. He waves his hand and shouts, Su Gao, keep firing. A man points at Tianfin and screams, it's you. You're the one controlling that vessel. You destroyed the divine statue. The scholar also flies into a rage. You blasphemous lunatic, daring to destroy the divine statue, aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution? If you want to destroy the divine statue, you'll have to step over our corpses. Tianfin's voice rings out once more, and the vessel above unleashes another volley. Very well, I respect your choice. The blast of spiritual energy strikes the statue dead on. The scholar leaps up in a desperate attempt to evade, but its futile hit and instantly obliterated, his body scattering into nothing. The others finally know true terror, stammering incoherently. Dead, he's really dead. The immortal master never said anyone would actually die. Manhua's father cannot believe his own eyes. How is this possible? How dare you? You actually dared to do it. The immortal master will punish you. The immortal master will deliver divine retribution. Tianfin sneers coldly. Still clinging to your immortal master, are you? Your immortal master won't lift a finger for any of you. Either move aside or stay. The choice is yours. Su Gao, continue. An old man stammers in confusion. I just remembered there are urgent matters at home. I request permission to leave. Immediately. The others see this and bolt for their lives. Wait for me, my family has urgent business too, I have to go. Actually, I don't really need to cultivate immortality after all. 3 massive flying swords appear in the sky above, radiating tremendous power. 3 figures then descend upon the blades. The 3 masked figures land upon their swords and declare in booming voices, by the authority of the Ascension Accord, we order you to immediately withdraw from the city's no-fly zone and submit to our judgment. A transmission talisman flies to Su Gao, who asks, young master, the guardian cultivators have arrived. Shall we continue? The green-haired man bursts into wild, cackling laughter. Finally, someone who can stop him. At last, this brat is going to be punished by the guardian cultivators. Tianfin doesn't flinch. He raises his voice without a shred of fear. Who cares about these so-called guardian cultivators? Even if the heavenly emperor himself descended, I would still obliterate this wretched statue. As he speaks, Su Gao shows no mercy, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy straight at the statue, causing it to shatter into 1,000 fragments. Recalling when Tianfin and Wanfu were fishing by the lake, Tianfin had asked his uncle with puzzlement, what exactly is the Ascension Accord? Wanfu hears the question and explains, the magical treasures and divine abilities of cultivators possess far too much destructive power. Every clash leaves devastation across the surrounding land. After signing the Ascension Accord, that group of cultivators voluntarily became Dao Guardians, meaning they swore to uphold the Accord's mandate. So long ago, a band of cultivators forged an agreement called the Ascension Accord with the various powers, establishing a set of rules to protect the mortal world. Tianfen listens and simply smiles. I see, sounds like a noble cause. Wanfu continues, indeed, that's precisely why in those early days the great factions didn't hesitate to support them with resources. After all, aside from demonic cultivators, no one wishes to see the living beings of the world suffer needlessly. Back then, quite a few people, whether out of personal inclination or genuine sympathy, voluntarily joined the Dao Guardians. For a time, under the Dao Guardians' administration, the world truly became far more orderly. Cultivators no longer acted with reckless abandon. Tianfen interjects, sounds like the story is about to take a turn, doesn't it? Wanfu smiles faintly. Not necessarily a turn. After a moment, the fishing rod suddenly tugs. Wanfu reels it in, hooking a large fish, then remarks, in the end, there are always fish that can't resist the bait. Returning to the present, the townsfolk are now in a state of utter panic, falling to their knees and wailing. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? From above, a transmission talisman carries Su Gao's voice. Young master, the Dao Guardians are heading your way. Tianfen smiles lightly. Well, they certainly know how to pick their targets. No sooner are the words spoken than the 3 Dao Guardian cultivators descend. The leader lands and immediately erupts in fury. Insolent brat. Not only have you violated the Ascension Accord by flying a celestial vessel within the city, you've also destroyed fellow Taoist incense's preaching ceremony. He extends his hand, condensing spiritual power. Today, I shall act on behalf of the Dao Guardians to purge evil and uphold justice. Tianfen doesn't flinch or falter. Instead, he lets out a hearty, carefree laugh. Purge evil and uphold justice, how amusing. Manhua steps forward and shouts, that's not true. The girl glares at the cultivators above and declares, the young master is not a bad person. That swindler of an immortal master is the true villain here. The man immediately launches his attack downward. Ignorant mortals who dare cause chaos, all of you deserve punishment. Suddenly, one of them lunges forward to intercept, while another swiftly casts a minor binding seal to lock the target in place. He then swoops down, discarding all pretense of reason as he strikes directly at Manhua. The little girl freezes in terror, utterly paralyzed and unable to react. Fortunately, Tianfen rushes over and pulls the girl into his arms. The artifact spirit, seizing its moment to shine, refuses to sit idle. It whips out a card and declares, behold me ultimate life-saving blocking technique. The incoming strike slams into a system barrier that materializes out of thin air, halting it dead. The other 2 are startled by the commotion on this side. The artifact spirit's eyes brim with tears. Finally, it cackles with glee. I finally have a chance to show off. This leaves Tianfen utterly speechless. But after a moment, he tightens his grip on the thing in his hand and thinks, oh well, let her have her fun for once. The pressure must have been too much for her. She's probably driven nearly insane by now. With that thought, he tucks it back into his pouch and turns to ask Manhua, are you all right? The girl stares blankly and murmurs, I'm fine. One of them speaks up to rebuke, there are still mortals present. How could you resort to killing? The other one remains stubborn, retorting coldly, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Tianfen looks up at them, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So this is how the Guardian cultivators protect the world. They fall silent for a beat before one of them responds, how I conduct myself within the Guardian cultivators is none of your concern to criticize. Tianfen frowns. This heretical cultivator has been conducting sacrificial rites and preaching in Liuguang City, using commoners as offerings. You knew about this all along, didn't you? The man sees nothing wrong with it, and counters with a question of his own. So what if we knew? Tianfen presses, you knew full well that people were being harmed, yet you chose not to intervene. The man's face darkens. The Wuhua covenant contains no clause prohibiting the incense path from spreading its teachings to sentient beings. Moreover, this is a voluntary arrangement between both parties. No one forced these mortals to believe. Why should I intervene? Tianfen's expression turns grim, his voice dropping several degrees colder. An event of this scale couldn't possibly be orchestrated by a single heretical cultivator alone. Doesn't that mean the Guardian cultivators have also played a part in this? The man throws his head back and laughs, and if we did, so what? I don't mind telling you fellow Taoists of the incense path have been officially registered in the Guardian Cultivator's ledgers. They preach by the book, perfectly legal. Are you planning to exterminate me as well? Tianfen looks at him and sneers, killing you with a single shot might not even be enough to quell my anger. The man laughs defiantly in response. The cardinal rule of the Guardian Cultivators is to unite against outsiders. If you dare kill me today, regardless of what backing you have, prepare to face the wrath of the entire Guardian Cultivator organization. Well, can you swallow that price? Tianfen doesn't let a single word of his threats enter his ears. He's only concerned with his own neck, which feels like it's about to snap. Looking up to talk is far too exhausting. Su Gao, bring him down. On cue, Su Gao emerges from behind and lands with a thunderous acknowledgement. Yes, sir. The man immediately notices Su Gao's presence. What? He instantly launches a strike straight at Su Gao, but it amounts to nothing. Su Gao merely throws a single punch, sending him plummeting to the ground below a pillar. He crashes down hard and looks up in disbelief. The other two also descend to the ground. Humiliated beyond measure, he grinds his teeth until they creak. You're courting death. The artifact spirit produces a brand new quest board and announces to Tianfen, a branching quest has been activated. You find yourself at a crossroads. Choose to bow your head and submit to the Guardian Cultivators, those who have willingly fallen into depravity and harm the innocent, or choose the coward's path. Lower your head, apologize, and beg for mercy. Tianfen eyes the system appraisingly. You've really stopped bothering to hide your selfishness, haven't you? The system replies smugly, quit dithering, choose already. Tianfen heaves a sigh, then helplessly reaches up and removes the pendant necklace from his neck. I don't know why everything today keeps forcing me to make choices like this. Don't you know the thing I despise most in life is having to make choices? He holds up the pendant and adds, how about this, let's leave it all to fate. If it lands on your side, you live, if not, you die. The man grits his teeth in fury. Are you mocking me? Tianfen laughs and flips the pendant into the air. Come on. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a massive cocoon lies within a cave. To everyone's shock, a figure crawls out from inside. He clambers out of the cocoon and collapses face down on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I refuse to accept this. I clearly promised myself I would act with utmost caution. So what if a mere Taoist temple is destroyed? Just rebuild it later. Heaven has bestowed a blessed fortune upon me. Encountering such exquisite prey is no different from being gifted a priceless treasure. If I can devour him, it will far surpass swallowing hundreds of inferior offerings. So hungry, this wretched mortal vessel is far too limiting. I'm so starved I can't even cast my techniques anymore. He raises his hand and stares at it. A long, dreadful moment passes. Then, beneath those blood-red eyes, he viciously sinks his teeth into his own hand. The sight of the man greedily devouring his own hand is utterly horrifying. After a moment he stops and murmurs, finally, I have strength again. When was the last time I ate? It's been so long I can't even remember. The appetizer is done, time for the main course. Though doing it this way means losing 3 to 4% of the nourishment, so be it. After tasting that flavor, it's like fire ants crawling beneath my skin. I can't hold back anymore. I truly cannot hold back. On Tianfen's side, a sword suddenly shoots out from behind, piercing clean through one of the cultivators. The man can scarcely believe it. What? The system board flashes a quest failed notification. Both are stunned into silence. What? None of them had expected that the one who thrust the sword was none other than the black-robed cultivator himself. The remaining cultivator stares at him in abject terror, then turns and flees in a blind panic. But he doesn't get far almost instantly. The black-robed figure cleaves him down with a single sword stroke. He then stands before the corpses of the two cultivators. Tianfen's pendant is still rolling lazily along the ground. The man turns and speaks, young Master Luo, perhaps it would be best not to dirty your hands. Outsiders cannot kill guardian cultivators without consequence. But when a guardian cultivator kills his own, there is no need to worry about retaliation from the organization. Tianfen doesn't press further. He smiles, congratulations on completing your closed-door cultivation. But tell me, do you know who I am? The man replies, I am not personally acquainted with you, young master, but I once had the chance to witness the celestial remembrance ship of the Changsheng Luo Manor. With that knowledge, deducing your identity is hardly difficult. Tianfen is slightly surprised, then breaks into a smile. I see. In that case, would you care to explain just how far this situation has progressed? The man suddenly drops to his knees. Young Master Luo, please forgive me for acting of my own accord, but I killed them because he pauses. Then continues, his voice hardening, they deserve to die. Sugao glances over. Lord Ying, are you alright? Someone like you actually suffered a setback. Truly rare. Tianfen stands erect, his gaze cold and piercing. Explain, why did they deserve to die? The masked figure clasps his fists and bows his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Half a year ago, while investigating a case, I stumbled upon the heretical practices of this incense path, cultivating living people as sustenance. At the same time, I discovered that the shadow of the guardian cultivators loomed behind this entire affair. I selected several cases and filed reports upward, but even after a long stretch of time, I received no directives whatsoever from above. Then this man approached me directly and attempted to recruit me. Tianfen furrows his brow, listening in silence, his sharp eyes flickering with a glint of interest, somewhat intriguing. The masked figure continues, according to the Guardian Cultivator's internal regulations. The Hushin report I filed directly was beyond his authority to access. Yet not only did I know about this affair, those above also chose to remain silent. Hearing this, Tianfen lets out a cold laugh. It seems this isn't mere negligence. Somion has been silently enabling this heretical cultivator's atrocities all along. The masked figure nods, his fury barely suppressed. Precisely. Your thoughts mirror my own, which is why I accepted his recruitment offer. I understood my own limitations. I could not shatter this rotten system on my own. I could only bide my time. In the days since, I witnessed with my own eyes how innocent civilians were penned like livestock by this heretical cultivator. And the guardian cultivators, those who were sworn to protect the people, became nothing more than rotten meat wrappers, abetting and concealing that stench of evil. He finally speaks, his voice sharp as a blade's edge. So, why did you dare to kill today? The masked figure lifts his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination laced with bitterness. Because of you, young Master Luo, please forgive me. I alone had absolutely no way to continue investigating this case. I had no choice but to drag you into it. Only by leveraging your status to escalate the matter could I force the Guardian Cultivator's upper echelons to take notice. Hearing this, Ying, standing nearby, furrows his brow and speaks up. Young master, this man is clearly, but Tianfen waves his hand calmly, it's fine. He turns to look directly at the masked figure, his gaze cold and piercing. If you wanted to borrow a blade to kill, why did you ultimately strike with your own hand? The masked figure lowers his head, his voice still resolute. After all, this is an internal matter of the Path Guardian show. Could they allow young Master Luo to dirty his hands? He nods, yet refuses to drop the question. How does the Path Guardian Corps handle the killing of fellow members? The masked figure lets out a dry smile and answers without the slightest hesitation. Death without question. He raises an eyebrow, his voice stern. And beyond that, no regrets. The masked figure replies calmly, death is certain. Before the killing there is regret, during the killing there is tension. But once the deed is done there is only satisfaction. No room remains for remorse. He lets out a sigh, his tone dripping with exasperation. You know better than anyone I detest trouble the most. The masked figure immediately clasps his fists and declares clearly, rest assured, my lord, these two Path Guardians die by my hand alone. There will be no connection whatsoever to you, or the eternal Luo Manor. Today you merely happened upon a negligent Path Guardian, felt displeasure, and need not concern yourself with anything beyond that. As for the one Path Guardian who escapes, young master need not trouble himself over it either. Suddenly, a strange red seal mark materializes above his head. The masked figure stumbles back a step in alarm. The artifact spirit erupts in fury, its voice lashing out like a scolding. Again, you refuse to sever ties, is that it? Su Gao and Ying exclaim in unison, their voices full of worry, young master. But he merely flashes an intrigued smile. His tone laden with hidden meaning, truly impossible to cut free. The masked figure speaks urgently, that dark cultivator is forcibly activating the wedding garment curse remoteless. Such an act is extremely life-shortening. Has he gone mad? He glances sideways at the girl beside him, his voice carrying unspoken questions. I, too, would like to know why he suddenly targeted me. But she merely smiles softly without a reply, her gaze suggesting it has nothing to do with her. The masked figure bows low, his hands weaving an intricate talisman pattern, muttering under his breath. Young master, rest assured, I can use the wedding garment curse to trace the dark cultivator's location. I will go and slay him at once, eliminating this threat for you. But he simply raises a hand to stop him, his tone cold. No need for such trouble. Then he turns his head and speaks decisively, old man, summon Su Gao here at once. The reply comes without hesitation, as you command. Far away in a gloomy cavern, a dark cultivator with bloodshot eyes performs a sinister ritual. his voice trembles with excitement. Yes, this is it, this is exactly it. Endless, surging without cease, far fiercer than I ever imagined. How can this be the spiritual essence of some foundation establishment brat? It truly feels like devouring an immortal. Distant memories flood back into his mind. That day, the desire to become an immortal suddenly sprouted in his mind. This thought was like a seed, taking root in his brain. And as he grew, he continued to nurture that obsession. But the deeper he walked the path of immortal cultivation, the more he realized a cruel truth. Flowers may bloom, but why can they not bear fruit? His mother once tried to stop him. Human lifespans are limited and Tao fruits are impossible to attain, but he refused to accept it. Her compassionate voice from that day echoes in his mind. My child, I beg you, stop cultivating immortality. Please stop. But back then he merely turned to her with cold eyes, his voice sharp as a blade. I refuse to accept this. Mother, you don't understand at all, do you? You are ignorant, but I do not blame you. That is because you have never experienced the ecstasy of immortal cultivation. He pushed his own mother onto the path of death, all to prove his conviction. As she lay dying, her eyes were filled with shock and agony. That day, his obsession transformed him into a demon. Let me help you cultivate. If cultivation is not enough, then I shall cultivate with my life. If the body is a shackle, then I shall cast this body away. In his hands rests an ancient tome titled Myriad Tao Mystic Incense Scripture. He feeds on the power of fallen souls, nurturing his obsession with immortality from the flesh and spirits of others. His eyes bulge wide as long as he can become an immortal. In the dark cultivator's eyes, there is only desire and madness, an unstoppable, all-consuming madness. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Ha ha ha, the heavenly tribulation approaches. Tianfeng steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the haggard old man before him. The corners of his lips curl upward slightly. Judging by your condition, the harvest must have been no small thing. The old man laughs, his cackle ringing out like metal striking metal. Heh, the natural spatial formation of the Four Seasons Formation Forest is truly a masterwork wrought by gods and ghosts alike. I have studied it for days and have only grasped 3 parts of its divine essence. He furrows his brow and counters, is it enough? The old man immediately bows, his expression briefly flustered but still earnest. Time is short, originally. I intended to use it as a guiding formation for the Qing fire array, lock down that demonic cultivator, and send the divine guards through to capture him, and lift the curse from the girl king. But now the formation has suddenly been compromised. Sending armored guards through is no longer feasible, but transmitting a few items through should pose no issue. Hearing this, a glint of interest flashes in his eyes. He slowly produces a luminous, sparkling jade sphere. Then this will be more than enough. Since you claim I am his destined tribulation, shouldn't I gift this fellow a taste of heavenly tribulation? The old man sits cross-legged before a mysterious red box. From within, tiny talisman slips rise into the air, gently orbiting around him. At first, they circle slowly, hugging close to his body, but within moments, their speed and radius of rotation expand dramatically. They form a brilliant ring of light that envelops the old man entirely. Tianfeng stands to the side, his gaze tracking every movement of the old man. Then he speaks. This is a formation refined from the spatial laws of the Four Seasons Formation Forest. The old man raises his head, his eyes filled with deference. Indeed, young master, however, it is still in its embryonic stagia, few joints still require refinement. Young master may proceed. Without another word, Tianfeng draws the jade sphere from his sleeve and hurls it into the center of the barrier ring. The moment the sphere touches down, a blinding radiance erupts, forming a mighty bolt of lightning that tears through space itself, rocketing toward a distant target, forcing even the figure in the cave to raise his brows in shock. The tribulation clouds haven't even formed yet. Is the heavenly tribulation falling already? In an instant, his surprise transforms into arrogant laughter. Ha ha, even the heavenly tribulation is rushing to help me prove my Tao. Good, then today I shall prove the grandeur of my path. But before he can act, the bolt of lightning abruptly changes course, coiling around his body like a bloodthirsty beast. The sensation of agony tearing his sanity apart makes him scream. What? The laws of this heavenly tribulation, does it feel like it has intent? His final words dissolve into the thunderous explosion. His body is swallowed entirely by the lightning, leaving behind a silent void, without the faintest trace of life. On this side, Tianfeng raises an eyebrow slightly, a hint of regret in his voice. What a shame I couldn't watch it live. I wonder if he'd thank me for gifting him a heavenly tribulation. The masked figure standing nearby, having witnessed the entire display, cannot help but ask, the treasure you threw just know it seemed to carry a trace of true immortal aura. Tianfen smiles, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, because that sphere was forged from a true immortal's heavenly tribulation. The masked figure shudders the moment he hears Tianfen's confirmation, using a true immortal's heavenly tribulation, and pressing it into a sphere. On the other side, King He gradually regains consciousness. Her father asks anxiously, "Girl, are you all right?" The surrounding villagers also clamor in confusion, bewildered by what just transpired. One person stands dazed, "What just happened?" Another is equally stupefied, "I suddenly feel so exhausted." Ying gazes up at the sky, her sharp eyes flashing with understanding. The thunder origin has been dispelled, but the power bestowed by the demonic path has become rootless ephemera, beginning to dissolve. Tianfen stands beside her and remarks calmly, "No matter how beautiful the wedding garment, one cannot wear it for a lifetime." Then he turns to her and asks gently, "How is your body?" She replies softly, "Young master, rest assured, it is merely some depletion of vital essence. Young master shattered the divine wall at precisely the right moment, so my body suffered no lasting harm." Hearing this, he nods, "Good then." Suddenly, the artifact spirit appears, its voice brimming with excitement. Hey, there's something even better waiting for you." Tianfen furrows his brow, his expression full of curiosity. She then displays a congratulatory panel, celebrating his completion of the challenge that helped him level up. Her voice brims with pride. This time you completed the mission all on your own initiative." She continues to chatter on, her eyes sparkling with self-satisfaction. "Did you really think I'd let that red-eyed fool drain my vital essence? His cultivation base has already been contaminated with my essence. Once he perishes, the vital essence that was refined and scattered into heaven and earth will come under my control. This lingering obsession with immortality upon the primordial chi. Take your time and savor it." But just as she reveled in her triumph, she turned to Tianfen for her eyes to widen in disbelief. Why no response? This made her shift to reproach. "Why are you so calm?" Tianfen merely shrugged lightly, his expression utterly indifferent. At this moment Ying spoke up, "Young master, what's wrong?" He replied, his voice still placid, "It's nothing, perhaps just a touch of fatigue." Seeing this, she grew worried. "Young master, are you unwell? I shall take you back to rest at once." He gently shook his head, "No need." At this she stared at Tianfen, her eyes wide with shock. "How is this possible?" "This is the lingering resentment of a high-level cultivator after death. He is merely someone who has just reached spirit condensation. His cultivation base only at the mortal severance realm. How can he not be affected in the slightest?" Beside them, the masked man also spoke up. "Young Master Luo." He smiled with amusement. "As I said just now, I am someone who detests trouble." The masked man muttered inwardly upon hearing this, so it truly won't work after all. Makes sense, the Eternal Life Luo Manor carries the name Eternal Life. How could the young master be merely? But before he could finish his thoughts, Tianfen suddenly spoke aloud, "So, if you wish to borrow a blade, the commotion needs to be a bit louder." This stunned the masked man. The masked man stammered, "What do you mean, sir?" He smiled with amusement. "I just said I am the person who fears trouble the most." The masked man still hesitated. "I thought your words meant you were refusing." Tianfen raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. "Refuse? Oh, you've misunderstood." His voice was unhurried yet no less sharp. "The professional team I hired gave me this strategy. If you want fewer troubles when facing a problem, the best course is to eradicate it at the root. But if you truly cannot resolve it, do not hesitate, decisively escalate and crush them with wealth." "Hey." He paused, a gleam of mischief flashing in his eyes. "As it happens, my coffers run rather deep." That line does sound a bit provocative, doesn't it? The masked man blinked in momentary confusion before letting out a soft chuckle. This time I don't feel that way at all." Meanwhile, the woman beside him pouted slightly. The masked man immediately dropped to one knee, his expression solemn. "On behalf of those who have no choice, I thank you for your family's backing." Tianfen waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. As for how to proceed specifically, you may contact the strategists under my command." Then he turned, "Ying, let's head back." She could only manage to say young. But after taking just a few steps, he suddenly turned back as if remembering something. Nearly forgot. I feel that in this vast, rich world, there shouldn't be only one single solution. Immortal cultivation is not the only path, it should merely be one choice among many." Before the masked man could respond, Tianfen had already turned and walked away with a wave. "My body grows weary, I'll take my leave." Meanwhile, King He held up a token and shouted, "Young master, I picked up your token for you." He called out without missing a beat, "Keep it." The girl froze, staring down at the token in her hand, muttering, "Strange. Wasn't the young master still using this just now to guess heads or tails?" The masked man standing nearby also furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the token. Both sides were clearly identical. So it turned out that life and death had all been in his hands. In the distance, with Ying supporting him, the two took to the air. But before they could stabilize, Tianfen suddenly collapsed to one knee. His hand clutching his chest, a weak groan escaped between his ragged breaths, instantly sending Ying into a panic. Young master. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his eyes glazing over as if waging war against something from within. Inside, the system artifact spirit's thoughts flickered to life, its voice laced with wariness. What is this guy trying to do to me now? Everyone stood outside the infirmary, staring anxiously at the tightly shut door. Su Gao finally could not hold back and turned to her. Steward Ying, if you had already detected the anomaly, why didn't you break through and escape first? She lowered her head, her voice heavy with regret. It was my negligence. The stern-faced old man standing beside them spoke up, his voice hoarse but resolute. Enough, this is not the fault of one person alone. It is we who were too arrogant. His words silenced the air. Then the door to the infirmary slowly creaked open. A physician clad in jade-green robes stepped out at an unhurried pace. Su Gao rushed forward at once, his voice tight with worry. Physician, how is the young master? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied slowly, the young master's current condition is rather peculiar. Her words startled everyone, but the physician quickly reassured them. However, you may rest easy for now. The young master's body presents no issues. In fact, not only are there no issues, the young master's current state is exceptionally well. So well, in fact, that it's rather alarming. Inside the infirmary, Tianfen lay on the mat, his gaze lazily drifting toward the system artifact spirit. What are you trying to do? She could not conceal her irritation. You truly feel nothing at all. Tianfen laced his fingers behind his head and replied placidly, I can still hold up. She leaned closer in frustration, her voice sharp and biting. And then what? He smiled calmly, nothing. The system, seeing this, grew even more exasperated and raised its voice. How can you possibly feel nothing? Resentment this intense is enough to drastically alter a person's temperament. At that, Tianfen abruptly sat up, his eyes glinting with a cold edge. So this was your purpose all along. She slowly let out a cold laugh. Blech. He did not give her the chance to finish and cut in. Exploiting and seizing the resentment to force me to change according to your desires. The system artifact spirit's gaze remained calm. Don't make it sound like I'm trying to harm you. What I collected for you is the cultivation power of that demonic cultivator that had scattered into the heavens and earth. It merely carried a fragment of his obsession with immortality. At most, it will only influence you a little. He listened and laughed with amusement. Interesting, so you've plundered that demonic cultivator's power. She raised an eyebrow in rebuttal. Collected, not plundered. Put simply, when that demonic cultivator absorbed the primordial chi I had given to you, I was simultaneously contaminating him. Therefore, after his death, the ownerless cultivation power flowed into your body under my control. Tianfen's interest only grew, his voice dripping with mockery. So your earlier exaggerated reaction was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. You were acting all along. The real purpose was to channel my primordial chi. Am I wrong? The system artifact spirit burst into a self-satisfied laugh upon hearing this. Hey, I have to thank you, host, for strengthening your physique beforehand. Otherwise, I truly couldn't be certain you could absorb this much cultivation power all at once. Hearing this, Tianfen glanced at her, his tone curious. Cultivation power, how does it differ from the primordial chi you gave me before? She laughed, her voice brimming with confidence. The difference is enormous. At your spirit condensation realm, you can only borrow power from primordial chi. But once you advance to the seated illumination realm, you gain the ability to refine primordial chi into your own. Only then can you be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. Tianfen listened, his gaze contemplative as if synthesizing the information. So can I understand it this way? At the spirit condensation realm, the primordial chi we absorb actually comes from heaven and earth. Only after reaching the seated illumination realm do we begin to refine cultivation power into our own. The system artifact spirit nodded thoughtfully and truthfully. The refinement of primordial chi is also connected to breakthroughs in the later spirit communion realm, but fundamentally, that is correct. He lay still, a flicker of humor in his eyes as he restated it in his own terms. I haven't broken through in realm because of this, so you could say I'm still in my previous state. It's like riding a bus now. Choosing a ride-hailing service. No more precisely hijacking a car. Exactly. Like a stolen car tearing down the highway at full speed. She listened and went blank, her eyes widening. What? But then she suddenly senses something is off. She leans in close to him, her voice laced with suspicion. Something doesn't add up. Why don't you seem the least bit angry? It's even got me confused. Why do I get the feeling you actually want me to be angry? The system artifact spirit leans in and recounts. Shouldn't you be feeling angry right now? Powerless, hollow. Tormented that I deceived you like this, then frantically scheming to reject the power I've given you. Isn't that how it's supposed to go? Tianfen raises his head to look at her, his gaze sharp as a blade, his tone deceptively gentle. Is there something you're fundamentally misunderstanding about me? The reason I didn't want to raise my cultivation before was because I had no desire to get entangled in matters related to the ancient immortal Tao Academy, but now that I can no longer avoid it, why on earth would I waste my strength refusing your help to elevate my cultivation? He pauses for a moment. Furthermore, the system artifact spirit interrupts in surprise, eagerly parroting, furthermore. His voice turns cold, carrying a razor-sharp edge that cannot be underestimated. Back then, when the celestial pearl shattered that divine wall, I actually felt quite liberated. If I could have slapped it with my own hands back then, I imagine I would have felt even more satisfying. Hearing this, she is so delighted that her face blooms like a flower, her voice brimming with excitement. My host, you've finally seen the light. But the next day, aboard a ship gliding smoothly across the water, the scene is a complete reversal. The system artifact spirit stands beside him, utterly exasperated, watching her host lounge about with his arms propped behind his head. Basking in the sun, unable to bear it any longer, she speaks up, her voice thick with reproach. Host, what exactly are you doing? What happened to all that talk about rising up, about putting in effort, about cultivating? He maintains his composure, smiling leisurely as he replies, don't rush. I've already assembled a dedicated cultivation planning team to design my training regimen. Right at that moment, Ying steps forward, holding an exquisitely written planning board in her hands. She presents it respectfully. Young master, this is the preliminary cultivation plan for the spirit condensation stage, drafted by the Ancestral Advisory Council. He accepts it with interest. Oh ho, quite the efficient operation. Suddenly remembering something, he turns to ask her, oh right, that Tao Guardian cultivator, Tusk, I forgot to ask his name. How are things being handled over there? Ying answers solemnly, those civilians are all important witnesses. The Tao Guardian Order will be responsible for their subsequent arrangements. In due course, the clan will file a formal complaint against the Tao Guardian cultivators, demanding accountability for the incident at Liuguang Prefecture. He nods slightly, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Good, that settles it. But immediately after, Ying unexpectedly drops to her knees before him, instantly drawing his full attention. She lowers her head, her voice heavy with self-reproach. Young master, I have disappointed you. He sits up and smiles reassuringly. What is all this? I have no intention of blaming you. Yet Ying shakes her head, her expression twisted with anger at herself. No, I've come to understand it was my own powerlessness. The fact that you, someone who clearly despises cultivating, only decided to train, no, it's all my fault. This makes the system artifact spirit standing nearby jump in alarm. Hey little sister, what are you doing? I just barely managed to convince him. Are you trying to sabotage me? Yet Ying continues to lower her head in self-blame. It's my fault. I should have detected the abnormality in that divine statue sooner and immediately risked my life to get young master out of the city. At this, he places his hand firmly on her shoulder. He gazes at her in silence for a few seconds, then leans down slightly, his voice low and grave. You know, your young master is the man who fears trouble the most. Revenge, to me, it's a tedious and troublesome affair. So you absolutely cannot die, otherwise I'd have to avenge Yuan. That would drive me mad. His words cause Ying to lift her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. The young master suddenly seems to remember something. She awkwardly interjects, young master, aren't we currently on our way to take revenge? He blinks in realization. Ah, that's right, if you hadn't mentioned it I would have completely forgotten. In another location hidden within a pleasure house, the pink-haired girl sits before a mirror in quiet contemplation. From behind a black velvet curtain, a deep voice emerges cold as a blade's edge. What are you still waiting for? She doesn't lift her head, still fixated on the mirror, her voice steady but faintly trembling. I'm worried he suspects me. He sneers in response, worried. She draws a breath, forcing herself to stay calm. I just want to be more careful, that's all. Suddenly, an invisible force crashes into her, as though 1,000 needles pierce her flesh at once. She collapses to the floor in agony. Moans escape from her pale, bloodless lips. NGH, ah. His voice rings out, frigid as the deepest frost. Know your place. She trembles violently and admits her fault. As he speaks, he tosses a small vial of poison her way. There are many eyes and ears nearby. The pink-haired girl lies sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. I still haven't earned his complete trust. She stares at the vial, her trembling hands picking it up, her voice weak. I will obey and carry it out at once. He says nothing more, he merely snorts coldly and vanishes, leaving the room shrouded in oppressive darkness. She remains on the floor. The pink-haired girl's tears fall uncontrollably, her thin shoulders shaking in silent sobs. Indeed, I never had the right to hesitate. The system artifact spirit's expression darkens. She thinks to herself, when it comes to understanding the meaning of letting go, I was wrong. Right then, Tianfen suddenly hurls a devastating fist toward his opponent at blistering speed. Su Gao is momentarily stunned by the surprise attack, but he reacts swiftly and manages to intercept Tianfen's punch just in time. Watching him fight, the system artifact spirit is secretly rendered speechless. But at that exact moment, Su Gao discovers a talisman has materialized right before him. A heartbeat later, an enormous explosion erupts before the system artifact spirit's very eyes. After completing the bout, Tianfen withdraws to the artifact spirit's side. The smoke clears, revealing Su Gao's figure. He immediately opens with praise, truly worthy of being the young master. Su Gao's expression shifts like lightning. He raises 2 fingers and continues his enthusiastic flattery. Whether it's the timing of the strike or the flow of the battle, everything is held firmly in the palm of your hand. Every detail is utterly flawless. But contrary to the fawning, Tianfen responds coldly. The bootlicking is a bit forced, and frankly, a little annoying. Hearing this, Su Gao immediately straightens and responds with deference, yes, young master, I shall improve next time. Seeing him triumph once again, the old man cannot help but heap on the flattery. Young master has improved yet again. The power and momentum displayed when unleashing talismans like this, few cultivators at the same realm across the entire world could achieve it. HMPH is merely a trick. Witnessing this display of flattery, Su Gao secretly marvels, starting from factual observations, then gradually elevating. Now that is a masterfully smooth flattery technique. Despite his cold exterior, deep down Tianfen has long since silently acknowledged one truth, channeling the cultivation power seized by the system to activate talismans yields 3 to 4 times the destructive force of using his own absorbed qi. Only this way can I skip the tedious qi refinement stage and obtain combat strength directly. Afterward, he picks up a stack of fireball talismans and offers his assessment. The momentum of these fireball talismans is passable, but the power is still somewhat weak. Moreover, the area of effect is difficult to control. Hearing this, the old man immediately proposes a solution. From now on, I'll have the talisman division switch to a different arcane technique to compensate. But the system artifact spirit can tell at a single glance the host is only holding back because he has no interest in cultivation. That's the sole reason. Thinking this, she can't help but smile. When he's actually motivated, the strength of our adorable host absolutely cannot be underestimated. Meanwhile, he walks away, speaking with a cheerful lilt. Phew, almost had to work overtime there. Today's cultivation session done and done. Time to rest, my friends. Seeing this, the system artifact spirit chases after him, calling out in reminder. Hey, you've only done 7 or 8 rounds. Beneath the azure sky of Tianfen's immortal continent, clouds begin to gather. While he is engrossed in his book, the artifact spirit chimes in with a lecture. Host, cultivating immortality is like 10,000 warriors battling across a narrow bridge. You cannot afford to let a sliver of progress wash away like water off a duck's back and simply give up. Tianfen merely responds with a few indifferent grunts. Seeing him ignore her advice, the artifact spirit demands furiously, do you have any idea that while you laze about in leisure, others are grinding away in secluded cultivation? Do you not feel even a shred of urgency? Hearing the words secluded cultivation, he suddenly recalls something and turns to ask her, speaking of which I've always been curious. Those who spend the rest of their lives sealed away in closed-door cultivation, what sort of mindset drives them? Seeing him suddenly so focused, she answers with interest, does that even need to be asked? Then she declares with utmost confidence, to hear the Tao at dawn and die content by dusk, such is their conviction. Before this passionate explanation, Tianfen replies flatly, all right, impressive but utterly incomprehensible. Right at that moment, a knock sounds from outside. It is the pink-haired girl, come to seek out young Master Luo. The two of them halt their conversation. He then calls out, come in. The pink-haired girl enters carrying a bowl of medicine and says sweetly, young Master Luo, I brewed a bowl of medicine for you. Seeing that it is her, the artifact's spirit immediately badmouths her behind her back. Oh, it's your little beautithe one harboring sinister schemes. This time, your passive, waiting for figs to fall into your mouth strategy seems to have lost its magic. He replies, what's the rush? But she already knows full well what is on his mind, doesn't she? He merely wants to stall a little longer. The more time drags on, the more excuses he has to loaf around out there. He looks at the pink-haired girl sitting before him and asks why the sudden urge to fetch medicine for me. Deliver it yourself, no less. She answers shyly. Back in Liuguang City, this humble one fell victim to a demonic cultivator's spell. Fortunately, young master came to my rescue. He flashes a brilliant smile. Why such formality between us? You are mine, naturally I shall protect you. She continues, moreover, after not seeing you for a few days, I found myself missing you, young master. Hearing these words, both of them flush with embarrassment. Wanting to feed him the medicine, she says, I brewed this with spirit herbs, young master, please try it. But he remains perfectly lucid and declines outright. You've gone to such trouble, just set it down, I'll drink it slowly later. As if she had already predicted he would do this, she thinks to herself just as expected. Very well, she then says. Setting the bowl of medicine on the table, she speaks up, young master, you truly are impossible to read. He asks how so. She suddenly places both hands on his chest, then lays bare the deductions in her heart. Ever since you brought me aboard this immortal continent, you have always acted the part of a letriot. In truth, deep down, you have kept your distance from me all along. Upon hearing this, he immediately grasps her meaning. Haha, my dear, you are not about to suggest we pursue a pure and chaste love, are you? She answers at once, young master, you don't look like someone capable of being heartless. Tianfen raises an eyebrow. How can you be so certain? She leans in close and says, you dared to stand against Wei Daixio for a girl who meant nothing to Yao. How could you possibly be heartless toward those at your side? He immediately tries to explain, you mean that king girl, you've misunderstood, I merely. But before he can finish the sentence, she covers his mouth and launches into her own monologue. Young master, I know you have a keen sense of preserving your chastity. As she speaks, she recalls a face identical to her own and murmurs, the two face patterns are clearly the same. Then she rests her head against his chest and continues softly, when that way Daixio laid hands on that girl, you had no intention of leaving him any room to choose, did you? Young master, your act as a villain is simply unconvincing. Hearing this far, the artifact spirit can no longer hold back. O'Dirth mask has completely slipped. The wire-haired man flinches as he senses a wave of power rippling through the surrounding space. A cunning smile spreads across his face. At last the soul iron has successfully parasitized. But that flicker of joy fades almost instantly, his gaze turning somber and cold once more. It is still not enough. The soul iron's power of concealment is the trade-off for its fragility when acting alone. A few more parasitic infestations are needed before enough soul irons have taken root. Only then can he enslave Luo Tianfen's soul. Several days later, a girl sits beside Luo Tianfen, feeding him one morsel at a time, her sweet voice drifting through the air. Open wide, young master. His eyes never leave the book in his hands as he simply parts his lips. She smiles softly and slides the spoonful of food into his mouth. Young master, are you comfortable? He replies without a thought, very comfortable. Behind the door, the wire-haired man watches in silence, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He turns to leave, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Another soul iron parasite has taken root successfully. Recently, she has stayed glued to his side without straying, performing admirably. The count is now sufficient to enslave his soul. Truly a fine day to make one's move. Night descends, faint moonlight drapes over the gentle river. The boat drifts along softly. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl sits by the window, her vacant gaze fixed on the world beyond. He approaches, his voice dripping with playful teasing. Some say a face like a lotus, a waist like a weeping willow, unparalleled in their allure. But in my humble view, it is skin white as snow, a slender and elegant neck, and that faint blush adorning one's grace that proves most captivating. She lets out a soft laugh. Young master, do not jest at my expense. Yet that smile vanishes in an instant. The pink-haired girl's gaze darts behind him in alarm. The wire-haired man stands there. No one knows when he arrived. A treacherous smile remains etched across his face. He bows with exaggerated courtesy, his voice dripping with mockery. My apologies, young Master Luo, for disturbing your refined pleasures. Tianfen's guard surges instantly, his eyes narrowing as if to peer straight through the man before him. What are you doing here? How did the guards even let you in? Behind him, she trembles, clutching a blade tight in her hand. The wire-haired man maintains his composure, smirking. "Was it not you who summoned me, young master?" He sneers, his gaze shifting to the pink-haired girl, his voice laced with venomous mockery. "Haha, Limey, you've been so obedient that I almost cannot bear to part with you. What a pity, what a pity! Your entire bloodline gets only 3 chances at soul parasitism in a lifetime. After this, you will be of no further use." He stands there, a sharp gleam flashing through his eyes. "At last, I understand why she said my performance as a scoundrel was unconvincing. It turns out she had been facing the real thing every single day." The wire-haired man's voice grows sharper and colder. "Young master, you are far calmer than I imagined. Pity that no matter how hard you struggle, you cannot change the outcome. It is all about to end." He raises his hand and begins chanting, each word bitten off like a curse. "Soul Iron God Caesar." A surge of dark power erupts, engulfing the surrounding space. Yet Tianfen does not dodge, he simply sinks down onto the bed beside him at a leisurely pace. Tianfen calmly crosses his legs, his voice gentle yet commanding. "Indeed, everything ends now." His words cause the wire-haired man to freeze, his focus shattered. "What?" At that very moment, figures stream in from outside from above. Behind them, a silver-haired elder begins chanting a counter-incantation against the wire-haired man. He jolts in shock, his expression twisting into one of utter disbelief. "Impossible!" The elder bellows reversal. The wire-haired man's talismans are instantly suppressed. His surge of power shatters on contact. In the blink of an eye, he is hurled outside by the spatial displacement. The elder looks at Tianfen, his voice deep and steady. "Young master, you have passed the test." Hearing this, Tianfen rises to his feet at a measured pace. "Very well, let us be on our way then." But before leaving, he pauses. His gaze fixes firmly on the pink-haired girl. His voice slow and deliberate. "Though this was not part of our agreement, would you care to see this master off yourself? Some things, once spoken plainly, leave no room for turning back." Days earlier, before everything began, Tianfen had let slip an inadvertent sigh. Even the system beside him perked up with curiosity. His voice laden with hidden meaning. "I thought it was the bowl. This medicine you brewed it for me to drink." Her eyes red-rimmed with a tangle of anxiety and resolve, she says, "If you drink this medicine, you will be parasitized by the soul iron." Hearing this, he raises an eyebrow slightly and repeats her words. "Soul iron." The pink-haired girl rises to her feet, draws a deep breath, and explains. "Soul iron can be repelled by a frail body. Any ordinary child with a bit of strength could crush it with ease. But when a large quantity of soul iron gathers together, they become a natural-born material for casting spells of the soul path. Many soul path talismans and sigils are crafted by grinding down soul iron. My master wanted to exploit the soul iron's undetectable nature, reparasitizing them within your body and then applying a soul enslavement technique upon you, young master." He asks, his voice calm yet razor-sharp. "So then what is your intention now?" "Betrayal is it." She closes her eyes as if steeling herself. "Because I know that even if I complete this mission, my master will never spare me. Our kind only ever has 3 chances to possess a body in our entire lifetime. Those cultivators call it soul invasion and body seizure. But in truth, for us, those are 3 rebirths. Once we choose our final body, if we ever leave it, we can never possess another again. I know him. He would sooner rip me out of this body and grind me into spell materials than ever grant me my freedom." Her voice grows increasingly furious. "Captured, trained, forced to follow their orders, made to carry out their missions. I've had enough." Tianfen regards her for a long moment, his expression inscrutable. "Seems this place has quite a bit of internal strife, doesn't it? Tell me about your plan." She straightens her back, her gaze sharp and filled with resolve. "Before a sufficient number of soul iron parasites are in place to cast the technique, he can only sense whether a soul has been parasitized or not. Now that I've had the soul iron parasitize my own body, he will assume that you've fallen for the trap, young master. When the time is right, he will come to you of his own accord to cast the technique." He smiles a smile laden with hidden meaning. "So what is your demand?" She drops to her knees without warning, bowing her head low, her voice ringing out like a desperate plea. "I only beg you to force him to dissolve the master-servant contract binding me." His eyes sharpen, his voice flat and even. "Are you not afraid that once he learns of your betrayal, he will fly into a rage? That he will come for you immediately? With the contract binding you both, killing you would hardly be difficult, would it?" She freezes, offering no reply. Her eyes fall as though weighed down by unspeakable fears and anxieties. Suddenly she raises her head, her voice rings out. Powerful and resolute, "A life in bondage is worse than death. I would rather die than live without freedom." Back to the present, Wirebeard is hurled hard onto the deck of the ship. Sealing formations circle around him like invisible chains, tightening their grip. He glares around with murderous eyes. These seals, could this be a forbidden formation array? He steps forward, eyes sharp as blades. Look familiar. This formation was refined from the very one you used to assassinate me. Moreover, it's been reinforced, so don't waste your strength. He growls through gritted teeth, a belated flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. So it seems I've fallen into your trap. Tianfen laughs, tossing his cloak aside like a gauntlet thrown. The unnecessary word zones both parties understand perfectly need not be spoken. Now comes the real fight. Tianfen orders, release the seal. The Taoist elder hears the command and hastens to comply. Yes. Wirebeard watches the surrounding seals dissolve, rendered utterly speechless. He looks toward Tianfen and asks solemnly, Yao, do you truly intend to fight me alone? Tianfen approaches at a leisurely pace, clenching both fists. He regards Tianfen with undisguised contempt. A mere spirit condensation cultivator, on what grounds do you presume to challenge me? Before he can finish his sentence, a binding talisman swiftly descends upon him. His face drains of color, suspicion flooding his eyes. The elder, sigils dancing upon his fingers, speaks to Tianfen, young master, I have suppressed his realm down to match yours. Tianfen rolls his wrists, gazing at Wirebeard with undisguised smugness. You've already fallen into my hands. No matter what, there is only one path, death. But if you can defeat me in a fair fight within the same realm, I may just spare your life. Oh, right, the first condition is that you must dissolve the master-servant contract on her. He raises his hands and chants an incantation, frowning in silence for a moment before replying, I hope you are a man of your word. The chains that bound the pink-haired girl are finally undone. She gazes at her newly freed self, eyes glistening with joyous tears. It's undone. After all those years of bondage, I'm finally free. This is truly wonderful. The pink-haired girl beams, her wide eyes fixed on him. I thank young Master Luo for granting me my freedom. Tianfen turns his head slightly, flashing her a gentle smile. You won that bet yourself, he adds calmly. Yet with decisive resolve, Wirebeard channels spiritual power into both hands, condensing it into a pulsing sphere. He slams his palms onto the deck with a thunderous boom, bellowing at Tianfen, even if you suppress my cultivation base, I will show you the vast gulf in understanding spellcraft between a high-level cultivator and a mere mortal-breaking whelp. Phantom hands erupt from beneath the deck, surging toward Tianfen in answer to his incantation. Tianfen watches the spectral hands, brow furrowing in surprise. Both hands draw out a talisman, pinching it between two fingertips as he murmurs an incantation. Gale Wind Seal. The talisman ignites in a violent blaze. As the talisman burns in Tianfen's grasp, a ferocious gale whirls around him, gradually dissolving the phantom hands into nothing. Once the gale from the talisman fades, the phantom hands vanish with it. Wirebeard has already materialized behind Tianfen at some unseen point. He turns his head but cannot dodge in time. Tianfen has only half-turned when Wirebeard's fingers are already aimed at his forehead, his lips urgently chanting a sealing incantation. A glint of elation flashes in Wirebeard's eyes. Got him. The Tianfen before him stares back solemnly, thick mist billowing around his form. The talisman in his hand, Tianfen swiftly repositions behind Wirebeard. His eyes widen in shock. His strike found only empty air. His fingers continue forming seals. He glances sideways, assessing the concealment technique. Wirebeard's left hand surges with spiritual power, a triumphant sneer crossing his face as he locks onto Tianfen. Too slow, die. Tianfen channels his energy and leaps skyward to evade. Wirebeard crashes into the deck with a violent, bone-shaking slam. The Taoist elder, hands still weaving incantations, gently reminds him, young master. His burst speed just now momentarily exceeded the standard for your current realm. I've made the adjustment. You may continue your sparring match. Wirebeard can scarcely believe what he just heard, his expression frozen in stunned disbelief. He lifts his head to see Tianfen scrutinizing the talisman with a critical, dissatisfied eye. This talisman is too slow, it needs refinement. From the distance comes an indignant shout. Kid, is this what you call fighting alone? Tianfen's expression is perfectly reasonable, as he points at Wirebeard with complete nonchalance. You're a quasi-emperor cultivator squaring off against someone who just started cultivating. Naturally, I need to tip the scales a bit. Otherwise, wouldn't I just be a stubborn fool? Stop your whining. At worst, I'll count that last round as your victory. Happy now? Hearing his calm retort, Wirebeard gnashes his teeth, seething with fury. The night sky is strewn with stars, a crescent moon casting its pale glow across the land. Dawn creeps over the horizon, sunlight spilling across a mountain peak in a blinding cascade. After a full night of combat, Wirebeard's face is swollen and battered beyond recognition. Tianfen, too, bears wounds from the fierce dueliate. He grins with unrestrained delight. Ahaha, now that was one exhilarating fight. Exhilarating indeed. He sits across from Wirebeard, dust and debris swirling around them. Both are utterly battered. Tianfen asks softly, a pity we still haven't settled this. How about we rest a bit, then continue? Wirebeard can only glare with his one unswollen eye, forced to negotiate with Tianfen. Quite the predicament. Am I the chosen one? The implication was laughable. Do I even have a choice? Ying helped Tianfen to his feet. He glanced at her cheerfully and replied, no. She cut him off gently. Young master, breakfast has been prepared. Tianfen closed his eyes and answered lazily, no rush, I'm drenched in sweat, I'll bathe first. Before he could finish, his eyes snapped open. Panic flooded his expression as he took in his surroundings. Tianfen let out a confused grunt. He looked around, hesitant and bewildered. Is this the system's inner space? Tianfen planted his hands on his hips, fuming. Hey, I just finished a fight, I want to rest, what the hell are you pulling now? But no one answered. All around him stretched nothing but absolute crushing silence. Outside, Ying and Su Gao saw him suddenly freeze mid-step. Both spoke in confusion. Young master, HM thighs is behind Tianfen. A pair of pink rabbit hands materialized, twitching and wriggling. The system artifact spirit burst out from within his body, tumbling through the air. Her eyes were squeezed shut as she let out a series of squeaky whimpers. After steadying herself, she looked around and recognized it. The system artifact spirit's brows furrowed, her eyes flew wide, and she screamed internal observation. That's all for now, folks. If you brothers want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button, and while you're at it, throw in a like. Thank you all for watching until the end. Bye-bye, my loves. Tianfen stared at her, utterly baffled. The system artifact spirit crossed her arms within the internal observation space. Don't tell me you thought I poured all that effort into transferring power to you just so you could mess around with spells. Her face then lit up with barely contained excitement. Sitting within this state of observation, gazing upon the true portrait, this is the mystical condition that 90% of the world's cultivators can only dream of, and which absolutely cannot be forced. After hearing this, Tianfen's eyes glazed over. What's the benefit of this internal observation then? The next second, the system artifact spirit transformed into a schoolteacher delivering a lecture. If cultivation is compared to a grand journey, then the two gates of foundation establishment and spirit condensation are the preparations before setting out. Before a cultivator meets all beings under heaven, the last thing they must do is meet themselves. She continued proudly, this is also the reason why seated illumination comes after spirit condensation. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open. During seated illumination, whether or not you can complete internal observation will determine the ultimate limits of your cultivation path. Only when one truly understands oneself can the limits of one's future cultivation path be determined. Only when one truly understands oneself. Having said that, she turned to look at him. Tianfen's face was utterly blank, a deer caught in torchlight. She thought to herself, right, I forgot, he hates theory class. Tianfen's eyes were glazed with weariness as he turned and asked, but what does any of this have to do with the power I seized? The system artifact spirit barked, not seized, collected. Then she elaborated at length. In essence, this power is laced with the resentment and obsessions of high-level cultivators. Every time you invoke it, it's a clash and argument between you and that lingering resentment. Under the stimulation of that power, it becomes far easier for you to open internal observation. She closed her eyes, sinking into the depths of her own accumulated knowledge. After all, you know how it goes, arguing and raging after a few drinks are the fastest way to reveal a person's true nature. At that moment, Tianfen propped his chin on his hand, eyes bright with sudden interest. So, this is the state of internal observation. I've already argued my way into internal observation just like that. Seems like my verbal combat skills are actually pretty impressive. Then he looked left and right, north, south, east, and west, ceaselessly bewildered. If I'm supposed to face myself, then where the hell is myself right now? The next second, the two of them pressed forward to search. Su Gao's eyes went wide with shock. Young master is truly an unparalleled genius to actually enter the state of internal observation. He watched Tianfen eat with bulging eyes. Legend has it that entering internal observation leads one down a path of confusion, a moment's carelessness, and you could be lost for decades. None of us have any experience with internal observation. I fear the young master may be trapped inside. Ying spoke up to warn him, don't jinx it. At that moment, Elder Bo bowed at the doorway. I have already arranged 3 formations around the perimeter: the clear mind, spirit guard, and spirit illumination formations. Ying looked at him from above. You've worked hard, Elder. He replied simply, it is merely my duty. Ying seized the opportunity. Elder Bo, you are learned and well-traveled. Do you know anything about the path of confusion during internal observation? Elder Bo looked at her. I don't know all that much. I only know that this phenomenon seems to specifically target a cultivator's true nature. Some cultivators with wavering wills are easily submerged within it, unable to extricate their spirit. After hearing this, Ying frowned and glanced toward Tianfin. The young master, he could be considered resolute in will, right? Su Gao and Elder Bo watched in silence as Tianfin ate until he let out a lazy burp. The system artifact spirit's face was clouded with worry. Internal observation came far too suddenly, completely unforeseen. To think he could comprehend this state so quickly. It's over, I can't interfere right now. Don't tell me this is the end for him. She covered her mouth, sneaking a glance at Tianfin with a stifled giggle. This lazy host of mine, him not bothering with worldly affairs, is already a miracle. The phrase resolute will has absolutely nothing to do with him. Tianfin searched everywhere, his face plastered with a single burning question. Where am I? Where am I? He walked and shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey, is anyone there? No response. His face went slack. This endless sea of white mist still won't quit, huh? The next second he erupted in fury. True self, where the hell is my true self? Tianfin sprinted like the wind, his voice echoing in every direction. True self, true self, true self. The system artifact spirit's heart lurched with panic. It's over, he's obsessively chasing after his own reflection. He's already starting to lose his way. She watched his dazed, wandering figure with growing dread. How is he getting lost this fast? He's not resisting at all. Tianfin exhaled a long, tired breath. Suddenly, the system artifact spirit noticed something. Tianfin kept grumbling under his breath. Forget it, if I can't find him, I'll stop looking. The next second, he flopped face first onto the ground. Might as well take a nap. I wonder if internal observation charges by the hour or by the day. The system artifact spirit behind him was deep in thought. It's exactly like the last time. His obsession with becoming an immortal doesn't seem to have affected him one bit. Could it be? She clutched her head, her face twisted in horror, as if about to scream. Because his mentality of not giving a damn about anything is so incredibly resolute, stray thoughts simply cannot affect him. Tianfin slowly turned his head to look behind him. Then he spoke with absolute calm. Found you, system artifact spirit. She let out a startled yelp. Tianfin closed his eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find you. Turns out you were chasing after me the whole time too. Then he continued, long time no see, corporate slave. Hearing this, the system artifact spirit's expression drooped. That works too. At that moment, a hazy silhouette materialized behind the two of them. Tianfin circled around a figure who looked exactly like him. So that's how it is, I'm starting to understand. He gazed at that dull, soulless-eyed figure. No wonder you kept raving about how mystical internal observation is. If seated illumination is looking in a mirror. He waved his hand in front of the figure's face. Then internal observation. He looked at the figure and continued, as just character customization. Truly, cultivation takes place on the outside, and one's true self is entirely self-forged. The system artifact spirit's face swelled with pride. Finally, he understands the meaning of internal observation. This true self, forged by your own hands, will become the lighthouse on your future cultivation path, shattering the road of confusion and pointing straight toward the grand Tao. She gazed at him with blazing anticipation. Host, what are you waiting for? Begin at once. Tianfin frowned silently at the figure before him, a man afflicted with crippling choice paralysis, who once spent 3 full hours customizing his character in a video game. One day later, inside a sealed room, the bearded man sat cross-legged at the center, a formation array glowing beneath him. Chains of immense spiritual power coiled around his body. Tianfin burst through the door. Today's real combat is about to begin. Yesterday I had a bit of a breakthrough. Today you can hold back a little less. The bearded man's face twisted with displeasure. He stared at Tianfin in stony silence. He began chanting, grotesque arms materializing around him. Quit yapping. If you want to fight, then come. Tianfin produced several yellow talismans. Yesterday's fight was so satisfying. I didn't even realize. The system artifact spirit peered out at the pile of talismans and couldn't help but groan. Tianfin held the talismans high, his face brimming with devious schemes. You're that tentacled monster. A thunderous explosion erupts. Tianfin emerges from the dust wreathed in golden light. Wirebeard immediately scrambles backward. The next instant, grotesque arms burst from the ground, surging toward Tianfin to ensnare him. At that moment, a talisman flashes into existence, seizing the monstrous arms mid-reach. Tianfin lands on his feet, talisman gripped tight in hand. In the next breath, he hurls the talisman at his opponent with savage force, sending the man crashing onto his back. The arms are severed clean, tumbling to the ground. Without warning, a violet vortex swirls into being, coiling around him. A formation array materializes above Tianfin's head. He is trapped at its center. Elder Bo stands to the side, unable to contain his worry. Duan Tai's formation is truly vicious and merciless. Young master, be careful, get out of there. Su Gao glances at him. How is he supposed to dodge that? Elder Bo, you should just pull the young master out yourself. At that very moment, cracks split open behind Elder Bo. He catches it with a single glance. The next second, Wirebeard materializes right behind him. Murderous frost fills his eyes. I just need to kill you first. Instantly, Elder Bo and Ying appear, intercepting the strike while shouting at the top of their lungs. Elder Bo, watch out. The two of them blast Wirebeard hurtling into the distance. Tianfin calls out tauntingly, hey, why are you attacking the spectators? You're supposed to be sparring with me. Wirebeard lies sprawled on the ground, his face scraped raw, trembling with fury. You wretched brat, if only I could unseal my true power. Before he finishes, a massive bronze seal appears before him. His face contorts in shock as he stares ahead. Tianfin stands coldly behind the bronze seal, a talisman raised high in his hand. The talisman burns with relentless blazing fury. Wirebeard forces himself upright, wasting precious talismans like scattering beans. Tianfin silently regards him, then speaks, your wounds are this severe. Continuing this training is pointless, so today. Wirebeard's voice quavers. You mouth the word cultivation, yet you parade borrowed power around like this. Strip away that shell of yours, what are you even left with? He lets out a deafening roar, reveal yourself. Instantly, colossal tentacles erupt from behind his back. Elder Bo's jaw drops. Instead of fleeing, Tianfin just stands there watching and exclaims, Holy Mother. The next second, he frantically rummages through his belongings. Oh no, where's my teleportation talisman? The system's artifact spirit materializes. Even if you had one, how would your legs even activate it? Boom! One of Wirebeard's tentacles slams straight into the ground. Su Gao's brow furrows with rage. He shouts and the next instant charges at the octopus creature like a moth to flame. You dare harm my master. You're courting death. Elder Bo cannot stop him in time. Divine Guard Su Gao's eyes blaze with killing intent, charging his strength to deliver a devastating punch. From the side, Elder Bo swiftly conjures a formation. His formation intercepts Su Gao's earth-shattering punch, fractures spiderweb outward from the point of impact. Su Gao frowns in confusion. Elder Bo, why did you stop me? From beneath the colossal tentacles, Tianfin shouts out, still sounding oddly optimistic, if you hadn't stopped him, I'd be the one getting the bad luck. Hearing this, Su Gao panics. Young master, are you all right? At that moment, slender chains of light gently ensnare the hideous octopus. In the next breath, it cannot move a single limb. Elder Bo stands to one side, stroking his beard. It is merely the divine might of a high-level cultivator's attack and a suppressed one at that. Though for the young master to possess so many protective talismans and artifacts, that is rather peculiar. Su Gao stands there, utterly helpless, fumbling about in embarrassment. My apologies, young master, I thought you'd been crushed. Ying speaks up to remind him, quit talking back already. Tianfin looks at Elder Bo and points behind him. Elder Bo, what exactly is the deal with this giant monster? Elder Bo closes his eyes, relaxing his expression. Nothing of great concern. Just some cultivators who were pushed to a dead end, and the result was a bit of chaos. A parasite that has gone berserk, nothing more. Hearing this, Tianfin still absent-mindedly presses further. A parasite. Elder Bo turns away, silent and unresponsive. Ying rushes to retaliate for the earlier attack. You dare harm my master, you're courting death. Suddenly a voice rings out. Divine Guard Su hears his name called, and immediately springs to attention. Elder Bo's face remains expressionless. Summon the fairy soldiers here at once. Su Gao's gaze hardens, his brows knitting deep, and he speaks with measured gravity. A divine guard's body is a living fortress destined to defend the path of immortal soldiers at the forefront. His effortlessly cool demeanor leaves everyone staring in awe. Elder Bo closes his eyes, casually displaying the breadth of his knowledge. When cultivators break through the barriers of their realm, they choose a single artifact and use their own domain to nurture it. Day after day, year after year, refined beneath the spiritual energy of its master, it gradually matures, growing ever more sentient. The spiritual sentience within the divine guard Su's is precisely the personal artifact he has nurtured all this time. Tianfin stares blankly at Elder Bo. A personal artifact, you mean only he himself can use it? Elder Bo casts him a sideways glance and replies, indeed, because it is nourished entirely by the Divine Guard's own spiritual energy. Even if it were to fall into another's hands, it would be nothing more than an ordinary blade. Ying's gaze is intensely captivating as he holds his weapon across his face, posing mysteriously. Elder Bo's raspy voice continues. The same applies to the spear of Chief Steward Ying. Elder Bo then kindly reminds him, young master, you too can choose a personal artifact to nurture. Tianfin knits his willow leaf brows and sighs. A personal artifact, huh? Seems like I don't need to find someone to nurture one for me either. But it feels like it would drain a ridiculous amount of effort. Behind them, Ying fights like cats and dogs, cursing furiously. You dare harm my master, you're courting death. Elder Bo. Elder Bo strokes his long, flowing beard. The young master need not worry. Although there are no rigid rules governing the choice of a personal artifact, it depends entirely on a cultivator's preference and habits. Anything precious is bound to attract thieves. After such a lengthy explanation, whether Tianfin absorbed it all is anyone's guess. He simply widens his eyes and says, in that case, I'll just pick something powerful from the start to serve as my artifact. Elder Bo laughs heartily. The young master's reasoning is not wrong. Even a good-for-nothing living in luxury possesses some knowledge. Elder Bo adds that, like the artifacts of the Divine Guard and Chief Steward Ying, weapons that are already divine arms grow even stronger once nurtured, while the difficulty of maintaining them is drastically reduced. He continues, many cultivators share this very sentiment but are to wait and choose sparingly than to rush and pick poorly. Like rain soaking into earth over time, it takes repeated lengthy explanations before Tianfin finally grasps the concept. In that case, I too shall wait rather than settle. I'll take my time finding a powerful spirit tool to nurture. He suddenly stops, then points at the hideous octopus beside him. Wait, Elder Bo, why did you change the subject? Weren't you about to explain this giant octopus? Elder Bo stammers, this old man was just getting to that. His eyes remain devoid of emotion. This is also the second function of personal artifacts to assist the host in breaking through realms and ascending. A man ceaselessly sweats beneath the searing heat of roaring flames. Elder Bo's voice rings out when cultivators attempt to break through their realm. They expend a tremendous amount of stamina and spiritual power. And a personal artifact stores a vast reservoir of its master's spiritual energy. When the master's spiritual power is depleted, they can draw energy from within the artifact to replenish themselves. Hearing this, Tianfin's face goes blank and he immediately thinks of portable power banks. Elder Bo turns to look at him, his half-bald head gleaming like a mirror, and in his raspy voice adds, some cultivators have exploited this very point to prove. Tianfin whips around and exclaims, you mean to say? He then looks at the bewildered-looking octopus and continues, this giant octopus is actually an artifact. Elder Bo nods, precisely. He stands quietly to one side, silent. In this world, apart from heavenly treasures and earthly riches, there exist many spirit beasts brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Certain forbidden arts conceal these spirit beasts within one's body. By borrowing the spirit beast's power, a cultivator's cultivation base can surge dramatically. Tian, PH letter 1EA1M answers with a grave expression. No wonder that fellow's cultivation base is so high. The white octopus gazes at them through narrowed slits of eyes as Elder B letter 1ED3's voice echoes out. But this is, after all, a heterodox path of demonic beast taming. The risks are enormous. If the host cannot suppress the spirit beast, the creature within will devour them in a backlash. The spirit rebels and seizes control. The servant overtakes the master. This is the way of the divine. Tianfin looks up with his angular face, thinking to himself, ha, you dare say I rely on borrowed power. Do you even understand your own situation? Meanwhile, the system artifact spirit sits in a daze, staring at Tianfin's true form. She nods off, her eyelids practically glued together, then glances left and right as though she has never met him before. Her gaze droops. Utter silence, not a single word. Aboard the great vessel, the system artifact spirit stares into the void with glazed eyes. Mulling over one thought, this host is truly impossible to read. What on earth is going through his head? Tianfin sits quietly, gazing out the window, when the pink-haired girl suddenly appears. Young master, were you looking for me? She takes a seat beside him. Tianfin turns to face her. Indeed, now that you've regained your freedom, do you have any plans for the future? Hearing this, she closes her eyes. Her sharp features settle into calm resolve, her voice steady. a free body. You jest, young master. Was it not you who redeemed me? Now I belong to you, young master. Tianfen scratches his cheek. To put it plainly, I only redeemed you to investigate whoever orchestrated the attack on me and my father. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl's eyes fly wide open. A heartbeat later, she freezes solid. She drops to the floor in a deep bow. Young master, those people treated me as nothing but a slave, in their eyes. I was merely a blade in their hand, used and discarded at will. But thanks to your grace, the shackles have been shattered. I have nothing to do with them anymore. Your grace of rebirth is something this humble one will never forget. Please rest assured, young master. Tianfen cannot bear to see the woman kneeling. He immediately reaches out to help her up. You misunderstand, I'm not suspecting you of anything. Before he can finish, Luo Wanfu kicks the door wide open without an ounce of courtesy and bellows his name. Tianfen. His face is dead serious as he shouts. Something has happened. Tianfen responds in bewilderment. Fourth uncle, what's wrong with you? What great matter has occurred? Only now does Wanfu notice Tianfen and the pink-haired girl. Are you busy? He props himself against the table, gasping for breath. It's about your mother. Tianfen's heart lurches into his throat. Mother, what happened to her? Wanfu shouts. She says she wants to see you one last time before it's too late. She's ordering you to come home immediately. Tianfen's face drains of all color. He sucks in a sharp breath and demands, what happened? Don't tell me those people attacked again. Where is my father? Wanfu answers, you'll know the specifics when you get back. Immediately. Tianfen's face is taut as a bowstring as he strides out. I'll order them to change course for the manor at once. Wanfu's voice calls after him from behind. No need. He speaks mechanically as he produces a painting scroll. In an emergency, use the thousandly origin returning scroll. It will transport you back directly. Tianfen gapes at the sight and asks about Elder Beletter 1ED3 and the others. Wanfu answers with composure, they've already gone back. He then turns to reassure Tianfen. Rest easy, I'll take over the investigation into the ambushers. If there's any progress, I'll send word to you. With that said, Tianfen channels the teleportation power, a few words slipping out as the light engulfs him. Then I'll trouble you. The pink-haired girl watches the scene unfold in a daze, her gaze following Wanfu as he rolls the painting scroll back up. Wanfu suddenly turns to her and asks, you're from the Foxjarm tribe, aren't you? Hearing the question, she answers without hesitation, yes, that's correct. Wanfu smiles, his eyes narrowing. Forgive me. Come with me for a moment. Meanwhile, at the Luo Manor, a lavish estate nestled against the mountains, the painting scroll Wanfu had unrolled earlier erupts with a ring of brilliant light. Tianfen steps out from within and his mother's frigid voice greets him, Tianfen, you've returned. Before he can even gather his senses, 1,000 questions swirl in his mind. That voice a heartbeat later, he looks up, utterly shaken by the suffocating majesty radiating from his mother. Her brow furrows with apparent fury. Tianfen's panicked shout rings out, Mother. She fixes her gaze on him and speaks at once, mind your words and conduct. We have a distinguished guest today. Tianfen, half believing, presses cautiously. A distinguished guest. A heartbeat later, a voice drifts from behind him. The illustrious eldest son of the eternal life Luo Manor, Luo Tianfen. Behind him, Lin Wanlin materializes, her gaze devoid of all emotion. So you are to be my future royal consort. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, a malevolent dragon descended upon the mortal realm, butchering all living things until the world was drenched in blood and carnage. The suffering of the common folk was beyond words. The vile beast was hideous in form and breathed torrents of flame. Its colossal frame towered over a lone figure. In humanity's darkest hour, a courageous warrior rose to stand against the beast. The warrior and the dragon clashed in a cataclysmic battle. Mountains crumbled. Earth was ground to dust, and the sun and moon lost their light. After 7 days and 7 nights of apocalyptic combat, the wicked dragon was finally slain. The dying dragon collapsed to the earth, a flicker of regret in its eyes for the devastation it had wrought upon the mortal world. The survivors crowned the warrior as emperor. The heaven-reaching royal dynasty was established from that day forth. Tianfen glances at Lin Wanlin, and the stunning young woman standing before him is none other than the descendant of that legendary warrior, the empress of the heaven-reaching royal dynasty. Suddenly, Lin Wanlin speaks, her expression betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. You are Luo Tianfen. Tianfen clasps his hands together with his trademark nonchalance. He bows slightly and says, no, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm merely a lost traveler passing through. Before he can finish, his mother strides over and delivers a thunderous slap across his face. You courting death, you wretched brat. How dare you spout such nonsense in a situation like this? Tianfen collapses face first to the ground with a muffled groan. A heartbeat later, his mother softens her tone. This child was truly spoiled by me. Tianfen, now on his knees, suddenly realizes, wait, this posture is terrible. Lin Wanlin quickly offers a smile. Young Master Luo is far too courteous. There's no need for such a grand bow before me. She then glances around and asks, why do I not see the Luo patriarch? Tianfen's mother hurries to explain, my husband has gone ahead to Burial Ridge to investigate the anomalous situation. Never mind him, no need to worry about it, just let the boy kneel. He enjoys kneeling normally anyway. On her end, Lin Wanlin turns coldly to the soldiers. Everyone, withdraw. They obey at once without a word of protest. Lin Wanlin's gaze laden with hidden meaning locks onto Tianfen. Cold sweat beads on his forehead, his heart pounding like a drum, as though he were about to be sold off to parts unknown. Why does she keep looking at me like that? Suddenly, Lin Wanlin's voice rings out, brimming with imperial authority. What is it? Does the prospect of marrying me trouble you so much that you can't even admit your own identity? Tianfen hears this, his head spinning, eyes going wide as saucers as he stares at her. Well, since you put it that way, I'll be blunt. He continues without a care in the world. My entire life, I've been a freewheeling soul who loves his freedom. Marriage would only interfere with the pace at which I rest. Hearing this, Lin Wanlin is left utterly dumbfounded. Rest? His mother swiftly clamps a hand over his mouth before the next words can escape. Luo Tianfen. Suddenly, his entire body loses all control. In the next instant, a ring of luminous force slams him downward. She bellows, if you like hitting the ground so much, then just stay down. Tianfen, now pinned under her control, lets out a wail. Mother, I was merely jesting with the Empress. At that moment, a voice sounds beside his ear. Young Master. Tianfen immediately blurts, is she gone? Ying whispers softly into his ear, the madam has already gone far away, young master. Tianfen whips his head around, reproaching him. Ying, you've changed. You actually conspired with my mother against me. Within a lavish chamber somewhere in the estate, Luo Tianfen's spacious bedroom sits sealed shut tight like a forbidden palace. The system artifact spirit materializes. Host, can you replay that performance one more time? Then she faithfully reproduces Tianfen's expression down to every trembling muscle. Ah, mother, I was merely joking with the Empress. She clutches her stomach and bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Her mirth blazes like wildfire, completely unrestrained. So even our dear host has moments when he's afraid of offending someone. Hearing this, Tianfen is rendered utterly speechless, like getting chap banned. The next second he erupts, do you have any idea what my mother's slap is worth? I nearly got slapped back to my original world. Then he heads straight for the door, desperately searching for a way out. Even a trapped ox can break free, surely I can escape. Ying and the old servants have all already bowed to the madam's authority. Her forces are too formidable this time, I'll have to make a run for it myself. He flings the door wide open, but fate has other plans. His face freezes. His mother stands right outside, her expression stern as carved stone, having waited all along. She demands furiously, and just where do you think you're running off to? He stumbles backward, trembling. I was just opening the door to get some air. And mother, why are you here? Rather than entering through the front gate. His mother had climbed straight up to the window, delivering the verdict. A mother knows her son's heart best. Then comes the eternal lecture, delivered at full roar. What journey of vengeance? You actually just want to flee far away, don't you? You don't want to get married, do you? Tianfen lowers his gaze and murmurs a feeble reply. Didn't you just trick me into coming back? What was all that about wanting to see me one last time? His mother roars into his face like a lioness. The kidnappers came for you, and you willingly brought yourself to them, wasn't it? Because you wanted to see them one last time. Hearing this, Tianfen is stunned at her words pierce straight through his heart. So, it was about me all along. His mother then turns away, pressing a hand to her forehead as she rambles without pause. Your father spends every waking moment lost in cultivation. You never see hide nor hair of him. It's fine, you're the only son in this house, yet all you do is chase pleasure every day, never striving to improve. Can you at least try to give this old woman less to worry about? Meanwhile, somewhere in the void, his father seems to want to retort. In youth, one nurtures bonds, in maturity, one shatters realms. Tianfen scrambles back on all fours, transforming into a dutiful little pup serving tea and kneading his mother's shoulders. Mother, you toil so hard for the family, let these hands work for you. Still seething, she fires off words like a repeating crossbow. Stop putting on an act. Let me tell you, Thai's marriage arrangement has my full approval. Your father has finally done something sensible for once. She furrows her brows and declares with ironclad authority, from now on, I will personally supervise you, don't even think about running away. Hearing this, Tianfen falls into dead silence, not a single word escaping his lips. Sometime later, he hauls a fishing rod 10 meters long and parks himself beside the estate's fishing pond. After that torrential scolding, he feels as though he's aged 10 years. This time it's truly over. Can't run even if I want to. What a mental drain. Below the surface, some foolish fish lurks eyeing the bait. Tianfen, completely oblivious, scratches his head hair greasy from a week without washing. Am I really going to live out a life of getting married this young? Just one look at the Empress and you can tell she's a career woman. Being with her, I have a feeling my future won't be peaceful in the slightest. Below, the fish practically lunges at the hook, yet Tianfen still hasn't lifted his rod. His eyes stare blankly ahead, glazed over like a man who just lost the love of his life. But thinking about it more carefully, that Empress is actually quite cute, probably a bit younger than me too. Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao shall appear. Wanlin materializes out of thin air and speaks up. The fish has bitten the hook. Are you going to reel it in or not? Her voice slices through Tianfen's wandering thoughts. He startles and blurts out, Your Majesty, when did you get here? Walking without making a single sound. Wanlin reminds him, if you don't reel in the rod, the fish will get away. The next second, she snatches the rod right out of his hand. Somewhere in the distance, Tianfen's mother watches from afar. Everything has been properly arranged, hasn't it? Ying speaks up beside her. Mistress, please don't worry, everything has been arranged. She then gives the order to the old servant, then proceed. Immediately, at the bottom of the pond, a fierce fish materializes from a talisman. The fish lunges and swallows the small bait fish on the hook hole. In an instant, the little fish is gone and nestled inside its belly. Above, Wanlin grows excited and yanks the rod with all her might. Suddenly, the fish's strength surges back, dragging her forward. Seeing this, Tianfen's soul nearly leaves his body. He screams, be careful. He rushes to grab the rod and pull back. Hold on tight to the rotor, it'll be the fish running with you. Suddenly, a sound rings out from behind. Soldiers immediately press blades to his throat and drag him away. Tianfen's face turns ghostly white, as if he just swallowed poison when he sees the naked steel. On the other side, his mother whirls around furiously, glaring at Su Gao and his men. Su Gao stammers in terror, I was busy instructing our own people, I forgot to stop the others. Suddenly, Wanlin thunders insolence. All of you stand down. The soldiers immediately obey, scrambling backward. Seeing the situation calm down, Tianfen's mother lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, someone who can read the room. All that effort arranging a hero saves the beauty scene was not in vain. At the same time, Wanlin's voice rings out, young master, why are you still standing there like a statue? Come help me reel in the rods. Hearing this, his mother turns to the old servant and says, Elder. He immediately replies, rest assured, madam, the spell has been withdrawn. From the other side, Tianfen calls out, don't rush to reel it in, hard let it play out, wear it down. Hearing this, Wanlin asks, won't the fish escape if I give it slack? Tianfen snaps irritably, fool, I didn't say let go of the rod entirely, thankfully. His male protagonist luck saves him from being dragged off for execution after that remark. The next second, the hideous fish is hauled up. Tianfen takes one look and nearly chokes, thinking, what on earth did we just catch? Wanlin picks up the fish excitedly and declares, catching this magnificent fish was all thanks to your help. This catch I'm giving it to you as a gift. She then turns and strolls away. Not forgetting to add with a smile, this is actually the first time this emperor has gone fishing. How delightful. Tianfen's face droops like a duck's rear end as he stares at the fish in his hands. Utterly bewildered, since when did our pond have a fish like this? Trying out a new species or something. Looking at, the two of them banter like sworn brothers. Tianfen's mother can't help but press a hand to her aching head. Are these two really suitable for marriage? Night descends, the imperial capital overflows with lantern light and the bustling energy of the night market. As evening deepens, Tianfen and Wanlin set out to stroll through the streets. A man standing far off spots them and speaks through a voice transmission talisman, attention. Those two have arrived at the martial stage. Receiving the report from above, a masked figure turns to Song Dai, the rest is up to you. Song Dai, the scholar, responds with practiced composure, rest easy, my lord. I've been composing music and writing plays for 10 years now. What I excel at above all is staging, specifically, the drama of love between a man and a woman. Tianfen notices his companion frequently glancing around and asks, what is it? Wanlin replies, it's nothing. Suddenly, the voice of a monk rings out. Two benefactors, please halt your steps. Song Dai, standing off to the side, makes his introduction now. The first attraction, the handsome monk speaks, a chance meeting is destiny itself. Might this humble monk offer you a fortune lot? Hearing this, Tianfen fires off a joke dripping with lethal sarcasm. Has business gotten so bad these days that you monks have to hit the streets and drag in customers? The monk, though visibly flustered, maintains his composure. Benefactor, you jest. Tianfen turns to Wanlin, want to draw one. She responds casually, drawing a lot won't hurt. She reaches out and picks one, this one will do. The monk picked up the card and read it aloud. The sun rises in harmony, the realm knows peace. Born under a blessed star with a heart vast as the heavens. Congratulations. Patronth's divination bears auspicious tidings. Patron, a destined match of heavenly decree lies right before your eyes. Should you let it slip, I fear you will regret it for the rest of your days. Hearing this, the two were left utterly speechless. Then he flashed a foolish grin and walked away. Snap, your fortune really did hit the mark. The monk said courteously. Fare thee well, patron. On the far side of the river, people stood about in clusters, chatting idly. Suddenly, a couple caught Tianfan's attention. The man in blue clung desperately to the other. Minyang, please don't go. Minyang, perhaps I've gone mad, but just being able to gaze at you like a fool already fills me with contentment. The girl spoke in fury. Stop your delirious rambling. This is the second matter Master Song arranged. Her voice rang out, there is no way we can be together. Hearing this, Tianfan closed his eyes like a man who had seen it all. Youth, what a painful thing. Without warning, the man in blue pulled her into a crushing embrace. The girl cried out, but I'm your sister. Tianfan's head snapped back. Hold on. He seized Wanlin by the shoulder. Wait, just a moment, let me take you to watch the drama unfold. The drama Tianfan referred to was the classic family incest trope. The two hid behind a massive tree. The man still held the girl in a vice-like grip. No, why must heaven be so cruel to us? We simply love each other, is that truly a sin? The girl nestled against his chest, her cries laced with anguish. Brother, why must you be my brother? The other two continued their tearful performance of star-crossed lovers. The man wailed, we have done nothing wrong. We can only blame our shallow fortune and thin destiny. The girl cried even harder. I truly, truly hope that someday we can be together, free of all restraints. At this point, they deserved the award for Best Actors of the Year, only missing the Hollywood trophy. The girl burst into tears, declaring that if there were a next life, one must cherish true love. The man was so deep in character, he was about to start singing opera. If there is a next life, do not let the gulf of years part us. Tianfan's jaw dropped, they could sing too. These swindlers wove through their little theatrical act, hand in hand, right before the two. All that lingered was regret. Tianfan sensed something was off and pulled Wanlin away. I'm nothing but a passerby in someone else's melon patch show. Why do I suddenly feel like I've become the main character? Then he voiced his thoughts. Why does everyone in the city feel a little off today? Wanlin replied, you noticed it too. Hearing this, he was taken aback. What do you mean? Wanlin spoke in a cold tone. From the very beginning, someone has been secretly tailing us. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, I cannot yet determine whether they came for you or for me. Tianfan looked at her with bewilderment. How do you know that? The next instant, Wanlin lightly touched his forehead with a fingertip. I cultivate a secret mental art that happens to excel at detection and tracking. Hearing this, Tianfan was deeply impressed, so that was it. He began to mull it over. Could it be that Song De was watching them from afar, overjoyed that his rumor mongering had borne fruit, that the male and female leads were finally growing closer? Su Gao hid behind a doorway, eyes gleaming with excitement, truly worthy of the great Master Song. Ying meanwhile cast his gaze around sharper than those two fools. Hey, I keep feeling like something about this isn't right. Su Gao's voice crackled through the transmission talisman. Steward Ying, you're overthinking it. Could it be that you fear I'll complete the mission Madam assigned so brilliantly that I steal your spotlight? Hearing this, Ying's brow furrowed slightly. You think too much. At that moment, Song De chimed in. Next, we enter the climax to intensify the bond between the male and female leads. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Su Gao agreed immediately. On this side, Tianfan glanced to the side and thought, did you pick up on anything? The system's artifact spirit materialized, arms folded. Hey, I'm a system, not your personal scanner. Show me some respect. Tianfan and Wanlin continued walking. Suddenly, Wanlin spoke. I was nearly assassinated recently. I suspect there are still people in the city who intend to make a move against me. Tianfan asked at once, are your subordinates nearby? Wanlin closed her eyes. No. Then she explained earlier that morning. Tianfan's mother had suggested that going out for a stroll didn't require bringing so many P-plate ruins the scenery. Come no, listen to your dear auntie and leave them all behind. Hearing this, Tianfan felt something was off. This was rather troublesome. On the other side, Su Gao relayed orders through the transmission talisman. Everyone, prepare to act. Flower team, scatter those petals as high as you can. Fireworks team, fire everything in a single volley. On the far end, all obeyed. The moment the two stepped into the prepared spot, Su Gao's voice rang out. Everyone get ready. When Su Gao counted down to 1, figures burst from both sides of the road. 2 people clutching baskets of flower petals charged out. If they hadn't been carrying baskets, everyone would have mistaken them for assassins. Wanlin reflexively threw herself in front of Tianfin, on full guard. The words had barely left her lips when the petals burst into the air and her hand shot to the sword concealed at her hip. On the other side, a string of firecrackers erupted in rapid succession. Su Gao and Song depressed against the wall, eyes round as saucers, watching the second team scramble to ignite the fireworks. The next second, a massive volley of fireworks launched skyward in unison. Wanlin stood at the center of it all, the undisputed main character. Far from the romantic scene they had envisioned, Wanlin spoke with deadly seriousness. "What sect do you hail from? Show yourselves." Up ahead, the two subordinates stood frozen along with a deep sense of regret gnawing at them. Tianfin rose to his feet and called out, "You lot are." Wanlin stepped in front of him, shouting, "Be careful. They may have cast restrictive spells on the petals." The next instant, she seized Tianfin's wrist. "This technique is rarely used, but it cannot fool me. I suspect everyone nearby is one of their people. As they say, excessive caution can be its own downfall." Wanlin grabbed Tianfin and launched herself high into the air. "Go, hurry, I must break out of this encirclement." Tianfin panicked. "No, wait, hold on." Su Gao seized Songda's shoulder in a frenzy. "Master Song, how is this completely different from what you described?" Songda answered, trembling, This humble one did not anticipate this either." In the crowd, a child cried out, "Mother, look, someone's using flowers as fireworks." Ying tilted his hat back and gazed upward, a faint smile on his lips. He mused, has affection taken root? It was hard to say. Amid the cascading fireworks, the image of Wanlin forcefully hauling Tianfin along looked no different from the legendary cowherd and weaver girl. Ying was secretly delighted, though truly, the atmosphere had grown rather heated. Deep within the forest, Luo Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly eyeing the mass of crimson qi before him. He remained motionless for a long while, uttering not a word. An eerie, formless spectral shadow materialized and in the next instant, it morphed into a humanoid figure clutching a sword. It charged forward like a maddened bull. Luo Wuji struck with cold detachment and bellowed, "How noisy." Instantly, the sword flew from the phantom's grasp. The spectral shadow dissolved and the crimson qi faded into nothingness. Luo Wuji raised his hand and examined it in silence. His palm was riddled with wounds, tainted by the phantom's malevolent qi. The next second, a subordinate leaped down from above. "Patriarch, our scouts report that the entire restricted zone of Burial Ridge is now shrouded in a blood-red mist. Do we need to send people in to investigate?" He listens and replies coldly, "No need. Set up a defensive perimeter around the area. Blood and bone are being devoured. Burial Ridge is about to open in the days ahead. This place is going to be quite lively." Luo Wuji clenches his fists and declares solemnly, "Every single one of them is starting to grow restless." The next morning at the Luo Manor, Tianfin's mother's face is twisted with fury as she roars, "I told you to find a way to make those two develop feelings for each other. And you staged a nighttime ambush for me." Su Gao drops to his knees on the ground, trembling with fear, and hastily pleads, "Mistress, please quell your anger. I truly did not expect the envoy from the dynasty to react so violently. It was only a few scattered petals." Tianfin's mother spins around and snorts coldly, "Wonderful. Not only has there been zero romantic progress, but it somehow turned into war buddy camaraderie instead." Ying steps in to defuse the situation. "Mistress, perhaps this isn't entirely a bad thing." Just as she is about to leave, Ying's voice rings out. Although Master Li Yuan bungled the affair this time, his line of thinking is actually quite worth considering. Ying continues, "Both the young master and that young lady come from noble backgrounds. Ordinary methods truly make it difficult for them to develop any fondness for one another." Hearing this, Tianfin's mother furrows her brow slightly. "What do you mean?" Ying's depth of experience is beyond question. That is precisely why she is called Housekeeper Ying. She lays out her plan. "The young master once mentioned a term called breaking the ice. I believe we could organize an adventure one where they cast aside their worldly identities to truly break the ice between them." "It sounds reasonable." Tianfin's mother speaks up, "Cast aside their worldly identities and go on an adventure. That does sound plausible, but where exactly should this adventure take place?" Meanwhile, Tianfin is lounging about, leisurely savoring the scenery. He sprawls across his chair, then opens his mouth in a long, satisfying yawn. The artifact spirit sees this and her face scrunches up like a monkey's behind. He lies there on his chair, grinning. "Oh my, how did you end up looking this exhausted? You're a system, don't overwork yourself. Come on, take a little rest." The artifact spirit stares at him with less than friendly eyes. "Enough, you've had your fun." She points at him and continues, "You've now reached the seated illumination realm. after completing the step of illuminating your true self. You need to quickly choose a primary cultivation method to refine your qi into genuine true essence. Hearing the words true essence, Tianfeng can't help but look at her in confusion. The artifact spirit sees this and has no choice but to explain things to the male lead's radiant cluelessness. True essence is the primordial power inherent to every immortal cultivator. Because every person's true essence is different, the nature of their true essence will also vary. She continues, for example, if a cultivator's temperament is hot-tempered and prone to outbursts, the true essence condensed after illuminating their true self will be fierce and blazing like fire. As for demonic cultivators, because they practice demonic path cultivation methods, the true essence they condense may carry destructive properties and the ability to devour. Hearing this, he replies with a single flat sentence. Got it? So ideally, I choose a cultivation method that matches my true self for a synergistic effect 1 + 1 greater than 2, right? The artifact spirit responds exactly. So stop dawdling and choose a cultivation method for yourself already, host. Tianfeng agrees. At that moment, the artifact spirit's face suddenly freezes for a few seconds. Then she thinks, why is he being so agreeable this time? She stares silently at Tianfeng, whose posture hasn't changed one bit, still sprawled out like a lazy cat, leaving her utterly speechless. She shouts like a blaring loudspeaker, so when exactly are you going to get up and actually do it? Tianfeng replies, what's the rush? Suddenly a foot silently appears. Tianfen's mother stands behind him, radiating killing intent. Who's the rush? Only his mother can keep him in line. Tianfeng scrambles to his feet and obeys without question. My dearest, most revered mother, what brings you here? Sit down, she says coldly. Drop the act. I'm here because I have a task for you. Hearing this, his attitude shifts instantly. A task from my most esteemed mother. Naturally, I could never refuse. She nearly disowns him on the spot. Fine then, what if I told you to immediately take the Empress as your wife? Would you also, the very next second? He flips positions faster than an ex-lover. Surely someone as wise and brilliant as mother, so beautiful and noble, could never truly force her own child into marriage, could she? Tianfen's mother leans back in her chair and says with a serious expression, I don't know who you inherited this personality from. Get to the point. She points straight at his face and declares, the young lady from the Qingshan royal dynasty has come not only to discuss the marriage arrangement, but also to make a journey to the burial ridge. Even if you don't wish to marry right away, you cannot neglect the formalities. This time you will escort her there. She closes her eyes and continues, I've also come to terms with things. After this, I won't force you into marriage anymore. Hearing this, his face lights up as if he struck gold. Really? She replies, of course it's real. I'm your mother, would I deceive you? The very next second, he dashes outside in wild joy, screaming like a lunatic. All right, rest assured, I will absolutely complete this mission. Wanlin looks at the other party and speaks, is it the young master who wishes to accompany me to the burial ridge? Tianfen's mother, sitting beside her, chimes in, that's right. When that brat heard you were heading to the burial ridge, that it would be dangerous, he couldn't be stopped. He insisted on going with you. Wanlin hears this and falls silent, saying nothing. Suddenly, Tianfen's mother grasps her hand. Your Majesty, she leans close to the other party's face. Don't be fooled by my son's tough exterior. Deep down, he truly does care about you. Wanlin reluctantly agrees. Very well, since the young master has said as much, this sovereign supposes an extra companion wouldn't be unwelcome. The mother's face is brimming with cunning. She thinks to herself, problem solved. Aren't these two still in the palm of my hand? On Tianfen's side, his voice rings out. Oh dear little system, you naive thing. The artifact spirit speaks up, not a chance. Banish that thought from your mind right now. Tianfen holds a book in his hand and continues, using the embryo seclusion spirit nurturing art. One opens an illusory world within the body. Then, simply by operating that world, one can generate true essence. The better you manage the world, the faster true essence condenses. You and I cultivate the immortal Tao in perfect comfort like this. It sounds so relaxing and health-nourishing, doesn't it? The artifact spirit whirls around and shouts furiously, health-nourishing. Why on earth do you think I should help you operate a world for the sake of health preservation? He then activates his rapid-fire no-cooldown speech mode. First of all, don't get agitated. Alright, don't engage your rationality just yet. Try following my line of thinking for a moment. She then stares blankly as he casts her as the villain instead of the victim. In this whole matter of immortal cultivation, the relationship between you, this system, and me, the host, what would you call it? To a certain extent, it's actually a mutually beneficial partnership, wouldn't you agree? Tianfen launches into his manipulation. casually throwing around the word partner. Suppose we're co-developing a project. Our side provides the funding and the ideas, while your side contributes the labor. Wouldn't that be a reasonably fair arrangement? Hearing this, the other party is stunned and can only nod along with the reasoning. He continues, and all you need to do is handle the day-to-day operation and maintenance, and you'll be my official immortal cultivation partner. Isn't that simply how things should be? Hearing this, he turns to her and says, since you understand, then get started right away. After a moment, the artifact spirit realizes something is off. Wait, I'm just a system. Since when did I become your immortal cultivation partner? She whirls back to face him, fuming. Besides artifacts, resources, and such, I can provide those too. Tianfen replies, you mean that pile of junk of yours? The words strike like a blade straight through her heart. The next second, Tianfen turns and walks away, indifferent to the physical no, the spiritual devastation he has wrought. He speaks, all right. Since things are like this, how about we each take a step back? Hearing this, the artifact spirit glances over in pain. What do you mean? Tianfen walks to the bookshelf, pulls out a volume, and says, I have a heavenly nurturing cultivation art that can cultivate 1,200 grasshead spirits. He holds up the book and adds, didn't you previously drain and absorb that demonic cultivator's power? Then you can use this method to help me condense grasshead spirits and afterward have them maintain and operate the illusory world. How about it? The artifact spirit listens and scratches her head, bewildered. Tianfen turns his head with a deadpan expression. If you still don't agree, then forget it. After all, I don't have much interest in immortal cultivation anyway. I'd rather just go on being my comfortable self. Hearing this, the other party hastily changes her tune. Fine, let's go with that plan. Tianfen hears this and quickly breaks into a grin, then hears to a pleasant partnership. She hears this and can't help but think, why do I still feel like I've been scammed? The next day, outside the grand gates of the Luo Manor, numerous servants are hauling large chests back and forth. Tianfen's mother appears and exclaims, what is all this? She approaches Ying and demands, Ying, what are all these things? Ying holds a checklist in hand and bows, mistress, the young master is in seclusion. All of these are supplies that the young master has ordered to be prepared. Hearing this, her mind is completely blown. She exclaims loudly, that brat is actually cultivating. If that came out too harsh, let me rephrase. Tianfen's mother glances at Wanlin and lowers her voice. What I mean is, what exactly is he cultivating? Why go through all this trouble for such a grand formation? Ying glances at her and continues. He's cultivating the core technique, the Xuan technique department selected for the young master, one that requires constructing an illusory world within the body. The young master is preparing for that now. Hearing this, Wanlin, standing nearby, immediately speaks up. An illusory world? You mean the mandala womb concealment spirit technique? Seeing her reaction, Ying eagerly presses, has your majesty heard of this technique before? Wanlin closes her eyes and replies slowly, I've heard a thing or two. They say the illusory world cultivated from this technique possesses incredibly wondrous effects, but it was said to have been lost ages ago. I never expected such a technique would be preserved in your residence. At that moment, Tianfen's mother silently seethes to herself, HMPH, he doesn't cultivate early. Doesn't cultivate late, he picks the exact moment a fine young lady is watching to start. Just you wait, I'll have a word with that boy later. She immediately shifts her demeanor, turning gently to address Wanlin. It is all thanks to your majesty's grace. My son is usually far from diligent in his cultivation. Perhaps it's because he wishes to accompany your majesty to the burial ridge that he's finally changed his ways and started putting in effort. Wanlin regards the woman with a measured look and responds, I've heard this technique is not easy to cultivate. It demands extraordinarily high levels of talent and wisdom. The young master is truly no ordinary person. Inside the room, Tianfen sits in silence amid rows of talisman scrolls. Elder Bo approaches and speaks, Young master, everything has been prepared. He replies with casual indifference, Very well, you may all withdraw. Elder Bo complies without question. He bows and offers, May the young master achieve great attainment in the Xuan technique. The next moment, only the sound of a closing door reaches the room. Tianfen's eyes fly wide open. He speaks with barely contained excitement. Good, the comprehension is ready. Above, the system runs through a series of operations. A notification materializes before Tianfen mission complete mission. Stand by and watch others busy setting up the formation array while you do nothing. Mission reward genius level comprehension experience card. Without a moment's hesitation, he presses the button. An experience card materializes accompanied by instructions for its usage. The system's artifact spirit chimes in. the materials required to cultivate the illusory world. The three elements of resources, talent, and physical constitution are now fully sufficient. Who would have thought the pills you took back then to strengthen your physique would actually prove useful someday? Hearing this, Tianfan's face swells with pride. After all, my physique was custom designed by hundreds of people at the Xuan Technique Department. Enhancing it was already part of their grand plan. The artifact spirit goes stiff as a board after hearing that. Fine, I know you're impressive. Just get started already. The next second, Tianfan raises the card high and declares, activate. At that instant, his eyes begin to blaze with light. Streams of mystical runes race along his entire body. Then he murmurs, I'm beginning to understand everything. Outside, Elder Bo stands guard, holding back his mother. Your Majesty, madam. She nods slightly and replies, Elder Bo, you've worked hard. Inside Tianfan's room, a blinding radiance suddenly erupts. Wanlin instinctively senses an immense power being unleashed from within the room. His mother cries out in alarm, Tianfan. She immediately whirls on Elder Bo. Elder Bo, what's happening? What's happened to Tianfan? Elder Bo smiles reassuringly. Madam, there's no need to worry. The young master has begun constructing the illusory world. He then gazes into the room and continues. Indeed, the young master is a peerless genius. I haven't even left the courtyard gate yet. Tianfan's mother breathes a small sigh of relief. No harm is good. I thought he had fallen into qi deviation. Wanlin regards the scene with a changed perception, thinking to herself, so this is the foundation of the legitimate eldest son of the Changsheng Luo manor. Inside, Tianfan sits with an exhilarated expression as strange runes crawl along his body. So that's how it is. In the end, it's actually this simple. A small flame appears in his palm, taking the thought in his mind as the seed and his body as the foundation. A world seed takes shape nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He raises the golden-hued spiritual energy high and declares, let the seed detonate. The blinding light forces the system artifact spirit to shield her face. She thinks to herself, I may have set the comprehension level a bit too high. Tianfan's face brims with satisfaction. At this level, it is completely beyond restraint. The next second, he enters an illusory realm, the Mandala Womb Great Realm. Tianfan hovers in the void, his will daring to challenge the sun and moon, forging a new heaven. A crescent moon shape materializes before him. Tianfan gazes at the object in silence for a long while before descending to the ground. So this is the illusory world. He wanders around, appraising everything. It seems a bit desolate. Outside, the precious treasures continue, having their spiritual energy drained without pause. Tianfan sinks into a deep meditative state. Golden light radiates ceaselessly around him. Within the illusory world, Tianfan notices pillars of light descending like falling meteors. Those are the valuable items from the outside world manifesting within. He crosses his arms confidently. Now this is what it should look like. He surveys his surroundings and continues, I need to find a patch of auspicious feng shui, a treasured land of wind and water to place my true body. He ventures deeper into the thickets. Before long, he arrives at a place with a ready-made platform open to the breeze. Not bad. Tianfan presses 2 fingers to his forehead. The next instant, his true body is drawn forth and seated upright like a statue. Satisfied with the placement, he entrusts this domain to its steward. At this moment, his eyes slowly open. He stretches his body and announces, it's done. The system artifact spirit eagerly scrambles over, dying to hear the details. That fast? Is the true body already arranged? Slightly fatigued, Tianfan leans back and nods. He gazes at his palm and speaks. The true body has just been formed, and the condensation speed of true essence has already tripled. What if we optimize the operation of that world one step further? Hearing these words, the system artifact spirit feels a flicker of doubt. Are these really words my master is capable of saying? Tianfan props his chin up, ignoring her attitude entirely. Right now, a massive stockpile of resources is just sitting there without maximizing their potential. They need to be distributed and adjusted according to geological conditions, elemental energy distribution, and the attributes of each resource. Hearing this, she clings to him and exclaims, I never expected such a windfall. My host cultivation plan succeeded beyond all expectations. If I had known sooner, I would have given you a halo of enlightened comprehension ages ago. Tianfan hastily pushes her away, thinking to himself, right there's still the system I can exploit. He looks at her, a thought suddenly springing to mind. Come to think of it, where do the system's rewards and resources actually come from? Tianfan's eyes widen. He seizes both of her hands firmly and presses his face close to hers. similar to the illusory world. The system is merely a product between the real and the unreal. No, you must be even more purely so. Could you be an illusion? Then can I use you as a clue to trace back to the source? Warning signals flash in the system artifact spirit's eyes. She cries out, "What are you even talking about?" The system blares continuous warnings, but Tianfin clings on like a leech, refusing to let go. "Let me see through you, let me see through you. I have a feeling that through you, my understanding of the illusory world will soar to a whole new level." She desperately tries to break free from his grip. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me right now." Suddenly, she gradually loses consciousness. How is this happening? The next second, she vanishes entirely, and Tianfin collapses backward. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, his spirit rushing back. He glances around, unable to contain his curiosity. Has it worked? He rubs his temples and mutters, "Finally, I won't need that blasted enlightenment aura anymore." It felt like my brain was being sucked dry. Tianfin still harbors doubts. He scratches his head. How strange. Why hasn't the system jumped out to take credit this time? He then mutters to himself, "Forget it. Someone prepare the bathwater. This young master wants to soak and relax for a bit." Outside, the old servant's voice echoes back, "The young master is finished. Prepare the bath at once." Meanwhile, at Kijin Pavilion, Huang Yu holds a dish in hand and ceaselessly sings its praises. Chang Yu Fairy's culinary skills are truly magnificent beyond compare. He laughs and raises his wine cup toward Tianfin. "Once again, I get to bask in the radiance of Liu Ji." Chang Yu Fairy responds graciously, "Young Master Huang flatters me." Meanwhile, Tianfin picks up a piece to try as well. He cannot help but praise it. "Delicious, Fairy, may I ask what dish this is?" Chang Yu Fairy, beautiful as ever, explains, "This is a dish I recently created. It has yet to be named. The primary ingredient is the horn of a dark nether dragon, prepared with 3 immortal bamboo." Hearing this, Huang Yu immediately vomits everything he just ate. He points a shaking finger. "I heard that recently. A dragon from the dark nether dragon tribe ventured out for training Gan the moment it stepped out. It was beaten black and blue and had its horn sawed off. Could it have been you, Fairy?" She responds with perfect composure. "Young Master Huang jests. I am merely a humble chef. How could I commit such a savage act? I purchased this dragon horn from someone else." Tianfin, still eating, can't help but interject between mouthfuls. "Oh, who?" Chang Yu Fairy replies, "Helian Tongfu of Jilong Palace." Hearing this, Huang Yu startles and hastily says, "So it was him." Then there's nothing surprising about that. Chang Yu Fairy deftly changes the subject. "Does the young master enjoy this dish?" Tianfin answers mid-chew, "The flavor is excellent." Seeing his reaction, she grows bashful. "I still have many new dishes to prepare." "Young Master Luo, would you like to eat here every day?" Tianfin, completely oblivious, asks, "Why do you say that? Does the fairy wish to become the private chef of my residence?" "Given our relationship, you would of course be most welcome. But could it be that the fairy finds Kijin Pavilion uncomfortable?" Hearing this, she freezes as if struck dumb, then stalks off with a hint of irritation. "I'll go check if the Thunderstrike wood stew has finished cooking." Hearing this exotic dish name, Tianfin immediately asks, "Thunderstrike wood stew? What kind of cuisine is that from?" Huang Yu's face drains of color. "Liu Ji, you really are a piece of thunderstruck wood yourself." He then leans close to Tianfin's ear. "After news of your arranged marriage with the Empress spread, Chang Yu Fairy grew anxious too. If not for that, today isn't even a banquet day at Kijin Pavilion. Why else would the fairy have asked me to invite you?" Tianfin, naively oblivious, says with chopsticks still in his mouth, "My marriage, would she be anxious about it? Does she want to take charge of organizing my wedding?" Huang Yu, at a complete loss for words, "Liu Ji, what is wrong with you?" Tianfin answers nonchalantly. Huang Yu says helplessly, "You just broke through again. These past few days, my father has been beating me at every turn, saying we're supposed to be the same kind of idle playboys. Why do you keep breaking through while I'm stuck at the same realm? If the fairy hadn't hosted this banquet today, I probably still wouldn't have escaped my beating. Liu Ji, you have no loyalty. We swore to be idle young masters together, yet you've been secretly training behind my back, haven't you?" Tianfin sighs and explains, "How many times must I say it? I truly haven't been cultivating in seclusion. Am I the type to suffer? I only put in a tiny bit of effort. Who knew I'd just break through like that?" Hearing this, Huang Yu is so furious he can't even close his mouth. Now that is truly infuriating. He then continues, "Oh right. Liu Ji, my family says you're planning to enter the burial ridge." Tianfin folds his arms. "That's right. Can't be avoided. Might as well take a stroll through it." The next instant, Huang Yu points at him excitedly. "I hear every time the burial ridge opens, it's absolute chaos. Recently, storm clouds have gathered over the city. Prodigies from all corners are converging. when the time comes, you'll have the chance to mingle with those great figures, Liuji. Tianfen glances at him. Oh, and who might these great figures be? Huang Yu says confidently, the small Frisiu don't need to bother with them. Among the prodigies gathered this time, 3 stand above the rest. Tianfen asks which 3. Huang Yu answers, first is the eccentric swordbox of the sword family. A man with a face as cold as frost, judging by his description. Next is a woman just one glance tells you she is an otherworldly beauty, the holy maiden of Jayaachi. The last one dresses with utmost flair, and happens to be the very person Changyu Fairy mentioned, Helian Tongfu of Jilong Palace. Tianfen sits in silence and says, the Jayaachi holy maiden Helian Tongfu, the eccentric swordbox. Very well, tell me what makes these 3 worth paying attention to. Huang Yu crosses his arms. Honestly, I've only heard rumors, I don't know much. He continues without missing a beat. First, the Jayaachi Holy Maiden rumor has it she is the most gifted talent the Jayaachi Holy Land has produced in thousands of years. Of course, ever since the Liang Holy Land once boasted that their holy son was the foremost to transcend mortality in 300 years. Every holy land has been competing both openly and in secret over whose holy son or holy maiden holds the more illustrious title. Tianfen raises his teacup, gazing at him with cold indifference. Fine, tell me about the one from Jilong Palace this time. The one called Helian Tongfu. What a strange name. Huang Yu shares everything he knows. I have to say, Helian Tongfu of Jilong Palace is quite the remarkable figure. He was originally a humble farmer who, through a stroke of fortune, was accepted into Jilong Palace. Within a single short year, his progress was nothing short of meteoric. From an ordinary mortal with zero chi perception, he cultivated all the way to the 3rd stage of mortal transcendence, seated illumination. Afterward, the palace master of Jilong Palace bestowed upon him the surname Helian. He chose the name Tongfu for himself, claiming he wished never to forget his roots. Tianfen, chopsticks dangling from his mouth, wears an expression of utter exasperation. With a name like that, forgetting his roots is indeed impossible. Huang Yu then brings up the other figure. As for the one from the sword family, the eccentric swordbox, there's really nothing noteworthy to say. Every 30 years, the sword family sends a disciple out into the world to issue challenges. He is this generation's representative. Tianfen furrows his brow, thinking I genuinely can't tell if this guy is praising them or putting them down. Huang Yu continues enthusiastically, in any case, these 3 do deserve some attention, but don't pay them too much mind. Tianfen raises his cup. Sounds lively enough, but none of it concerns me. On this trip, I'm merely the Empress's attendant there to fill a seat. Huang Yu suddenly grows excited. Liuji, what are you even thinking? You are now the foremost cultivator in seated illumination. How can you say it doesn't concern you? Hearing this, he involuntarily spits out his drink. He frantically wipes his mouth. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Since when did I become the foremost person in seated illumination? Ignoring his flustered state, Huang Yu presses on. Liuji, didn't you break through again just a few days ago? The commotion it caused was enormous. The stellar firmament updated your profile the very next day, commenting that you had been concealing your strength for years. And in terms of true depth, you are likely the foremost in seated illumination under heaven. Tianfen freezes on the spot. Huang Yu's voice rings in his ears. They even listed you on the Qinghua rankings, though since your realm is still relatively low, you're currently ranked just over 100. Tianfen's face goes white. Huang Yu keeps piling it on. Keep it up. Liu Jiu are now the pride of Naleo. The eyes of the entire world are fixed on you. At the entrance of the burial ridge, a pitch-black gate swings open. An elder of Jayaachi declares, Luo Wuji, you go too far. The crowd of onlookers buzzes with chatter. One person speaks up. Luo Wuji isn't that the patriarch of the Changsheng Luo Manor? This is the first time I've seen him in person. Another person with a hair bun chimes in. Look, that person standing there cradling a sword. That's the sword guardian of the sword family. This generation's representative. An angry voice calls out, these great powers are about to clash. How dare someone challenge the Changsheng Manor? The sword guardian steps forth. He stands with his sword held against his chest, eyes closed, radiating an aura of frigid detachment. The crowd continues to buzz. I hear the sword family claims to be the foremost practitioners of the sword Dao. I wonder what level of cultivation this sword guardian has reached. Excited voices rise. Isn't that the palace master of Jilong Palace? He actually came here in person. HMPH Helian Tongfu just offended the Dark Nether Dragon tribe. The palace master must be here to back him up. The palace master of Jilong Palace pays those words no heed. You dare rebuke the Luo patriarch? Who are you? At this question, all eyes shift to the Jayaachi elder. The Jayaachi elder is said to have lived for an extraordinarily long time. Even the current master of the Jayaachi Holy Land is but a junior to him. Hey, declares loudly, the allocation of slots for the burial ridge was decided long ago. Today, you open your mouth to demand, yet anotherus this not flagrant contempt for the established rules. Luo Wuji glances at the other party. The Luo clan's rules stand as they are. If you're not satisfied with this seat's decision, then let us amend them a bit. Hearing this, the Jiaokai elder can no longer contain his emotions. Luo Wuji, you say amend and we amend. You've only just broken through to true immortaldo. You truly believe no one can deal with you. Luo Wuji furrows his brow coldly, fixing the man with an icy stare. Pointless words. If you want to fight, then come. And if there's anyone else who remains unconvinced, step forward as well. This seat can't be bothered to deal with you one by one, all of you. Come at once and settle this in one go. Suddenly, a woman wielding a staff speaks up in fury. Patriarch Luo. The quota is fixed. If one family gains an extra slot, another must lose one. To cut off our juniors' prospects, we have no choice but to seek instruction from the patriarch himself. The next instant, she soars into the air, streaking toward the outer heavenly battlefield. From below, Luo Wuji watches the streak of light shoot upward. He coldly draws his sword. In the next heartbeat, the two collide with a thunderous impact. The woman with the staff raises her head and declares, HMPH, today we shall crush the might of this Luo clan. Instantly, several streaks of light rocket straight into the sky. A person in the crowd points at the unfolding spectacle. They're fighting, they're actually fighting. Another adds, true immortal realm combat's sheer might is truly terrifying. Only the outer heavenly battlefield can withstand such power. I wonder when I'll ever reach such a realm. The sword master looks up and speaks. How many breaths? The master of Jiao Dragon Palace responds, at least 10 breaths. I'll wager 500 spirit stones on it. The master of Jiao Dragon Palace furrows his brow slightly. What can a handful of spirit stones even do? The other party replies, that is this one's entire fortune. Above, all the spirit beasts converge toward a sphere of light at the center. The master of Jiao Dragon Palace looks up and exclaims, magnificent. Suddenly, a hand extends to the sword master, coldly snatches the bag of spirit stones. The other party's voice rings out. 500 spirit stones, not a single one less. Everyone in the crowd is riveted. A brown-haired man speaks up. So this is the power of a true immortal. The person beside him replies anxiously. Xingleashan reported that Patriarch Luo only just broke through to true immortal not long ago. Setting aside anyone else, hasn't the elder of the Jiao Kai Holy Land entered the true immortal realm years ago? Suddenly a voice rings out. Now you see Xingleashan's intelligence is unreliable. Tianfen appears, speaking as if reciting by rote. It's merely an intelligence-gathering operation. What do they understand about cultivation foundation? Especially news like the #1 seeded illumination prodigy, all completely baseless fabrication, utterly untrustworthy. Someone in the crowd shouts, young Master Luo, you're here. What? The #1 genius of the Luo Prefecture's seeded illumination, realm Luo Tianfen. Where? Let me see. The crowd erupts into chaos. I heard Luo Tianfen has been concealing his strength all these years. And today he suddenly revealed it, reaching rank 167 on the Manhua rankings while still at the seeded illumination realm. Is this real or fake? Isn't the person standing beside him Empress Lin Wanlin of the Qingshan Divine Dynasty? It's definitely her. They say the young master only revealed his cultivation to please his fair lady. Tianfen hears this and thinks to himself, these rumors grow more absurd by the day. Tianfen spins around, his voice sharp with irritation. Have you found out who from Xingleashan leaked this nonsense about me onto the Manhua rankings? I want to personally thank him properly. Jiang Chuan replies, young master, we should head over to where the patriarch is. The next instant, pillars of chi slam into the ground with a deafening crash. The Jiao Kai elder and his group are sent crashing to the earth. Luo Wuji appears before them, cold and imperious. Spiritual energy radiating from his form like an aura of absolute dominion. The matter of the quadriconcyter, it's settled. The crowd falls completely silent. Tianfen holds 2 wooden figurines in his hands and speaks. So these 2 finger-sized wooden figures are the quota. Luo Wuji approaches and speaks. Correct. The burial ridge is fraught with peril. Every clan only wishes to let their juniors test themselves. No one truly intends to send them to their deaths. That's why this intermediary method was devised, using these proxy bodies to project avatars inside for training. 2 of them. This one is yours and the other you must deliver to that girl with your own hands. Tianfen looks at him and says, "No wonder you fought for an extra slot. Without the standing of the Qingshan divine dynasty, there wouldn't be enough qualification to obtain a proxy body quota, would there?" Luo Wuji replies, "Naturally not." Tianfen asks, "Then what?" Suddenly, the old man jabs a finger at his face and barks, "Stop asking me about every little thing. Take the chance to actually talk with the girl for once. If you keep acting cold and aloof all day, nobody's going to take a liking to you." Tianfen stares at him and thinks, when have I ever acted like that? Then Luo Wuji turns his back. The burial ridge is about to open, the rest is up to you. Tianfen touches his own body and marvels, this proxy body is truly wondrous, it feels exactly like a real body. Wanlin speaks up, the materials used to craft these proxy bodies, according to legend, are harvested from within the burial ridge itself. They are exceedingly rare. Hearing this, he can't help but be surprised. "Ah, so that's why, no wonder I've never heard of it before." Wanlin looks toward the ancient gate and says, "The passage is open, let's go." Tianfen closes his eyes and begins chanting an incantation. The next instant, the two transform into streaks of light and plunge inward, racing through the barrier in the blink of an eye. Moments later, they appear on the other side of the gate. Tianfen surveys his surroundings and remarks, "There's nothing particularly special about this place." Suddenly, a figure catches their attention. An undead soldier appears, its eyes glowing blood red. Tianfen's eyes widen. What is that? A corpse guard soldier. He strides forward boldly. "Your Majesty, allow me to clear the path for you." But suddenly, more silhouettes materialize behind the first undead soldier. Tianfen's jaw drops. Filling the space behind them is an entire horde of savage undead soldiers. Tianfen's confidence evaporates instantly. He forces an awkward laugh and turns back. "Your Majesty, that was just bravado. I think before we do anything, we should." The next instant, Wanlin has already seized him and dragged him straight through the horde of undead. She looks at him coldly. "These undead soldiers aren't right, they shouldn't be appearing here." Hearing this, Tianfen's eyes go wide. Undead soldiers. Wanlin furrows her brow, deep in thought. Could it be? Suddenly, an undead soldier lunges straight at them. Tianfen instantly pulls out a talisman and roars, "Lightning!" A massive bolt of electricity erupts from the talisman, blasting the creature apart. Undead soldier. He doesn't forget to turn and tell her, "Your Majesty, focus on controlling the sword. I'll handle these undead soldiers." Wanlin hears this and agrees without the slightest hesitation. Ahead of them, a horde of savage undead soldiers blocks their path. Tianfen begins condensing his power. The next instant, he unleashes a devastating surge of lightning that tears straight through the undead horde. The two break free from their predicament. Behind them, the undead soldiers begin to recover after being struck. Tianfen shouts coldly, "Shatter!" The next instant, electric currents erupt from every puddle and drop of water, tearing apart the enemy's bodies. Wanlin swiftly steers their path. She wields her sword like a prow, cutting through waves of undead. Suddenly, one of them hurls its weapon straight at the two of them. The weapon slices between them, tearing the pair apart. Tianfen roars, "How infuriating." The undead soldier is swiftly destroyed. Tianfen glances back and snarls, "Can't shake them off no matter how hard we fight. Can't finish them no matter how many we kill. They cling like dogskin plaster." Wanlin responds, "These undead soldiers were not intentionally created. Unless we find the commander controlling them and shatter their soul core, or annihilate this entire army of resentment in a single decisive strike, there's no easy way to put a stop to them." At this moment, an idea strikes Tianfen. "I have a method that could help us break free from this encirclement, but I can't use it here. The spatial fabric here is far too unstable. One misstep and we could be torn apart. How much farther do we have to go before we exit this passage?" Wanlin responds, "At our current speed. Perhaps another half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Tianfen straightens up and declares, "Looks like for the duration of that incense stick, we'll have to put in some real effort." He then strikes down one of the spectral soldiers with cold precision. Wanlin is no slouch either. She retaliates with her sword. Time runs short, the time for a single incense stick to burn. After Wanlin's uncle croaks, he reappears anew. A steel carved with massive talismanic characters stands before them. The coffin lid bursts open and death chi radiates outward in all directions. At this moment, Wanlin and Tianfen shift to another location. He surveys his surroundings and speaks, "We're finally out." The next second, both leap down to the ground as if it were nothing. Tianfen lifts something in his hand. "Very well, let's see if this thing actually works." He recalls the old steward's words, "Young master, this object is still incomplete. Unless the situation is truly dire, it is best not to use it." He thinks to himself, "Who would have thought I'd need to use it the moment I stepped in?" The next second, the spectral soldiers give chase. They've caught up, not giving them a single moment to breathe. Tianfin shouts, "Buy me some time." Wanlin nods in agreement the instant she hears him. She then begins to unleash her power. Tianfin holds the object aloft and mutters, "Let's hope we have enough luck." Suddenly, the spectral soldiers grind to a halt. The two exchange a glance. Tianfin speaks, "Weren't you all in such a rush just now? Why the sudden change of heart?" Then both sense something above. A colossal hand materializes overhead. Instead of fleeing, the two stand their ground, staring up to get a clear look. Wanlin begins chanting an incantation. A protective barrier forms around them in the next instant. The enormous hand clamps down on the barrier, squeezing it tight. Wanlin suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Tianfin calls out in alarm, "Your Majesty!" The colossal hand crushes everything in its grip. Wanlin's uncle, after croaking, clutches something tightly in his hand. He lies back down into the coffin. A spectral soldier steps forward and pulls the lid shut. Then he issues an order, "Find her." The spectral soldiers do not delay for a single second. At this moment, a doorway gradually materializes. Tianfin supports the heavily wounded Wanlin. Heaving a heavy breath, he says, "I feel like Burial Ridge and I are cosmically incompatible. Throw whatever you want at me, I just want to lie flat and wait for death." Wanlin wipes the blood from her mouth and says, "Perhaps it won't come again." Before she finishes her sentence, a ferocious bear charges from behind. Both whip around in shock. Tianfin exclaims, "What the?" Shrieks of terror echo throughout the entire forest. Deep within the forest, at this moment, a man clutching his wounds shouts, "Runyang. Miscalculated, I never imagined Burial Ridge would be this savage." A two-headed demon beast appears. The man shouts, "This creature carries at least 2 tails of human bone in its body." Behind him, a man barely clinging to life speaks up. "How can this brute use such crude words at a time like this?" He continues, "There's still little sister too." The hothead roars, "Save what little strength you have left, treasure your final words while you still can." Just as the two-headed beast lets out a triumphant howl, a figure wielding a sword appears from behind. Its attention is drawn away. She seizes the moment and swings her sword, but the beast suddenly reappears behind her. The hot-headed man cries out in alarm. Not good, she's been spotted. The two-headed beast appears directly above the girl. It pounces down in the next instant, claws gripping her face, forcing a scream of agony from her lips. The one-armed man channels his power, accompanied by sweet, wretched words. Before anyone can react, the two-headed beast tears the girl's body clean in two. It snatches up her severed head and leaps to the ground. The hothead appears behind it. He brings his attack crashing down with everything he has. Terror suddenly floods his eyes. Below him is nothing but one of its severed arms. He cries out, it can shed its limbs like a lizard. Suddenly, 2 clawed hands with razor-sharp talons seize his head. Before he can finish, the Burial Ridge mother strikes his head, is torn from his body in the same breath. The remaining man's gaze locks onto the beast. He says coldly, "I told you to treasure your final words. In the end, all you leave behind is something so crude." He looks at the beast and continues, oh well, my life is nearly over anyway. Who's left to appreciate elegance?" The next second, the beast hurls the head to the ground. The man roars, "Come then, you wretched creature, Flamehead." He unleashes a torrent of mockery, head poking from the front, head poking from the back, with a long, reeking tail. Wanlin suddenly appears behind it, her sword arcing high overhead. The beast whips around to react. It manages a single swipe, but in the next instant, her blade reduces it to 100 pieces. Wanlin and Tianfin erect tombstones for the fallen, not forgetting to inscribe the epitaphs, one for the foul-mouthed scholar and his sister. Wanlin looks up at the sky and says, "Night is falling. Being outside in Burial Ridge after dark is extremely dangerous. We need to find shelter." The two climb onto Xingda's back. Tianfin adds, "Let's go." He calls out, "Xingda, run." They swiftly depart from the forest. Along the way, the air falls silent. Suddenly, a glowing circle appears, freezing Tianfin in his tracks. The next second, he finds himself in another space. The artifact spirit stands before him, eyes ringed with dark circles like a panda, her expression utterly exhausted. Tianfin is taken aback. "I thought you planned to become a permanent shut-in. What compelled you to show your face today?" The artifact spirit fixes her dark-ringed eyes on him. "Haven't you noticed?" Hearing this, he freezes for several seconds. "Noticed what?" She points at Wanlin's image reflected on the large screen. "That is your future bride." Her gaze lingers on Wanlin's silhouette, inside her body. There is more than one person. Hearing this, Tianfin's mind explodes. "What?" He turns to face her. "You mean body seizure, soul possession?" The artifact spirit replies with a face as blank as someone who just finished doing drugs. It's not body seizure, it's more like. Xingda opens its massive maw, baring every fang. Before them stands an enormous python. Wanlin regards it with an impassive expression. She leaps to the ground, gazes into the cave, and says, this place isn't bad, perfect for shelter. The python, enraged by her audacity, unhinges its gaping black maw. Wanlin says nothing. In the next instant, she unsheathes her sword in one fluid motion. Wanlin's blade dances and whirls before the python. In an instant, the entire beast is diced into bite-sized chunks. Wanlin turns to Tianfen. We're having snake for dinner tonight. Neither Tianfen nor Xingda dares utter a single word. Tianfen stammers, sure. Come nightfall, the two light a fire and roast the ill-fated python's meat. The two sit in silence, staring at each other. Tianfen steals a glance at her, his mind racing. More than one person inside her body. Wanlin suddenly hands him a large piece. It's done, try it. He replies politely, thank you. He closes his eyes and takes a big bite. Wanlin leans in, asking, well, how is it? Does it taste good? Tianfen responds with a completely expressionless face, it's passable. The next second, Wanlin stares at her own piece, charred to a crisp. It was, after all, her first time roasting snake. She then tosses a piece over to Xingda. The bear accepts it calmly and stuffs it into its mouth. In the next second, its expression completely changes. It immediately spits it out onto the ground, leaving Wanlin frozen in place. She frowns and picks up a piece herself. Is it really that bad? After eating it, she feels her skills are worthy of a master chef. Tianfen offers some comfort, don't be discouraged. Perhaps it's the snake that has the problem. Meanwhile, thick plumes of black smoke billow through the forest. Swarms of rats begin to emerge, and a group of people panics without end. You there? Why has the sky suddenly gone so dark? Find a defensible position now, otherwise we're done for. Two people behind are engulfed by the black smoke. The man in front shouts, it's over. There's no time left. The dark miasma begins creeping up toward him. The black smoke corrodes the flesh on this side. Dense black smoke gathers outside the mouth of the cave. At this moment, Wanlin's eyelids grow heavy. It's dark already, and over here, Xingda is eating the python meat. The sight leaves Wanlin so vexed she cannot speak, but then she notices something. She turns to find Tianfen utterly silent. The next second, his eyes snap wide open, blazing with killing intent. The artifact spirit's voice resonates. The heavens and earth harbor quintessential spiritual energy, accessible to all myriad things. Yet it is humanity, being the most numerous, who are therefore the apex of spiritual growth. Tianfen, wine flask in hand, stares at Wanlin and says flatly, speak human, please. The system artifact spirit scoffs lightly and says, the point is, the extras aren't body-snatching ghosts. They're a strand of fetus-light spiritual essence here. You could call it a primordial soul. Tianfen hears this and can't help but stare blankly. The system artifact spirit looks down her nose at him. Do you even know what a trainee is? Despite looking clueless, Tianfen actually does know what a trainee is. The system artifact spirit explains with reverence, if being born into the world counts as a debut, then a primordial soul is something that hasn't debuted yet. Tianfen starts to understand. So for trainees like primordial souls, it's like a 10-month pregnancy, right? The system artifact spirit narrows her eyes. That's not wrong, actually. Tianfen crosses his arms. So Na practiced for 3.5 years. No wonder he finally debuted at the Li clan's C-spot in Chentang Pass and became a top act in the FSB group. After that, the system artifact spirit pulls out a map and says, speaking of primordial soul sphere, actually useful to you. Tianfen responds, useful to me. The system artifact spirit closes her eyes and speaks slowly. You need to refine your straw-headed god to maintain your illusion world. And primordial soul is the perfect material for that. Hearing this, Tianfen glances at Wanlin and speaks up. Really? There's such a golden opportunity. That's amazing. You have no idea how swamped I've been inside the illusion world lately. The system artifact spirit suddenly grows alarmed. The primordial soul just vanished. Tianfen yells in shock, what? The two of them stare at Wanlin's back. A moment later, she suddenly turns around, catching Tianfan's sharp, piercing gaze. The two lock eyes in silence. Suddenly, Wanlin speaks. Young master, is something wrong? Tianfen turns away and replies, it's nothing, just startled by the noise outside. The thick black qi out there can't suppress your voice, Wanlin. This is how the night corrupt qi behaves at first. Wait a bit and everything will be extinguished. Then it'll quiet down again. Tianfen replies casually, I see. By the small campfire, Wanlin's voice drops a few notches. she remarks that young Master Luo endured several battles today, yet doesn't show the slightest hint of weakness. Wanlin stares into the fire and continues, truly worthy of being ranked by Xingluo Tianping City as the greatest talent of all time. Hearing such praise, Tianfan grins and replies, it's nothing really. Then he thinks to himself, could it be because I still have one spare life I haven't used up yet? Wanlin turns away and says, I need to continue resting my spirit. Please make yourself comfortable, young master. Tianfan silently looks at the system artifact spirit, who then presents him with some kind of information panel. He glances at it and asks, what's this supposed to mean? Tianfan reads the quest details inside. The system artifact spirit speaks up, the mysterious primordial soul is the key material for refining your straw-headed god. Find a way to investigate its origin. Tianfan's eyes well up with tears as he looks at her pathetically. Tongzi, you've changed. Can our bond only be sustained through quests now? She stares at him with a strange look, as if to confirm his point systems have no feelings. Tianfan points at her and says, then, have you forgotten your promise? You promised you'd help me refine the straw-headed god. She answers him with ice-cold composure. Of course I haven't forgotten, but I only said I'd help you refine the straw-headed god. I never said I'd help you collect primordial souls. Tianfan shouts, so you're picking apart every single word. You're absolutely devious. She smirks and replies, learn from the best. Then she vanishes in an instant, leaving only her voice behind, keep at it. I'm waiting for your materials. He closes his eyes and ponders. No wonder you are a former internal system. You've been quietly upgrading yourself, haven't you? Was it after refining the embryovoid grand boundary during this period? My system feels nothing like the ones in novels, does it? Then he sighs, more quests, huh? What a pain in the ass. Tianfan pours water from a bottle onto the campfire, mulling blankly. After the illusion world was refined, it needs continuous maintenance. The true spirit inside is like a fire department working around the clock without rest. Without backup, it simply won't cut it. His gaze darkens, investigate the truth behind the primordial soul. The system artifact spirit watches him through the screen and thinks, stupid host. Still too green, you think you can outplay me? She smirks faintly and continues, no, this cultivation is like climbing a mountain. Instead, you've become a prisoner of your own cultivation gains. Her face is full of cunning, so what if he's a useless brat? This system can still drag him, step by step, into the depths of my quests. Over here, Tianfan lightly taps Wanlin's shoulder. She suddenly opens her eyes, turns around and asks, young master, is something the matter? Tianfan smiles faintly, just a small matter. The system artifact spirit watches this, wide-eyed with shock. Tianfan asks confidently, your majesty, do you know what a primordial soul is? The system artifact spirit goes pale at his words. Who taught you to do quests like this? Wanlin is confused. Primordial soul, I've never heard of such a thing. Tianfan rests his chin on his hand. Oh. He sits down. By the way, this thing also goes by another name, fetus essence. Fetus essence, what's that? She murmurs the words, then recalls fetus light spiritual essence. Tianfan is taken aback. Yes, that's the one, easy to remember. Your majesty knows about it, Wanlin replies. I've read through some ancient texts. Legend says this thing is the original form of a living spirit, like formless intangible chi and soul. He beams with joy. If your majesty already knows, then everything becomes much easier. Tianfan hesitates. After he explains everything clearly, she asks in alarm, you mean the fetus light spiritual essence that was always attached to me suddenly vanished into thin air? He replies, that's right, I also find it very strange. Wanlin says, for Burial Ridge to contain fetus light spiritual essence. That is truly unheard of. Tianfan is puzzled. In all these years, has no one else ever seen a fetus light spiritual essence? She looks at him and explains, young master, there's something you don't know. This fetus light spiritual essence you have alive, it cannot be seen when dead, it's nearly impossible to detect. No one has ever laid eyes on one. That's why everyone has always believed it to be nothing more than a legend. Tianfan sits and ponders, never seen by anyone. Maybe when we get back, I should ask father if he's ever seen one. Wanlin still doesn't believe it and presses, young master, are you certain what you saw was truly a fetus light spiritual essence? Tianfan recalls the 77 different expressions on the system artifact spirit's face and feels indescribable. Tianfan sighs and answers, I'm certain. She suddenly realizes that the fetus light spiritual essence very likely appeared after he slew the reanimated bone monsters. Verifying this is simple. Come morning, let's go slay a few more reanimated bone monsters and find out. He perks up with enthusiasm. Very well. Tian Fan mutters to himself, indeed when accepting quests, you can't just charge in blindly. You have to trigger more dialogue options. Now I've got myself a helper. He suddenly remembers and asks, oh right, will this delay your original plans? After all, I still don't know why you entered the burial ridge in the first place. What were you looking for? Wanlin falls silent, bowing her head for a long moment. Then her expression turns grave. I entered the burial ridge to find a city. Tian Fan asks, a city, you mean a town? If you know the location, it shouldn't be too hard to find. Wanlin replies, this city is rather special. Somewhere within Burial Ridge, hidden beneath a thick shroud of black bonnet, has been concealed. Scene transition the next morning in the forest. A reanimated bone monster is cut down by a single slash from Lin Wanlin. After finishing it off, she turns and asks, young Master Luo, did you notice anything? He shouts, wait a moment. Let me take a look. Tian Fan turns to the system artifact spirit and whispers, is there one or not? She answers with a frown, yes. After receiving the information, he confirms that a primordial soul has already entered the body. Wanlin immediately channels her spiritual energy to inspect herself. After the inspection, she is stunned, so that's how it works. He rushes over and asks, Your Majesty, did you discover something? Wanlin explains, every cultivator who has ever visited the Burial Ridge knows that each time you kill a reanimated bone monster, it benefits your cultivation. Take me for example right now, whether it's inhaling, exhaling, or condensing true essence, everything is noticeably faster. From the center of her palm, a phoenix materializes, surrounded by swirling fragments of ice. She tells him that this kind of boost lasts until nightfall. If you want to enjoy this advantage again, tomorrow you'll have to go hunt reanimated bone monsters once more. Wanlin then clenches her fist and says, reveal. Looking at it now, all of this stems from the purity of the fetus light spiritual essence. She realizes that after a reanimated bone monster is slain, the rootless fetus light spiritual essence temporarily enters the cultivator's body, enhancing their strength and cultivation speed. When night falls and the wind rises, all of the fetus light spiritual essence drifts away with the breeze, settling back into the reanimated bone soil to be reborn. So this is the truth behind the resurrection of creatures in the Burial Ridge. From death, Tian Fan quickly catches on after hearing the explanation. So that's how it works. Now that he understands, he turns to tell Tongzi about the quest, while Lin Wanlin continues absorbing the essence from the reanimated bone monster. The system artifact spirit says rather unhappily, do you even realize that completing this quest or not makes zero difference? Tian Fan replies flatly, as long as the quest is marked complete, that's enough. Don't forget what you promised me, hurry up and help me refine the straw-headed god. She can only sigh in defeat, you sure are sharp. The system artifact spirit grumbles while pointing at him, but when it comes to collecting primordial souls, you'll have to do that yourself. After all, the primordial souls only cling to whoever lands the killing blow. He asks, so basically I still have to go kill monsters myself, right? She mirrors his earlier deadpan expression and replies, I really don't have any other way. After all, I'm just a cold, emotionless quest dispensing machine. Don't tell me you don't want to go out there and collect primordial souls yourself. The system artifact spirit announces, new quest received, get a work. Quest objective, collect the primary material needed to refine the straw-headed god primordial souls. Current count 0, quest progress 0%. Upon receiving the notification, his face turns pale. She then pulls out a scroll to reassure him, but don't worry with his quest's rewards. I'll make sure you get every last bit. Tian Fan scoffs, who even wants your rewards? The system artifact spirit keeps trying to sweeten the deal. How about it? Isn't the system exchange points feature sincere enough for you? He furrows his brow deep in thought. Suddenly, Tian Fan shifts his attitude and asks, system exchange points, you are serious? She answers with a hint of surprise, why yes, of course. Scene change somewhere below ground, in a cavern teeming with reanimated bone monsters. Looking up from the depths, there appear to be figures standing at the cave entrance above. It turns out to be Zixi, standing at the rim, observing the pit below. A large crowd has gathered at the location. The young disciple leans in and whispers, Master, why hasn't anyone gone down to kill the reanimated bone monsters yet? I can see more and more people showing up. The master snaps, idiot, with this many people around, even if you had the skill to kill them, you wouldn't survive long enough to loot anything. The disciple replies, so we just stand here and watch. The master glances towards Zixi and says, don't worry, the Yachi Saintess is here, something's about to happen. The scarred, blonde-haired man turns and says, we've got so many people here just standing around doing nothing isn't doing us any good. Suddenly, someone from the crowd steps forward and calls out, "Saintess of Yaochi, would you be willing to serve as our witness? We'll go hunt the reanimated bone monsters. Whatever reanimated bone soil and treasures we gather depends on each person's own ability. No one is allowed to wait above and steal from others. This is all based on individual skill. No one is permitted to ambush and plunder from above." He stares straight at her and says, "On this matter, we can't trust outsiders. But if the Saintess herself serves as our guarantor, we can hunt with peace of mind." The girl following Zixi shouts furiously, You sure know how to scheme. If she agrees to be your witness, she won't be able to go down and hunt the reanimated bone monsters herself." He starts flattering, "The Saintess of Yaochi is so powerful and magnanimously, she doesn't need these trivial scraps." The young disciple from earlier sneers, "Shameless." She lunges forward in rage, about to scream, but Zixi stops her with a gesture. Zixi speaks in a gentle tone, "This fellow Taoist makes a fair point. I, too, would hate to see you all slaughter each other over reanimated bone soil. Very well, today I shall serve as your witness." Zixi declares, "Hunting reanimated bone monsters is a matter of each person's own skill. I hope none of you even consider robbing one another." The crowd erupts in unison. The Saintess is truly righteous. As expected of the Yaochi Saintess, truly benevolent. We thank the Saintess. One of them proposes, "The Saintess is so kind-hearted we can't just let her help for nothing. I'll offer a portion of the reanimated bone soil I collect to the Saintess, as a token of gratitude for standing as our witness." Hearing this, everyone voices their agreement. "Exactly. How could we let the Saintess help us for free? I'll contribute 2 portions as well." "Same here. I don't even know if I'll manage to get any, but if I do, I'll give 3 portions. 1 portion for me too." Zixi says graciously, "I'm merely serving as your witness. How could I possibly accept your hard-earned spoils?" The crowd presses on, "Please don't be modest, Fairy. This is entirely our own choice. Fairy, though we are rogue cultivators, we are not people without honor. If the Fairy refuses, does that mean she looks down on our humble offerings?" Seeing everyone so sincere, she reluctantly agrees. "If that's how you all feel, then very well." Zixi adds 1 condition, but 1 portion at most. "Don't offer too much, or I wouldn't dare serve as your witness anymore." Upon hearing this, everyone charges down toward the reanimated bone monsters with a battle cry, "Charge!" Scene change. Tian Fan is executing a lightning talisman, channeling power into his palm. After the technique is complete, he hurls a devastating strike at the monster before Hema single blow cleaves it into 3 pieces. After unleashing the attack, Tian Fan stands in place and exhales, retracting his energy. He stares at his hands and thinks. The boost from killing this monster is surprisingly comprehensive. It doesn't just benefit the treasuress of, and my spirit energy absorption speed has increased a bit, though still not as fast as when the system does it for me. Wanlin walks over and explains, "The amount of treasure essence boost you receive is directly proportional to the amount of reanimated bone soil in the monster. 1 liang of reanimated bone monster yields 1 liang of treasure essence." Luo Tianfen laughs. "If you could kill 16 reanimated bone monsters in a day, wouldn't that add up to a whole jin of treasure essence?" She looks puzzled. "That would still only be 1/16 of 1 jin of treasure essence. How does that equal a whole jin?" He scratches his head with an awkward laugh. "I was just trying to make a joke." Wanlin sighs helplessly. "So that's what that was." Young Master Luo's sense of humor is certainly unique. For a moment there, I genuinely couldn't figure out what was supposed to be funny. Tian Fan stands there in speechless misery. Suddenly, Xingda leaps to his feet, his expression fierce and alert. He asks what's wrong. She replies he probably heard sounds up ahead. Up ahead, beyond the tree line, a fierce battle rages between rogue cultivators and reanimated bone monsters. The master and the reanimated bone monster clash violently. The young disciple stands nearby, launching attacks while shouting, "Just 1 more hit." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, an incredibly powerful strike slices through the reanimated bone monster's body. The master reacts in time, rushing over to shield his disciple, yelling, "Watch out." Although the strike tears straight through the reanimated bone monster, the shockwave is still enormous. The 2 are sent flying with agonized screams. From above, 4 more identical strikes rain down, slaughtering every reanimated bone monster the group had been fighting for so long. Among them, 1 man's treasure is shatter-ridden. He cries out in horror, "My artifact." Zixi murmurs, suspicious, "Phantom split sword light." The crowd below roars in fury, "Who the hell dares steal our kills?" From above, a figure descends. The crowd panics. It's Yi Jiangxia, the sword prodigy of the Jian clan, the wandering swordsman Yi Jiangxia. The crowd murmurs, "Yi Jiangxiath, legendary swordsman of the Jian sect who travels the land." I've heard this one is solitary and arrogant to the bone. Seeing him in the flesh, the reputation is well earned. Don't tell me he's here to steal our reanimated bone soil. She offers a kind smile, Taoist Yi. It's been a long time since the last Tao Temple Grand Assembly. Jiangxia sneers by Zixi, still consorting with the weak and helpless I see. Zixi responds calmly, all beings suffer in weakness. You and I are merely fellow travelers competing on the path to the great Daosome faster. Some slower, why must we divide ourselves into strong and weak? He snaps, irritated, enough talk, I couldn't be bothered to listen. Rest easy, I'm not here for your piddling reanimated bone soil. I'm here for something called the Sword Prison. Jiangxia announces from above, spread the word for me, I've discovered a legacy ground. By the authority of the Giant Sect. I'm summoning every sword cultivator in the Burial Ridge to join me there. The crowd below erupts in a frenzy of whispers after hearing this news. What? A legacy ground. Legend has it that in ancient times, great powers left behind legacy grounds within the Burial Ridge before they perished. Inside, there are countless rare treasures. Sword cultivators are so damn lucky. Damn it, wasn't I born a sword cultivator? You fool, you think that's actually a good thing. If it really were all benefits, why would you Jiangxia share that with us? He declared, this time tomorrow, I will plant my flag 140 miles to the southeast. If any sword cultivators among you fail to show, you might as well hang up your swords for good. With that, Jiangxia flew off and vanished. Over on this side, Zixi stood deep in contemplation, as if mulling something over. While soaring through the sky, Jiangxia suddenly spotted something below. Down in the forest, Wanlin and Tianfan were riding Xingda somewhere. He descended and landed squarely in their path. Wanlin called out sharply, who goes there? Jiangxia glanced over. A beat later, his eyes turned guarded. You're a sword cultivator too. Tianfan hopped down, muttering, where the hell did this show-off crawl out from? He mused under his breath. This sword prodigy gave off serious, hard-to-deal-with vibes. Just from watching his earlier antics, the guy clearly wasn't the type to listen to reason. Blocking them now meant he'd already prepared a whole bag of tricks to flex classic enlightenment syndrome. Tianfan glanced at Wanlin's expression and sighed inwardly. Too much hassle. No point getting tangled up with this guy. Just say a couple of throwaway lines and send him on his way. She snapped coldly, are you a good dog or not? Tianfan nearly choked. Your Majesty, don't you always handle things this decisively? That's straightforward. Tianfan threw up a hasty gesture. Wait, Your Majesty, in his heart, he pleaded, please don't make this hard on me. I just want to grind the dungeon in peace and collect materials, that's all. Tianfan begged, Your Majesty, may I overstep my duties this once? Let me handle this. Wanlin looked bewildered, but seemed to give her reluctant consent. Jiangxia frowned in confusion. What nonsense is this? He looked more closely and recognition hit. So it's you, Luo Tianfan. Tianfan raised an eyebrow. You know me. The system artifact spirit lounged lazily and sighed, boring. Another classic encounter trope. I can already predict exactly how the host is going to react. She explained in a mock-dramatic voice, secret art host's divine face scan. Ah, so you're the young master of Changsheng Luo Mansion. I've long admired your reputation. Laughs, at least you know what's good for you. The system artifact spirit was all too familiar with this. Standard procedure, really. She grinned, watch this. Tianfan smirked triumphantly. If the guy already knew who he was, this would be easy. He said arrogantly, don't get on this young master's nerves, piss off. Holy shit, she blurted out. Wanlin was utterly stunned. I thought he'd actually try to talk him down. Jiangxia's face went pitch black with rage. He's radiating an insanely powerful destructive aura, someone in the distance exclaimed. What? The shockwave rocketed straight toward Tianfan, but he didn't flinch. The instant the blast collided with his protective barrier, it activated on reflex. A massive, blinding explosion erupted between them. When the light faded, only Tianfan's unyielding barrier remained standing. Tianfan sighed, forget it. Maybe there was a better way to settle this, but the moment this sword spawn blocked our path, trouble came looking for us on its own. He pulled out a lightning talisman, deliberating heavily. He racked his brain until it hurt, weighing 100 different strategists, then gave up. Why bother, just blast him and be done with it. Tianfan dropped into a combat stance, ready to go all the way, take down the troublemaker and move on. On the other side, Jiangxia drew his sword in kindredy to counter. One decisive strike now to avoid 100 headaches later. From the far side of the forest, thunder roared and sword light erupted, painting the sky in blinding flashes. Standing on this side, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Sword light, that sword prodigy is fighting someone. And things escalated that fast, is that another genius? Zixi murmured, could it be that crude fellow from Jilong Palace? Or perhaps the one who's always stayed low-key at Changsheng Luo Mansion. Either way, both are fighting tooth and nail, neither willing to yield. Despite the wounds scoring his face, Jiang Xia remained arrogant. Sit back and watch, no matter how deep your foundations. Channeling spells of that magnitude, I doubt your true essence can hold out. Tianfan sneered. True essence, sorry about that. He poured every ounce of strength into his palm, gathering crackling lightning, and roared, I don't even have that concept. Tianfan bellowed, lightning current 20% output, fatal chain lightning. Jiang Xia stood trapped inside the ring of crackling electricity, his face a mask of bewilderment. What? The current slammed into him. His agonized scream echoed through the entire forest. Zixi witnessed the overwhelming power and gasped. That kind of power. Tianfan said coolly, while we're at it, let me teach you a life lesson. Showboating gets you struck by lightning. A colossal bolt of lightning blasted everything away. Wanlin stood frozen in shock. Xingde the bear was utterly floored, literally. Jiang Xia's tattered body was hurled out of the lightning field like a ragdoll. Still got the strength to run, I'm not done with you yet. Suddenly Tianfan sensed a sinister presence behind him. He turned it and found a colossal eye staring directly at him. The system artifact spirit panicked. What's happening? Luo Tianfan muttered in disbelief. What the hell is that? Tianfan's face contorted, his body wouldn't move. Confusion consumed him. What's going on? A moment later, a titanic law eye of the burial ridge materialized right before him. It hung motionless in the air, facing Tianfan. Then, slowly it began to close. At the same moment, Tianfan's consciousness faded. He fell backward and plummeted from the sky. Thenhai's eyes snapped open. He twisted midair and slammed into the ground with a hard landing. Wanlin rushed over. Young master, what happened? He scratched his head. It's nothing. Whose gaze was that? It was staring so hard it made my skin crawl. Wanlin looked at him, bewildered. Eyes. What eyes? He paused for a few seconds. You didn't see that giant eye just now. Wanlin replayed what she had witnessed. I only saw young master Luo suddenly freeze in midair, then drop straight down. Suddenly, the system artifact spirit appeared, shouting, what happened? What's wrong? What just happened? Why did my screen suddenly go black? Tianfan communicated through eye contact alone. You didn't see anything either. She responded blankly. See what? He looked up at the sky. Was that just an illusion then? Suddenly he jolted, eyes widening in shock. Wait, Wanlin was staring at him with a baffled expression. A moment later she looked up too. A black vortex had appeared in the sky. Wanlin said urgently, night is falling ahead of schedule. She climbed onto Xingde's back. Young master, we can't linger here. Let's go. Even fools know to run for shelter when it rains. But Tianfan harbored within him a seed of eruptive power. He sensed the danger, yet lingered a few more seconds. We still have time, let's warn the people over there first. Zixi stood on this side with the crowd. One exclaimed, so many reanimated bone monsters. Another replied, think any spirit herbs will drop. Someone couldn't contain themselves. This time it's a big one. Zixi's eyes suddenly sharpened with alertness. She channeled her power and shot into the air. Scanning the forest below, she spotted Wanlin and Tianfan. Wanlin had also noticed the Yachi Holy Maiden. A moment later, Zixi touched down. Your Imperial Majesty, young master. Wanlin regarded her and spoke, a strange phenomenon portending darkness has appeared not far from here. Night will likely fall early today. You should all prepare accordingly. Zixi looked at the two of them and echoed, night falling early. Lin Wanlin furrows her brow slightly. Trakfeng isn't far from here, you can go check for yourself. Zixi lowers her head after hearing this. No need, I trust the words of Her Majesty the Empress and young Master Luo. I'll report back and have everyone pull out immediately. Wanlin then orders Xingde to leave. Very well, sorry to trouble you, Saintess. We'll take our leave first, lest we avoid our paths crossing and sparking a conflict. Zixi replies, Your Majesty is being far too cautious. Safe travels, you two. Xingde then hoists the two of them onto his back and departs. His plump rear end jiggles with every step, an oddly mesmerizing sight. Suddenly, Zixi's eyes shift. The next instant, she releases a paper figure and mutters. The paper figure instantly transforms into a streak of light and gives chase. Its elongated face stares dead ahead. What confronts it is a wall of churning miasma. Through the puppet's eyes, she is rendered utterly speechless. Nightfall really does come earlier than expected. Over here, the rest of the group also senses something is wrong. Zixi appears behind them in a flash. Someone exclaims, the Saintess has returned. The white-haired man hands her a pouch and says with a grin, all thanks to the Saintess pulling strings, we managed to split these up. This is our 20% cut. She accepts the pouch and replies, I'm almost ashamed to take it. The man hastily responds, the Saintess is far too modest. One by one the others step forward. The man with the top knot says eagerly, "We've prepared our tribute as well." The person behind him lifts a pouch. "Please, Saintess, accept this." Zixi smiles and says, "Gentlemen, since this matter is concluded, I shall take my leave first." She rises into the air and departs. The crowd calls out in unison, "Safe travels, Saintess." Back here, every single person wears a guarded expression. The next second, streaks of multicolored light shoot out from the mouth of the Great Lake. Meanwhile, in the forest, a thin layer of bones begins to surface from the earth. A master and disciple from some sect land on the ground. The young man says, "This spot should be safe enough." He then turns to his master with a grin. "Master, the supplies we scored this time are enough for you to break through to the next realm." The master replies, "Your master is already this old, there's no rush to break through. But you, on the other hand, your talent far surpasses mine. Your cultivation path will undoubtedly exceed mine someday." The young man says earnestly, "Of course, once I soar to greater heights, it'll be my turn to protect you, master." The master looks at him and chuckles. This brat give him a couple compliments and he runs with it. Before he can finish his sentence, a surge of black energy engulfs him. The young man's voice continues to echo. "The Saintess really is a kind person, and so beautiful too." His master is utterly panicked, stammering, "Hurry." The young man is completely confused. Master, what's wrong?" Then he looks behind him. All around them, black energy has closed in. Both of them scream, "We're done for." Over here, Zixi conjures a small tower from thin air. The tower rapidly expands, growing into a massive structure that looms before her. She gazes at it with a look of deep satisfaction. The King Feng water pavilion from the treasure vault, truly worthy of being a first-rate immortal artifact. No matter how many times she sees it, it never fails to leave her in awe. Suddenly, footsteps sound behind her. Her subordinates bow low, their faces twisted with cunning. Saintess Zixi speaks, "Rise, night is about to fall upon this place." The one at the front wears a face full of shock. "Night is falling already," she replies, "I just received word myself." The man blurts out, "Then the group of loose immortals from earlier are likely." Zixi cuts in coldly, "That's right, what a pity." She speaks with barely concealed excitement. Rarely does she come across so many gullible fools willing to follow orders so obediently. Inside a cave, a barrier blocks the toxic miasma outside. A fully prepared meal is laid out on a table. Lin Wanlin holds a knife, staring at a fish. She thinks the taste was off last time, must have been the ingredients. "If I prepare more carefully this time, it should be fine." "What should I make?" Over on the other side, Tian Fan sits in silent meditation. He enters an inner space, where the system artifact spirit materializes and speaks. According to that noble lady, the burial ridge suppresses the power of outside cultivators. The higher your level, the worse the backlash. What you ran and taught that curses probably because you've been overusing the system. Tian Fan points at her face and says, "In other words, management caught me hacking. If I hadn't scrammed just now, my account would have been banned. Am I right?" The system artifact spirit rolls her eyes. The metaphor is bizarre, but it's not exactly wrong. Tian Fan closes his eyes and says, "If we're talking bizarre, there's nowhere more bizarre than the burial ridge itself. Let's get to the real business." The system artifact spirit looks at him with suspicious eyes. "Real business." The next second, he suddenly furrows his brow. "If I want to break through to the profound realm, what do I need to do?" Hearing the question, she goes completely blank. The next instant, she shoves him away. Caught off guard, he stumbles back and shouts, "Why'd you push me out of nowhere?" The system artifact spirit's head spins as she stammers incoherently. "Don't tell me you found some kind of way to unbind me and you're trying to trap me." Tian Fan says flatly, "Do you have persecution delusions or something?" He eyes her with a scrutinizing look. "Wait, do you even have an unbinding condition?" The system artifact spirit declares firmly, "Absolutely not. Impossible, don't even think about it." Tian Fan slumps down, speaking in a daze. Fine, but I'm dead serious right now. I really do want to break through to the next realm." The system artifact spirit narrows her eyes, studying him. "Wait, really? You actually want to break through?" Tian Fan stares right back at her. "What kind of question is that?" "Yes, I want to break through." She immediately asks for confirmation. "You want to break through just to spite that cursed warden?" Tian Fan reacts instantly. "No." The system artifact spirit frowns. "Then what for?" Tian Fan lies flat on the ground and says, "Because I just realized my old way of thinking, giving up and coasting was built on a fundamental misunderstanding." Hearing this, she asks, "What misunderstanding?" Tian Fan explains it to her. "Before, I always thought that as long as I found the right people and set up the right contingencies, I could just sit back and be lazy forever. But after running into that showboating sword clan brat earlier, I suddenly realized my thinking was way too narrow. His face stretches long, his mouth moving mechanically. I completely overlooked one thing. Why is it that even though I've already mapped out every variable, I still keep running into these random disasters? Is it really just because my RNG is cursed? The system artifact spirit stares at him and says, "Isn't it though?" Tianfan's lips twitch violently. Of course not. It's all because I kept thinking about solving problems after they appear, and forgot that I could just prevent them from appearing in the first place. The system artifact spirit blinks slowly, not understanding a single word. She asks, "Oh, explain." Tianfan closes his eyes again and launches into a lengthy explanation. For example, right now I've got the whole Xingluo Tianping City's first-ranked Illuminator title painting a target on my back. Tallest tree catches the most wind. Without a doubt, there'll be no end of trouble coming my way. Tianfan points confidently at himself. But what if I break through to the Profound Realm? Going from first-ranked Illuminator to dead last in the Profound Realm, wouldn't that make me way less conspicuous? The system artifact spirit's face turns dead serious. She crosses her arms, staring at him, thinking, can we maybe discuss the issue of your dignity? Well, at least the host actually wants to break through now. That's a good thing. She then looks at him and declares, the key to breaking through to the Profound Realm lies in settling your physical body and accumulating true essence. You've already completed the first part. All that's left is to gather more true essence and prepare for the breakthrough. Tianfan nods while lying on the ground. Got it. Then I need to start cultivating the straw-headed god right away. The system artifact spirit waves her hand in an encouraging gesture. Exactly. Now get out there, hunt some monsters, and collect those primordial souls. Tianfan springs to his feet, stretching his limbs. All right, small target, collect primordial souls. Big goal, break through to the Profound Realm. The system artifact spirit cheers him on, chanting collect, break through. Tianfan, eyes droopy from lack of sleep, says, let me confirm with you one more time, I just need to collect primordial souls, right? The system artifact spirit looks at him and replies, yes, that's correct. Tianfan glances at the other party and secretly smirks. Perfect. Suddenly, Wanlin speaks up. Young master, you've finished your meditation. Perfect timing, the meal is ready too. Tianfan quickly hops over to the dining table, laughing. What a coincidence, I'm starving right now. His face turns ashen in an instant. He stares at the dishes on the table, expression completely frozen. He thinks to himself, did these dishes just survive a heavenly tribulation? Wanlin immediately reminds him, young master, please try it and see if it suits your taste. Her eyes are full of eager anticipation. Tianfan's face is full of dread. Fine, all right. Tianfan's trembling hand picks up a morsel. He reluctantly brings it to his mouth. He prays internally, cursed mouth, lose your sense of taste already. Before he even swallows, she asks, how is it? He breaks out in a cold sweat, terrified that the wrong answer means he never sees sunlight again. Not bad. Hearing this, her face lights up. Really? Let me try too. She picks up a piece and pops it into her mouth. Tianfan can't stop her in time. Your Majesty, wait. Later, Wanlin sits dejectedly by the campfire. Tianfan stands to the side. Not daring to make a peep, he can only offer comfort. Your Majesty, don't be discouraged. I think the problem might have been the fire. The campfire nearby is like I was just sitting here minding my own business and still caught a stray bullet. Tianfan hurriedly changes the subject. Ah, right, Your Majesty, you mentioned before that the hidden city can't be pinpointed and can only be found by stumbling into it. Is that correct? Wanlin sits huddled in silence before finally speaking. That's right, that city doesn't reveal itself under normal circumstances. Only when someone enters its range can it be discovered. He looks at her and says, I've thought of a method. It might be able to help Your Majesty. Wanlin, half believing and half doubting, asks, really? The next morning, a vast forest, two figures stand beneath a towering tree. Tianfan speaks up, Tongzi, boot it up. The system artifact spirit replies, here we go again with your schemes, you damn mastermind. Tianfan responds, how can you say something like that? Everything I do is perfectly legitimate. Stop wasting time, let's get started. Hearing this, the system artifact spirit grumbles in anger but has no choice but to comply. System package Sage of Immortals activated. The package includes multiple effects. A massive surge of power envelops the host. The next second, his body expands to its maximum size. He stands like a towering giant, gazing down upon the world. Tianfan takes a leisurely breath, then waves his hand and shouts at the top of his lungs, great news, great news. Official notice from young Master Luo of Changsheng Luo Mansion. Maximum burst rates, legendary gold grinding at Burial Ridge. Come find me, brothers. Somewhere in the mountain forest, Wanlin asks, "Did you hear that? A statue technique that massive, shouting a slogan like that, not hearing it would be the real mystery." Tian Fan replies, "Do you think it's for real?" He answers uncertain. Who knows what those clan young masters are thinking? The sign says kill monsters, exchange for treasures, no swindling young or old. Wanlin, somewhat unconvinced, asks, "Young master, will this actually work?" Tian Fan sits back casually and replies, "I call this real gold against true sincerity. This package is bulletproof." Suddenly from the distance, the sound of footsteps approaches. There's a deal this good. Who wouldn't want free stuff? A guy walks up and calls out, "Young Master Luo, as long as I kill the monsters, I can come find you to exchange for treasures." He replies, "That's right." The guy's expression is suspicious. No need for the reanimated bone monster corpses, and no need to hand over the loot dropped by the reanimated bone monsters either. Tian Fan puts on a generous, dazzling display and says, "Young, would I, your young master, be greedy over such trivial things? I already said it, as long as they're reanimated bone monsters you killed today, you can come exchange here." The guy presses further, "Only today? What about monsters I killed yesterday, do those count?" He raises his hand and says flatly, "No deal." The guy calculates for a moment, then accepts. "Fine, I'll trust you this once, but if you try to swindle me, even if you're the young master of Changsheng Luo Mansion, I won't let it slide. I killed 2 reanimated bone monsters today. How do I exchange for treasures?" Tian Fan's demeanor shifts to warm hospitality. "Oh my, this young master just wanted to test you fellow Taoists a little. Why so tense?" The system artifact spirit appears and says, "He's not lying, 2 primordial souls detected." He immediately pulls out a scroll of treasures and announces, "Come on over. Pick whatever you want to exchange." The guy doesn't hesitate. "I want 2 Chuma pills." Tian Fan promptly takes out 2 Chuma pills. He says generously, "You're the first to come exchange. Consider it a bonus, I'll throw in an extra one." System While the host trades below, a primordial soul contract is established with the party. Obtained 2 primordial souls, points 2. Exchange 3 Chuma pills, points, current points 2. Earlier, Tian Fan had killed 2 himself just to test the waters. His expression is one of pure satisfaction as he says, "Welcome back next time for more exchanges." The guy stares at the Chuma pills in his hand, disbelieving. It's really free, just like that. They're the real deal. In the sky, multiple streaks of colorful light come flying toward them. Wanlin is astonished by the sheer number of people arriving to exchange treasures. A crowd jostles together. "Young master, I want to exchange treasures too." "Don't cut in line, I was here first, I killed 3. "Hey, you in front, why do you have 2 shadows?" "That bastard used a shadow clone technique to cut the line, I got 4. Tian Fan laughs heartily, beaming with joy. "Don't rush, everyone will get their share." Somewhere else entirely, a fortress sits shrouded beneath a barrier, wrapped in a thick veil of black mist. Your subordinate escorts the Holy Maiden, reporting to the Holy Maiden. Dixie asks, "How did it go? Did you get the goods?" He presents a treasure and replies, "I killed 6 reanimated bone monsters and exchanged for 1 bottle of Yingxin powder. They recorded 1 leftover kill for me." She asks, "Recorded?" The Holy Maiden's subordinate explains, "Yes. The exchange board clearly lists the prices: kill 5 reanimated bone monsters to exchange for 1 bottle of Yingling powder. I killed 6, so they recorded the remainder for me. I can accumulate it for next time. I already tested the Yingling powder. No issues, it's top-grade quality." Finish speaking. He presents it to Zixi. She asks with a stern expression, "Can you tell what method Luo Tianfen uses to verify which reanimated bone monsters you've killed?" The Holy Maiden's subordinate replies, "I didn't see him use any artifact. I don't know how he verifies it. But today someone tried to scam him and he spotted it, immediately kicked them out on the spot." Zixi murmurs, "This young master of a great clan, what exactly is he planning?" He says, "Holy Maiden, to me, Luo Tianfen really seems like nothing more than a rich playboy. He doesn't seem like the calculating type at all." She falls silent, hidden away for all these years, only to end up betrothed to that female emperor, then rising onto the Tsinghua ranking, even earning the title of first-ranked illuminator. Someone with such a scheming mind, how could he possibly be doing something so pointless? The Holy Maiden's subordinate suddenly remembers something. "Ah, right, Holy Maiden, I recalled something, though I'm not entirely certain." Zixi asks, "What is it?" He says, "Normally, when killing reanimated bone monsters at the burial ridge, doesn't everyone receive a portion of the spiritual divine essence? But today, when I exchanged treasures with Luo Tianfen, it felt like that portion of spiritual divine essence just vanished." Hearing this, she exclaims, "Really?" The saintess's attendant speaks with a hint of suspicion. "This kind of divine spirit essence is vague and hard to pinpoint. I can't say for certain. But there is indeed a sense of it vanishing suddenly. Hehehe, so that's how it is. On the surface, he appears to take nothing at all, but in reality, he's been collecting that divine spirit essence the whole time. Whether it's to break through a cultivation bottleneck or to refine some secret technique, who knows? She says proudly, Luo Tianfan, I've finally caught on to your little scheme. The city gradually vanishes into a veil of black mist. Scene change, Tianfan sits there, blaming himself. The big mistake forgetting this thing had a passive trigger. After an entire day of collecting, he almost got wrecked again like last time, nearly splitting his skull from the enlightenment aura. The system artifact spirit appears and scolds him. I'm not worried about your headache, I'm worried about myself. He asks naively, what do you mean by that? She snaps furiously. Tianfan mutters. The system artifact spirit drops a primordial soul, then summons a card. She slumps down, sighing dejectedly. The system artifact spirit wails, now I finally know what it means to shoot yourself in the foot. She cries out, with this many primordial souls, when will I ever get them all refined, since unrefined primordial souls will be summoned away? Out of a sense of duty and her guiding purpose of helping the host ascend to immortality, the system simply can't just stand by and do nothing. Tianfan sits there bored out of his mind, thinking, does it sound like a donkey braying? Someone shouts. Loudly, 300 li to the east, there's a cluster of reanimated bone monsters gathered. Anyone want to come along? I've got 8 of young Master Luo's slots. As long as there are bone remains, I'll use my slots to cover the shortfall. The white-haired man raises his hand and shouts, I'll put up my slots too. If there are any magical artifacts, I hope you'll leave them for me. The person behind him chimes in, coincidentally, I need items to trade for fire thunder crystals. Count me in. Bai Zixi steps forward and says, to have made a name for himself on the Tsinghua ranking, this young master truly isn't some fluke. Tianfan blurts out in surprise, the Saintess of Yaochi. Without even glancing at her face, he hands over a treasure scroll and says, see for yourself, own reanimated bone monster equals 1 slot. Her expression turns extremely displeased. Bai Zixi furrows her brows and says, young master has misunderstood, I didn't come here to trade treasures. Tianfan looks at her in confusion. Completely uninterested, just casually closes his eyes and ignores her. His attitude makes her blood boil. Bai Zixi asks, isn't young Master Luo curious why I came looking for you? He lets out a huge yawn, then answers, not curious. She forces a smile and steps closer, saying, young Master Luo is certainly very straightforward. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point though about we cooperate. Tianfan asks listlessly, cooperate? I wonder what the Saintess wants to cooperate with me on. Bai Zixi glides behind him and coos, why does young master address me so formally as Saintess? My name is Bai Zixi, young master just call me Zixi. His expression shows complete indifference as he says, if you're looking for someone to team up with, then just go find them, why are you telling me this? She replies with a smile, young master has put in so much effort to gather all these rogue cultivators. How could I possibly steal away their loyalty? Tianfan smirks faintly. The price, he mutters. This time Tongzi really burned through a lot. He says, I don't care about any of this stuff. Help yourself, I have no objections. Bai Zixi says, since young master doesn't mind, that puts my mind at ease. In addition, she proposes regarding the distribution of bone remains. Would it be possible for young master to pass the word to those rogue cultivators for me as well? Tianfan sits quietly, listening. Bai Zixi continues, after all, young master, you know in the reward assessment that our families have set up, bone remains account for a very large proportion. Since young master doesn't care for them, I'd like to collect a bit more. Tianfan raises his index finger, which channels a fire spell, and replies, I never interfere with how they distribute things. Why should I make an exception for you? She smiles triumphantly. I don't think even young master would want those rogue cultivators to find out he's been collecting their divine spirit essence. He replies calmly, the divine spirit essence, I'm not collecting it for any particular purpose anyway. Even so, I'm trading treasures for it fair and square. What's there that can't be made public? Bai Zixi persists, trying to entice him. It's true young master has spent quite a bit. But the value of this divine spirit essence can be considered big, or it can be considered small. Tianfan suddenly realizes, I see now, so you came here to skim off the top. She beams and says, young master, I came here in all sincerity to cooperate with you. Tianfan clenches his fist and barks, get lost. The harsh words make Bai Zixi freeze. What did you say? His cold gaze cuts through her as he says, what's the matter? Can't understand human speech. Lin Wanlin returns and asks, what happened here? Bai Zixi glances over in irritation and says, "Oh, so it's Her Majesty the Empress." Her attitude does a complete 180. Bai Zixi greets her cheerfully. "I nearly forgot the two of you are already betrothed. I was hoping to discuss some business with young master. You don't mind, do you?" Lin Wanlin says with unmistakable displeasure. "I mind." Lin Wanlin's response leaves Bai Zixi with no choice but to swallow her frustration without daring to utter a word. Bai Zixi, rage overtaking her composure, snaps, "You two really are a perfect match. Even your talent for shutting people up is identical. Young master, will discuss this another time." She storms off in a fury. Lin Wanlin murmurs, "She looked quite angry." Luo Tianfan replies nonchalantly, "Forget her. As long as we're happy, that's all that matters." He gazes at the fire puppet in his hand and sighs. Almost done, Lin Wanlin asks, "What is this?" Luo Tianfan explains that his mind has been racing non-stop these past 2 days, just invented a small spell. He says, "Remember the pair of eyes that kept staring at Meth ones I mentioned before? I used that as the basis to create the eye-poking technique." She says this tracks the Saintess of Yeachi's whereabouts. Hey. Tianfan replies, "That's right. I figured Bai Zixi isn't the type to sit still, so I planted an eye on her. Convenient way to test my new spell." Lin Wanlin blurts out in confusion, "Planted an eye." He turns to her and asks, "How did things go over there? Any findings?" She answers with a hint of disappointment. "It was nothing more than a strange geomagnetic anomaly. No trace of any fortress whatsoever." Tianfan smiles gently and comforts her. 3 feet of ice doesn't form from a single day of cold. Based on your Majesty's description, that fortress is exceptionally skilled at hiding. It's clearly not something easily found. However, more than half the cultivators in the Burial Ridge have gathered here now. Getting news or clues shouldn't be too hard sooner or later. We'll find it. Hearing this, she reluctantly accepts. "I understand." Lin Wanlin says gratefully, "Young master has already helped me so much. I truly don't know how to repay you." He says with an embarrassed smile, "Your Majesty, why so formal with me? It was just a small favor, really." She suddenly grows dejected, her spirits dampened by those words. Lin Wanlin lowers her head and steps forward. The next moment, she slams her hand on the table and calls out, "Young master." The reaction startles Tianfan. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Her face brims with killing intent as she presses close and demands, "We're already engaged. Why do you keep calling me your Majesty?" He stammers, It's just a habit of speech. There's no other reason." She demands jealously, "Then why do you call the Saintess of Yeachi by her first name after meeting her only a few times?" Tianfan scratches his head, fumbling for words. "Well, your Majesty, don't you also always call me young Master Luo?" After hearing this, Lin Wanlin realizes something and says shyly, "Then I'll stop calling you that from now on." He agrees as well. "All right, then let's both fix it. From now on, we'll just use each other's names." Suddenly, Lin Wanlin calls out Luo Tianfan. Tianfan feels a bit awkward, muttering being called by his full name like that. It just feels weird, like he's about to get a scolding. He suddenly looks up at her and catches her face flushed red. Tianfan asks innocently, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" She pretends to be pouty and turns her face away. Also, he does feel a twinge of shyness when calling out Lin Wanlin. Hearing her name called, she spins around with a gentle, radiant smile. Tianfan says, "Oh, I just remembered something. Earlier, the Saintess of Yeachi mentioned some kind of trial of fortune. There seems to be evaluation criteria involved. Do you know what that is?" She explains. The trial of fortune is an assessment set up internally by the great clans for their younger generation. After leaving the tomb, the best performer is selected. Each family has contributed rewards to the pot. Once the evaluation results are announced, the top performer wins everything. Lin Wanlin asks, "Before you entered, didn't the Luo clan patriarch mention this to you?" Scene change. Wuji speaks, "Our Luo clan doesn't lack those paltry rewards. The most important thing for you right now is to deepen your bond with the Lin girl." His wife adds, "Although this empress of the Qingshan divine dynasty has a rather rigid personality. Once you spend time with her, she really is a good girl, so young, yet shouldering such a heavy burden. Just looking at her makes my heart ache." She asks, "Is that person really hiding inside the Burial Ridge?" He answers, "It's been confirmed, no mistake." His wife says, "I hope that girl can find the boy." Wuji makes his next move on the board and says, "If he truly hides until the very end. Worst case, I'll just shatter the entire Burial Ridge myself. In any case, I've always found it an eyesore. Let's break its seal and bring everything into the light. I want to see how many two-faced schemers are hiding in there." But perhaps he was distracted, seized the moment to strike. The madam scolds, "All those years of secluded tempering and your wretched habits haven't changed one bit. I win. Wuji blurts out in bewilderment, huh? He panics, doesn't count, you distracted me just now, otherwise how could I have missed that move of yours? She beams, little fan's 5-piece chess is really quite fun and so easy to pick up too. If only he'd put this much thought into serious matters. Scene shifts somewhere in a forest. Zixi seems to be looking for someone, but before she can get close, an attack forces her to retreat. Jiangxia speaks up, what are you doing here? She smirks mockingly, I came to see if Tian Fan beat the courage right out of you. Her barbed words hit home. In the next instant, he hurls a blast of energy toward Bai Zixi and bellows, insolent. Zixi activates her ability. She sweeps her hand, conjuring a protective barrier to block the strike. Jiangxia glances over, a hint of surprise flickers across his face. Oh, this time he hits harder, he roars, let's see how you block this. Arrows shoot toward Bai Zixi at blinding speed. Her sharp gaze narrows, traces a magic circle in the air, deflecting the arrows in another direction. In that fleeting moment, Jiangxia catches sight of something unsettling. He furrows his brow and wonders. Is this the legendary composure of the Yachi Holy Maiden? Zixi speaks calmly, our holy ground doesn't specialize in the art of slaughter the way sword cultivators do. Besides, I didn't come here today to fight you. Jiangxia's displeasure is written all over his face. She has a gracious proposition. Young Master Yi, I hear you activated the Sumeru hidden sword recently. But it failed, so I've come specially to help you. He frowns, help me, you're not even a sword cultivator. How exactly do you plan to help me? Zixi smiles, though I'm no sword cultivator, I know how to gather a large number of sword cultivators to help you storm that sword legacy ruin. Jiangxia repeats, puzzled, gather a large number of sword cultivators. Right now, every single sword cultivator has rallied around Tian Fan. If we can only cooperate with rogue cultivators who have special skills, how do you plan to rally them to storm that sword Dao legacy ruin with me? Surely you're not suggesting I go trade treasures with Tian Fan to farm stats. She grins slyly, of course not. I want to help you, young Master Yi, directly replace Tian Fan. Zixi turns away, analyzing easier said than done. Tian Fan has already gathered so many followers, and genuinely spent a massive fortune in treasures to win them over. Those rogue cultivators aren't fools. If I don't offer a price far exceeding what's already on the table, how can they possibly turn and follow me? Maintaining balance is incredibly difficult, but breaking that balance sometimes only takes a single straw gently falling. Scene shifts somewhere, people start murmuring. Did you hear? What? That young Master Luo is actually just stealing our talents after killing reanimated bone monsters, exploiting the situation to trade treasures with us. Really? A group huddles together, whispering. True or false? Test it and you'll know right away. From now on, we just wait until right before dark and go exchange treasures. By nightfall, those benefits will have already vanished. Let's see if young Master Luo is still as generous as before. Scene shift, the sky today is crystal clear, golden light shining warm. Meanwhile, Tian Fan sits there yawning endlessly, bored stiff. He mutters, looks like nobody's coming today. It's too quiet. Tian Fan dozes off. Suddenly, black holes appear behind his back. The system artifact spirit, after working herself to the bone, groans. Finally, she can rest. Suddenly, she senses something ominous. Meanwhile, Tian Fan jolts awake. He looks around in bewilderment. Where am I? Did I just transmigrate again? Suddenly, Tian Fan's gaze catches on something. A colossal creature looms before him, a bride's mask perched atop its head, sitting there and staring straight at him. It suddenly reaches a hand toward him. Tian Fan freezes, staring at the massive hand, but it doesn't touch him. Instead, it scoops up a handful of earth. He wonders when it lifts the earth, souls materialize in its palm. He doesn't know how it does it, but when it releases its grip, a two-headed monster appears. Tian Fan seems to realize something. Then, the creature reaches toward him once more. Tian Fan panics but suddenly realizes his body won't move. Suddenly, a hand radiating golden light grabs his shoulder. Tian Fan, the hand yanks him away. He notices the creature in its grasp, a monster it just created, is screaming for help. Tian Fan's face turns deathly pale. Wanlin asks anxiously, Tian Fan, are you alright? Tian Fan glances at her, Your Majesty. He wipes the sweat from his brow. I think I just had a dream. What happened to me just now? Wanlin leans close and says, Just now, your substitute puppet inexplicably reverted to clay. Hearing this, he immediately looks at his hand. A terrible premonition rises in his chest. That being was molding clay into Piplano. It was manufacturing reanimated bone monsters. Could it be that every single reanimated bone monster in this burial ridge was created by one entity simply sculpting clay? His face is drenched in sweat. His gaze turns razor sharp. If the Empress hadn't pulled me out, just know would I too have been molded into a reanimated bone monster. No, Then he speaks to Wanlin in earnest. In the dream, I saw a figure sculpting clay. It used that method to create reanimated bone monsters. Do you know who it is? Upon hearing this, Wanlin's expression changes instantly. She furrows her brows slightly. That is the master of the burial region immortal realm being buried here. Tianfan's face fills with dread. Is it still alive? Wanlin speaks slowly. Those at the immortal realm have nearly transcended. They truly understand the boundary between life and death. No one knows whether they live or die. Perhaps you are the first person to dream of him in all these years. Tianfan falls into deep thought. Looking at it this way, it really is impossible to tell whether it's alive or dead. He asks aloud, but why would it target me? Wanlin replies, not entirely clear. I've never heard any of the generations who entered the burial ridge speak of such things. At that moment, the system artifact spirit suddenly appears. She exclaims, could it be because of the primordial souls? The way you use primordial souls to create the straw-headed goatees is fundamentally different from how others deal with reanimated bone monsters. Then she lays it out in detail a cycle. The burial ridge is originally a closed loop for producing primordial souls, but your appearance has shattered that cycle. Tianfan glances at her. So you're saying I fleeced the sheep one too many times and that's why it dragged me into that dark little room. The system artifact spirit crosses her arms. Something like that, yes. Hearing this, he lets out a long sigh. Forget it. Let's go. Tianfan stretches and yawns. Not many people today anyway. Let's call it an early day. He suddenly notices Wanlin standing nearby. What is it? Wanlin recounts what she overheard while sneaking around earlier. I ran into a group of rogue cultivators out there and overheard them saying they plan to wait until just before dark today before coming to trade treasures with you. Hearing this, he can't help but be surprised. Wait until dark. Wanlin looks at him earnestly and fires off her words rapid fire. Because there's a rumor going around that your treasure exchanges are just a scheme to steal their talents and benefits. So they plan to wait until dark until after their talents and benefits expire before coming to trade treasures with you. Meanwhile, Tianfan is busy packing up his things. He replies, is that so? But the weather here is all over the place. How would they even know when it gets dark? Wanlin turned to look at him and continued, besides, apart from a few special cases, there are usually some warning signs before nightfall in Burial Ridge. If young Master Luo has been here long enough, he'd be able to spot the changes. Tianfan seemed enlightened. So that's how it is, he exclaimed. Then he gazed into the distance and continued, looks like their extortion failed. So in a fit of rage, they've resorted to pulling dirty tricks behind my back. Wanlin glanced at him. What do you mean, young master? Tianfan began recounting Zixie's appearance. The Yachi Holy Maiden came by earlier, saying she wanted to use this matter to threaten me to help her distribute invitations to the rogue cultivators, but I refused. Wanlin moved closer to him. Her eyes brimmed with killing intent. So that's how it is, but is this profit really that important to you? Do you need me to find her and silence them all? Tianfan waved his hand, sketching a few strokes on the wooden placard. No need for that. Then he set down a sign that read closed. As it happened, he'd been sitting here for days. It was getting tedious just waiting around for people to exchange treasures. Might as well take a break. Hearing this, Wanlin suddenly remembered something. Well then, as it happens, I haven't been down to the kitchen these past 2 days. I've just finished refining some new dishes and cooking techniques. Upon hearing this, Tianfan blurted out, wait, scrambling for any excuse to dodge those charcoal-flavored disasters. He declared loudly, how can we let just one person do all the cooking? The two of us should take turns, otherwise it's simply not fair. At that moment, Wanlin suddenly said something that would make his future days very hard to swallow. She smiled and replied, not at all, I quite enjoy the cooking process. Tianfan thought, but for the one eating, it's absolute torture. A moment later, the two walked off chatting and laughing, when Tianfan hit upon an idea. Oh right, I just thought of a dish that's perfect for us to make together. Wanlin couldn't help but ask curiously. Really? What is it? Meanwhile, inside the treasure pavilion, Yi Jiangxia spoke up to remind her, since you've already exposed his scheme to the rogue cultivators. Do you have a plan to deal with him next? Zixie replied with a calm smile, next, we just sit back and watch. Growing impatient, he pressed, and how long do we have to wait? Zixie's eyes gleamed with cunning as she replied, we wait until their greed grows a little bigger. In the forest, wisps of black smoke reappeared. A man covered in wounds clutched his chest and looked up in sheer terror. You're not reanimated bone monsters, what the hell are you? Before he could utter another word, a sharp object sent him straight to meet his ancestors. The ghost soldier stood watching coldly. Suddenly, one of them widened its eyes. The next instant, the entire squad whipped around faced with a once-in-a-millennium sight that would make even the bravest man soil himself. One of them spoke in an emotionless voice, found them. On the other side, Tian Fan channeled his true essence coldly, as if crafting something. He said coolly, "It's about time, let's move." Wanlin stood behind him and simply nodded with a soft drawing the sword from its sheath. The next second a sharp sound rang out. Something piping hot was sliced cleanly in two. A lavish spread appeared. Tian Fan and Wanlin clinked their cups together. A slab of fresh red meat was dipped into the hot pot, which honestly looked like a pig slop bucket, then snatched back out the very next breath. Barely given time to savor the experience before being rescued from its doom. Wanlin stared at the meat, her eyes lighting up like two car headlights. She popped a piece into her mouth and found it absolutely divine. Wanlin covered her mouth, praising it without reservation. "It's so delicious." Suddenly, Tian Fan turned and asked Hirvan. His way of addressing her changed. "Do you like spicy food?" Wanlin replied, "Spicy flavor. I rather enjoy it." Tian Fan nodded and said, "Given the limited conditions, this hot pot is the best I can manage for now. Once we're out of here, I'll take you to experience a proper, authentic hot pot. One taste and you'll be hooked for life." Wanlin readily agreed. Meanwhile, a group of unknown figures lurked and watched the two. One whispered, "What are they doing?" "Eating. It smells incredible." Another one drooled openly. "This is the gap between the heavens and earth. We are fighting for our lives out here while they're feasting beside a beauty." The last one gritted his teeth. "That bastard surnamed Luo is insufferable." On the other side, Tian Fan savored the moment and sighed, "What a pity the view from this mountainside is a bit lacking. But still, you could call this a little field outing." Suddenly Wanlin asked him, "Are you all right?" His mouth stuffed with food, he mumbled, What do you mean?" Wanlin looked at him and continued, "The news spread too fast. It seems these people have already reached a consensus. They want to wait until just before dark to come exchange treasures with you." Tian Fan chewed on his chopsticks and said, It's fine." He chewed his food and thought that Immortal Realm Cultivator's condition seemed pretty unstable, but with such a high realm, there's no telling what could happen. This is actually the perfect opportunity to temporarily slow down his intake frequency. Pausing things now wouldn't arouse suspicion. He took a big gulp of water and said, "As long as they keep their eyes on us and let us continue gathering clues in that city, we're good. The treasure exchange can wait." Upon hearing this, Wanlin's gaze softened. She thought to herself, so he's willing to endure all this to keep collecting clues for my Saka. That's why he doesn't want to break ties with them just yet. The group hiding behind the bushes continued whispering, "It's almost time, nightfall is approaching." The top-knot man added, "Tell me, do you really think that surnamed Luo fellow, who hasn't profited a single coin, would still agree to exchange treasures with us?" The Yaochi Holy Maiden's henchman sneered, "Why worry? The one in the sword womb has also agreed to trade treasures with us. Even without Luo Tian Fan, we won't lack a place to exchange." The other one asked, "Really? There's another deal like that?" He replied, "Of course it's true, and word is, the Holy Maiden convinced the Sword Womb Traveler to ally with the rogue cultivators and enter the burial ridge together." A whisper spread from 10 to 100. The top-knot man turned to another group. "This time, even the heavens are on our side. When have our predecessors ever encountered such a blessing when entering the burial ridge? I've long heard that the Yaochi Holy Maiden's benevolence is unmatched, and it's no exaggeration." The entire forest rustled with murmurs. "I saw the Holy Maiden meet with that surnamed Luo fellow earlier. Maybe that fellow stealing our profits was actually exposed by the Holy Maiden herself. So that's what happened. Maybe the Holy Maiden tried to persuade Luo Tian Fan but failed, which is why she resorted to this. The Holy Maiden truly is a woman of boundless kindness." "What? Is that how it is?" As expected of the Yaochi Holy Maiden. Every single word reached Tian Fan's ears. He thought to himself, why are they being so loud about it? I can hear everything. Suddenly he called out loudly, "Someone's coming over." A man appeared and cupped his fists. "Young master, is it still possible to exchange treasures at this hour?" Tian Fan smiled naturally and said, "Of course." Then he produced a treasure. The next instant he activated it, sending it floating into the air and said, "Same as before. Register the number of monsters you've killed." At that moment, the system artifact spirit appeared and heaved a sigh. Time to work overtime again. From inside the treasure pavilion came the voice of the Holy Maiden's subordinate. Just as expected, Luo Tian Fan is still putting on a show, continuing to exchange treasures with everyone. However, he can only hold out for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. He said he'd pack up and leave once night falls. Zixi nodded, satisfied. Even with the Changsheng Luo mansion's vast estate, he can't sustain this level of spending. What about the news that Yi Jiangxia wants to exchange treasures with everyone? Has it spread yet? The henchman replied obediently, it's already been spread. Come to think of it, we should actually thank that Luo Tianfen. If that Luo Tianfen hadn't gathered everyone together, this news would never have spread so fast that everyone knows about it. Zixi listened and turned away. In the final 2 days, she would stoke even more hype for Yi Jiangxia, capitalizing on Luo Tianfen's inevitable collapse to ensure Yi Jiangxia could devour all these people. The subordinate immediately obeyed, but then suddenly stopped and asked, Saintess, there's something I don't understand. Zixi cast him a cold glance. What is it? The subordinate spoke up boldly, why don't we do it ourselves instead of letting that Yi Jiangxia reap the rewards? In terms of reputation, the Saintess has traveled far more than that sword cultivator. If the Saintess made the call, she could surely attract even more people. Zixi closed her eyes and smiled. Some things aren't worth the trouble. If someone's willing to stand at the front, why should I steal their spotlight? She seemed to shift into a second persona, speaking with venom. Sometimes when things go too well, the seeds of disaster are already planted. Elsewhere a small fire burned, its light filling the cave. Tian Fan furrowed his brows and muttered, truly doing evil under the cover of night. Wanlun's eyes burned with killing intent as she added, I didn't think they'd chase us all the way here. Shadowy figures appeared outside the cave entrance, and moments later, massive ghost soldiers materialized and charged in. One of them bellowed, found them. Tian Fan looked toward the cave entrance and asked, can this shield barrier hold them off? Wanlun answered immediately. The barrier talisman was only meant to block the initial gale miasma. Its defensive strength is limited, it won't hold for long. Tian Fan glanced at her and said, it seems the darkness doesn't affect them at all. Wanlun cast a brief glance outward. The effect is negligible. They're inherently resistant. Besides, a two-horned ghost soldier appeared outside, and in the next instant it raised its palm, channeling raw power into a devastating strike that shattered the cave's outer protection. Tian Fan's eyes widened in shock. The estimated time just got slashed. If we wait until the barrier breaks before we even get a chance to act, the gale miasma pouring in will be enough to tear us both apart. We can't just sit here and wait to die. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He turned to her and said, I have a plan, it might work. Wanlun looked at him. What is it? Outside, the ghost soldier was hammering its fists into the barrier without pause. Tian Fan communicated with the system through thought. Well, is it doable? System artifact spirit, in theory, it's possible. Tian Fan's face lit up. Then that settles it. Worst case, we burn 2 avatars. That's literally what avatars are made for. He turned back to Wanlun. I'll go first to test the waters. Wait for my signal. Wanlun looked at him with a serious expression and nodded in agreement. The moment she did, the hulking ghost soldier smashed through the defense. Immediately, torrents of pitch-black gale miasma surged into the cave. At that instant, Tian Fan channeled his spiritual power, forming a small barrier that intercepted the miasma. Every wave of gale miasma was blocked by Tian Fan. Wanlun watched in disbelief, thinking the black mist, it's gone. Her eyes sharpened. Something's off. She looked around. A golden barrier enveloped the two of them. Wanlun exclaimed, this is the fetus realm barrier. Tian Fan replied, that's right, I redirected the black miasma into my fetus realm. Stay close to me, don't stray too far. In the very next second he drew several talismans and shouted, let's charge out. Kaboom! A massive explosion sent the ghost soldiers flying backward. The two of them shot out of the cave like rockets. Tian Fan seized the moment while the ghost soldier was off guard and launched a strike straight at it. Wanlun wasn't standing idle either, swung her blade and cleaved through the creatures' heads. The two of them burst forward like guided missiles. The ghost soldiers scrambled into a frenzy, preparing to give chase. Tian Fan scanned the surroundings and said urgently, we can't let them slow us down, go all out full speed. That was when the fat, two-horned ghost soldier leaped high into the air, vaulting clean over his head. The next second it landed with earth-shaking force. It raised a massive boulder with brute strength and hurled it straight at the two of them. The boulder cleaved a gap between him and Wanlun. Wanlun was torn away from the protective barrier, and the gale miasma immediately began to engulf her. Tian Fan reacted instantly. He launched a counterattack. His strike smashed right into the ghost soldier's face. Tian Fan pummeled it with a relentless barrage. Seizing the moment when its guard dropped, he slapped a talisman right onto its face. Instantly, the talisman activated. In the next heartbeat, it detonated with a deafening boom. Meanwhile, Wanlun was being corroded by the miasma, coughing uncontrollably. Tian Fan rushed to support her, asking anxiously, Your Majesty, can you still move? Wanlun struggled, unable to speak. Suddenly, she noticed his hand resting on her shoulder. The next moment, he swept her up into his arms. "Your Majesty, forgive my discourtesy, we cannot linger here." Then he used another talisman to conjure an even stronger barrier. Carrying Wanlin, he bolted away. Inside a different cave, a small fire crackled and burned. Tian Fan used his spiritual power to erect a barrier at the cave entrance. Then he let out a hoarse cough. Finally, done. He turned toward the campfire, his mind racing. That was way too close. Good thing I found this hidden cave's actually quite decent. This art of the Jade Abyss, no god really, is punching above its weight class. Tian Fan turned to her and asked, "Your Wanlin, how do you feel? Is there anything I can do?" Wanlin sat hunched over, breathing heavily. "My avatar took damage. It needs to be repaired immediately." Tian Fan asked, "How do we repair it?" She extended her hand and he took it. "Using the reanimated bone essence we collected will do." He nodded without hesitation. He held the substance in his hand and asked, does the back also need repairing?" Wanlin instinctively glanced behind her. A fierce battle raged inside Wanlin's mind. Her proper conscience screamed, a man and woman must maintain propriety. No, absolutely not. The celestial goddess within her countered, "It's just an avatar puppet. Though it looks identical to the real body, it's merely a tool to help me repair myself." Her face twisted with indecision before she firmly decided it's fine. Wanlin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Tian Fan saw this and blinked, momentarily confused. Then it hit him, something was very, very wrong. His face turned red as he slapped a hand over his mouth. Have I gone completely stupid? By modern standards, this was incredibly inappropriate. Wanlin's face burned crimson as her thoughts spiraled. Well, we do have an engagement. A little peek wouldn't hurt. Fortunately, Tian Fan reacted quickly. He grabbed a strip of black cloth, tied it over his eyes, and said, I'll be conducting repairs now. My eyes are covered, so rest assured I won't see a thing." Wanlin felt embarrassed but reluctantly agreed. She had expected, well, something, but it turned out he didn't even look. Why did he blindfold himself so decisively? Could it be he has no interest in me? Tian Fan fumbled awkwardly and said, I really can't see anything. You'll have to guide me." Wanlin's eyes flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "Okay." He reached out and touched her back. Wanlin directed him a little higher. He reaches near her shoulder and asks, "Is it here?" She replies, "Yes." Then he carefully applies the medicine to her body. Tian Fan feels awkward, silently praying in his heart, "Please don't be this quiet." A second later he speaks up, "So, what were those ghost soldiers all about?" Wanlin lowers her gaze and says, "They are my uncle's personal troops." Hearing this, Tian Fan can't help but feel confused. Regarding her uncle, she begins to recount his story. A few years ago, when father passed away, he seized the opportunity to steal a portion of the Divine Dynasty's national fortune, then betrayed the nation and fled. Because the Divine Dynasty's national fortune was damaged, the borders were thrown into turmoil. Unrest never ceased. Hearing this, Tian Fan's expression shifts. "You can steal national fortune." Wanlin's gaze softens as she replies, "This is related to the Divine Dynasty's nation-building sacred law. Do you know why I can suppress my cultivation to enter the burial ridge, while the Luo clan patriarch and the other Holy Land elders cannot?" "I wouldn't know about that," Tian Fan replies. Hearing his answer, Wanlin continues. She goes as far as revealing every last family secret. This is the mystery behind the Divine Dynasty's nation-building sacred law. The nation-building sacred law originates from a supreme realm. It doesn't cultivate one's own body, instead, it cultivates an external divine nation. If the divine nation stands, the sovereign lives. If the divine nation falls, the sovereign perishes with it. So national fortune can simply be understood as the cultivation level of those who practice the nation-building sacred law, correct? She continues, "That's roughly how it works, and that's precisely why I'm able to enter this burial ridge. Because my actual cultivation realm has only just stabilized." After he seized the national fortune, he used our Divine Dynasty's burial ridge quota to secretly smuggle his true body into this burial ridge. Tian Fan continues applying medicine while asking, "No wonder your Qingshan Divine Dynasty has no burial ridge quota. So it's because after your uncle entered here, he never came back out. How has he survived all this time?" By relying on that sacred artifact. Wanlin's gaze suddenly turns sharp and cold. That's right, his true body has been safe inside the burial ridge all these years. All thanks to that fortune's sacred artifact. For the people of the Divine Dynasty, for my father, I will reclaim the stolen national fortune. Tian Fan asks while continuing his work, "How do you plan to do it?" Wanlin reveals her plan. "The Divine Dynasty's authority is still in my hands. As long as I can enter that city, I can reclaim control of it." Hearing this, Tian Fan's expression hardens with resolve. I will help you find him. Wanlin glances back softly and says, thank you. All right, Tian Fan, the wound should be healed by now. Then Tian Fan removes the blindfold covering his eyes. Right about those ghost soldiers. Before he can finish, his eyes freeze on the figure before him. Wanlin, flustered, tries to cover herself with her small hands, but they can barely conceal her generous curves. She screams, don't look, close your eyes, turn around. Tian Fan panics, utterly lost. I'm sorry, he blurts. In my haste, this sin of mine deserves death 10,000 times over. Meanwhile, at the Zhenbao Pavilion, a voice rings out. That holy maiden and Luo Tian Fan still haven't shown up today. Hai Wu, cultivating inside, speaks calmly. Did he really give up just like that? Young Master Luo truly is pathetically narrow-minded. The subordinate standing behind speaks up, but regarding the holy maiden Yi Jiangxia since then, he narrows his eyes and asks coldly, what's he done now? The man frowns slightly and speaks mechanically. Yi Jiangxia's attitude toward the rogue cultivators has been terrible, especially in the last 2 days. To break through the Sword Dao secret realm, quite a few rogue cultivators have been sacrificed. Right now, they're only maintaining a united front on the surface. He continues, in recent days, more and more rogue cultivators have been mentioning Luo Tian Fan. Hai's expression doesn't change as he responds. It doesn't matter, even if they only talk, they won't truly abandon Yi Jiangxia's protection. Hearing this, the man's face turns sly. That's true, easy to get used to luxury, hard to go back to austerity. You make a good point, Luo Tian Fan does have a bit of cunning to come up with an idea like this. Using just a handful of small favors to make these rogue cultivators willingly risk their lives. The resource gathering speed is way faster than normal. Hai's 3 white eyes gleam as he speaks with hidden meaning. No matter how talented someone is, if they don't know how to use it, they're nothing but firewood. At this moment, inside a forest, a group of people gathers. As the old saying goes, beetle nut opens a conversation but lacking beetle. The man in black opens with a question instead. I heard 7 more people died in the secret realm yesterday. The blonde-haired man replies dejectedly, that Yi Jiangxia brutal by nature. Cold and heartless, he doesn't treat the lives of us rogue cultivators as worth anything at all. The man in black sighs and says, I suddenly miss young Master Luo. Sure, he exploits our talents, but at least he doesn't keep us under his boot. But this Yi Jiangxia, he treats us like slaves. The blonde-haired man lowers his brow and responds, we can't even pull out now. The moment we leave, we'll be crossing Yi Jiangxia. He's already gathered a whole pack of lackeys running errands, throwing his weight around with sheer numbers. Suddenly, the man in black shouts, the young master is back. The whole group rushes out to look. The man in black asks, are you serious? The young master is really back. The blonde-haired man speaks up, you mean he's going to start trading treasures with us again? The man with his hair tied up points ahead and says, I just finished trading with young Master Luo, and this time, young Master Luo said he doesn't even need crystal cores anymore. Hearing this, the whole group erupts in joy. The blonde-haired man is thrilled. He's not even taking crystal cores anymore. The man in black turns around and shouts, what are you all waiting for, brothers? The crowd quickly swarms around him. Young master, this time you really aren't taking crystal cores. Young master, are the treasure exchange rules the same as last time? Young master, Tian Fan signals for silence and says, there's a slight change to this treasure exchange. Everyone looks confused. One person speaks up, what's different from last time? Tian Fan pulls something out. He holds up a painting of ghost soldiers and says, this time, we're only hunting elite monsters. The other day, Tian Fan had asked Wanlin about those ghost soldiers. He looks at her and continues, do they have souls? Wanlin finishes dressing and replies, those are all my uncle's personal troops. They followed him into the burial ridge. He used a forbidden art to maintain them in a state between life and death. Hearing this, he glances at the system artifact spirit and says, then it's all settled. The system artifact spirit recoils at his expression. Don't tell me you're actually going to. Back in the present, 2 figures stand in a clearing. Wanlin says, all right, this spot will do. Tian Fan tells her, go ahead. Wanlin's expression turns cold as she grips her sword. A blazing aura erupts around her body like roaring flames, and in the next instant, a massive crane materializes from thin air. Tian Fan looks up, unable to suppress his amazement. Last time, when the master of the burial ridge trapped me in that illusory dream realm, she must have burned through her national fortune's power to pull me out. That's how I woke from the dream. And that's exactly why those ghost soldiers discovered us and cut off our escape. He lets out a long sigh. She knew full well it would be dangerous, yet she acted without the slightest hesitation. The hardest debt to repay is a beauty's kindness. A surge of Wanlin's power rises into the sky, drawing the attention. of the ghost soldiers. They scramble toward it on all fours. The fortune aura, it's coming from over there. Tian Fan hands a stack of talismans to Wanlin. I was a bit wasteful before, but these are all the swift stride talismans I have left. Take them. Then he lowers his voice, muttering, I still feel like a bit more protection wouldn't hurt. Tian Fan pulls out a suit of armor. Oh right, I've also got this protective helm artifact. At a critical moment, it can tank one hit, bring it with you. Oh, and chi recovery pills, you'll definitely need those. Wanlin stares blankly like a child, only managing to nod. Then she breaks into a sweat and quickly says, all right, that's enough. Tian Fan crosses his arms, his face straining as if trying to squeeze out more. I still don't think it's safe enough. How about you just come with me? Wanlin immediately refuses. Don't worry. Then her face fills with fierce determination. A rare opportunity like this, getting them to fall for the bait again, would be incredibly difficult. Since we're striking, we have to go all out. The system artifact spirit looks at him meaningfully and says, now that's a real heroine. Can't you learn a thing or two? Tian Fan turns to leave. Well then, good luck. Wanlin nods coolly. The system artifact spirit keeps teasing him without pause. Come on, good luck. You could have at least said ride forth to victory or something. That line of yours is ancient. Tian Fan quickly vanishes from sight. She thinks to herself, when watching a scene like this in a script, shouldn't there be a hug right about now? Her face turns red as a chili pepper. Reality and the script are worlds apart after all. Suddenly, Wanlin's eyes snap behind her. A surprise attack slams into her, sending her flying backward. Deep within the forest, countless pairs of crimson eyes stare straight at her. The next second, the ghost soldiers emerge. Wanlin yanks out a talisman, her mind racing these showed up way too fast. Then she vanishes on the spot. Tian Fan watches the ghost soldiers from above. He observes them and speaks up. Group combat's way more effective than I thought. Next up, time for everyone to show what they've got. One squad in the dust shouts, move out. The next second, a massive explosion rips through the ghost soldiers. The hidden cultivators leap out instantly. Freeze one with your ice ability, someone else burn it with fire. Tian Fan watches from above. The group below is fired up. We've still got fight left. Whoever can't hold their share, split 'em between the two of us. Blitz him, quick pop a chi condensation pill, then kite the next wave. Don't hoard your mana. Damn it, whose soul arrow was that? Aim straight, will you? Another one calls out, that was mine. Tian Fan watches them and bursts out laughing. I told Yuthai's burial ridge smells like a cheap ass game. The next second, he starts chanting. Alright, time for us to get to work too. A secret realm cracks open. He shouts, let's go, time for us to step in and clean house. The system artifact spirit glares at him. Anyone who knows I'm the system. Anyone who doesn't would think I'm your lackey. Does the system not deserve some dignity? A moment later, the ghost soldiers collapse one by one. Tian Fan quickly sweeps them all into the secret realm. In a vast space, a voice echoes, Your Highness, slow down. This isn't the palace. Your Highness, you'll get lost. The maids frantically search for Wanlin. Your Highness, where is Her Highness? Where did she run off to? Go check over there. Wanlin was just a little girl back then, hiding behind a decorative rock garden. The little girl giggles softly, then dashes off in every direction. Suddenly, the little girl stops. She turns around, her pace slowing. A particular room has caught her eye. Wanlin peeks inside like a little mouse. Suddenly, her eyes light up. Over there, two fighters lock hands in a grapple. The crowd around them roars with excitement. Left vanguard go, right vanguard at his midsection. The two quickly slam each other to the ground. The next second, the one with a top knot goes down, the other muscular. Standing tall and cold raises his fists. The crowd erupts. Yes, he won. Suddenly, the scarred man whips his head around. Wanlin, hiding behind a pillar, gasps in shock. The little girl stumbles backward. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and catches her. It was Wanlin's uncle. His face was strikingly, impossibly handsome. Wanlin immediately tugs at him. The people inside are so scary. He laughs gently. Wanlin, don't be afraid of them. Then he smiles softly. They're soldiers of our divine dynasty. They exist only to protect you. They will never, ever hurt you. The little girl beams. I know. Suddenly, a massive blade swings straight for Wanlin. She barely dodges the hulking ghost soldier's attack. The next second, she leaps up, catching it completely off guard. Then she begins chanting. A ring of swords materializes behind her back. Wanlin commands the blade straight at her opponent. The ghost soldier reacts fast, blocking the strike. Two more appear from the other side, hurling their weapons at her. The weapons slam into the ground. Wanlin barely reacts in time, retreating several paces to recover. She pants heavily, staring down the ghost soldiers. can't rush this. I have to kite them from range that way the young master can pull away even more ghost soldiers. Then she channels a special power. A small, concentrated force gathers in her palm. Meanwhile, the system artifact spirit holds up a flame and says, compared to purified primordial souls, refining the straw-headed god takes way more work and the quality doesn't even come close. Then she tosses it straight into the furnace. Tian Fan sits up high and says, well, we're already on the blacklist. Might as well use these to get by, avoid drawing attention. She glances at him and speaks up, while we're at it, collect more. With the burial ridge's cultivation restriction in place, that little highness of yours won't hold out much longer. Hearing this, Tian Fan falls silent, gazing upward. He remembers that night, this whole thing is way too risky. Wanlin replies coldly, ever since I set foot in the burial ridge, my dear uncle has been breathing down my neck nonstop. If I don't make a move, he'll never reveal his true hand. Tian Fan pinches his cheek and starts to speak, but Wanlin cuts him off. It's fine, young master, all I need is to offer up my substitute body's head. She continues, I've been preparing for this all along. The backlash from the substitute won't be too severe. Tian Fan stares at her, worry written all over his face. But after that, you'll have to go in with your real body. Are you sure about this? Wanlin's eyes are unwavering. I swore an oath at my father's graving this life I will kill the traitor, reclaim our national fortune. No matter the cost. Tian Fan falls silent, gazing at her. Meanwhile, Wanlin is running on fumes, gasping for air without pause. She stands gripping her sword, facing down the horde of ghost soldiers. Her eyes are filled with exhaustion. At that moment, the two-horned ghost soldier charges with its weapon raised and slams her far away. Wanlin burns the last of her strength just to stop herself. Before she can catch her breath, the ghost soldier brings its weapon crashing down. Its weapon presses down on her shoulder. Her sword, barely holding, begins to buckle. Her eyes flick upward toward her opponent. The long scar across its face squints through the blur. This face, still terrifying. Just when she's about to black out, the silhouettes of her companions appear. Tian Fan unleashes his power, shocking Wanlin. His force slams into the ghost soldier. Wounds begin to carve across its face. Wanlin turns to him. Why, young master, he replies, no time to explain. Then he pulls out something, a jade tablet, and hurls it into the distance. The jade tablet erupts with power. Moments later, 1,000 bolts of lightning rain down on the ghost soldiers. The scarred ghost soldier is no exception. It gnashes its teeth, glaring at the two of them. At that moment, Tian Fan suddenly grabs Wanlin's hand. If you're going to die, then you'll die right beside me. The two of them flash past a massive tree trunk. Meanwhile, Yi Jiangxia roars, where are the men? Where the hell is everyone? His lackeys stammer. They all went to young Master Luo's side. Hearing this, Jiangxia screams in fury. You worthless dogs, what kind of work are you doing? You just let them walk away like that. What can that Luo Tianfen offer that I haven't already given them? The lackey drops to his knees in terror. My lord, please calm yourself. They were dead set on trading for treasures with young Master Luo. We couldn't stop them. Jiangxia kicks him hard. Worthless. He snarls through gritted teeth. Ha, well played, Luo Tianfen. He transforms into a streak of light and rockets away. A man in white speaks up. At least young Master Luo doesn't treat us like slaves. The poor sod who got beaten half to death. Maybe we should head to young Master Luo's side too. Bai Zixi hears this and flies into a rage. You're saying Luo Tianfen isn't asking for anything in return this time? The subordinate replies, that's right. Zixi crosses her arms. What's he really after? She gives him a pointed look. Speak your mind plainly. The subordinate looks dazed, eyes glazed over like he's on something. Yes, holy maiden, from what I've observed over the past few encounters, I always get the feeling there's something off about this Luo Tianfen. Zixi frowns. What do you mean? He replies, even though he's been stirring up trouble and making waves lately. I can't shake the feeling that he doesn't seem to be driven by any real goal. Everything he does feels like he's just playing around. Zixi bursts out laughing like the joker she is. Some things aren't as simple as they look on the surface. Then she continues, her voice twisting like a serpent's. After Luo Wuji broke through and emerged from seclusion, his good-for-nothing son suddenly became a cultivation genius, took one trip outside and nearly tore the Guard Dao Alliance to pieces. Zixi brings up the two factions. Right now, the internal conflicts within the Guard Dao Alliance are escalating like a powder keg about to blow. And the one who lit the fuse? Luo Tianfen. She lets out a cold snort. In less than half a year he reached first-ranked Illuminator, got his name on the Tsinghua ranking, entered the Burial Ridge and completely upended the rules and the balance of power that stood for years. The subordinate asks, "You mean?" Zixie's face is full of cunning. "This Luo Tianfen is no simple character." Wanlun's uncle sits up with a groan. "Not Badsh's the thunderous queen of the current era, and she's burned through a staggering number of my ghost soldiers." He steps outside and says, "Little girl, look how you've grown. That stubborn streak of hers exactly like her mother." He walks with the unmistakable bearing of the undead. Outside stretches a field of bleached skeletons. A tall, imposing figure looms from above. The master of Burial Ridge sits enthroned high above. He raises a single finger. The next second, bolt after bolt of lightning hammers down, shattering the earth. Wanlun's uncle's pale face materializes. He speaks, "You and I have been neighbors for many years. Why so cold all of a sudden?" A fortress materializes above his head. Below, hellfire breathes upward in scorching waves. The Burial Ridge master's face, high above, grows dim in the haze. "Why close your eyes now?" He seems to be mocking whoever's watching. Should have just gone to sleep early. Wanlun's uncle's eyes burn with fury. He lets out a cold snort. The next second he draws a blade across his palm, blood gushes out. Each drop strikes the earth, and instantly a rotting hand bursts from the ground. Massive ghost soldiers sprout up behind it like mushrooms after rain. He furrows his brow. A traitor's power has its limits, and yet they still demand more. He stares at the ghost soldiers and says, "Why bring these ones back?" Meanwhile, Tianfan suddenly lets out a dopey laugh. Wanlun glances over. "What's so funny all of a sudden?" He replies casually, "I just thought of your uncle. I suddenly realized when his ghost soldier zones that absolutely shouldn't have died on him suddenly dropped dead in a whole batch. I wonder what expression he'll have. I just find it hilarious." Then he bursts out laughing like a drunkard. Wanlun can't help but smile softly in response. On a high branch across the silent forest, their eerie laughter echoes through the trees. In the distance, Yi Jiangxia's crew races toward them. Every one of his lackeys is drenched in sweat and utterly spent. He curses furiously. "A bunch of worthless trash, can't even hold a single goddamn checkpoint." The man with the top knot hurries to explain, "Lord Jiangxia, it's not that we're incompetent, we simply had far too few men. Previously, each checkpoint required a full squad of 10 to guard it, giving you a chance to obtain the sword set. Now there are only 5 of us guarding 7 checkpoints. Truly, we haven't." Before the speaker could finish, Jiangxia cuts him off sharply, "Shut up." He furrows his brow and thinks that damn Luo Tianfan has ruined my grand plans. All my men have been lured away by him. How the hell am I supposed to find people to help me guard the checkpoints now? He thinks of the holy maiden of Yaocha's subordinates from the Precious Treasures Pavilion. They could only say, "Sword Master Yi. Our deepest apologies. Our holy maiden is at a critical stage of her cultivation and cannot appear at this time." Jiangxia curses under his breath in fury, "By Zixi, you wretched woman, you retreated fast enough." One of his men suddenly speaks up, "Sword Master, I have a plan to break this deadlock." He snaps, "Stop beating around the bush, spit it out." The man glances around nervously, his face barely inspiring confidence, but presses on, "Sword Master, Luo Tianfan only relies on his abundant resources. But if we drain his stockpile clean, those fair-weather rogue cultivators will naturally come crawling back to you, won't they?" Sword Master Jiangxia falls silent without a word. Over on the other side, a ghost soldier drags its heavy body forward. Suddenly a boot stamps down on its back. The sword-wielding youth severs its head in one clean stroke. He wipes the sweat from his brow with a satisfied grin. "Once I absorb this one, I'll finally have a complete Qinghu Liuguang armor set." Another person nearby speaks up, "The Qinghu Liuguang armor is a high-grade magical artifact. Only a Grandmaster Refiner could forge something like that. Congratulations, big bro. Once you equip the full set, we'll be counting on you." The big man laughs heartily. "This is all thanks to you brothers, no problem at all." Excited chatter echoes through the forest. Times of the essence, let's exchange now. Live for today, am I right? Come on, let's go. Yeah, I want to see this with my own eyes too. They arrive at Tianfan's spot. "That's a hefty pile of points you've got there. What do you want to exchange for?" The man glances at the list, pointing at items. "I want to exchange for these." Tianfan holds the list, eyes half-lidded, and replies, "Oh, generous. Aren't you?" One of Jiangxia's subordinates flashes a grin. Tianfan speaks up, "Looks like you've been putting in real work killing enemies." The man receives his armor and flashes a sly smile. Suddenly, a man's eyes go wide. He lets out a scream, drawing Tianfan's attention. Seeing the man collapse to his knees, Tianfan asks with concern, "What's wrong?" The man wails, "My armor Somyeon exchanged it away. I saved up for so long for that." Suddenly, one person approaches Jiangxia's subordinate and says politely, fellow Taoist, the King Hu Liuguang armor perfectly suits my senior brother's cultivation technique. I see you've both already exchanged your items. Would you be willing to part with it? The subordinate replies arrogantly, not a chance. On the other side, another man can't find what he wants and shouts, big bro, I'll just go take it back. The first man hurries to stop him, don't. Then he sighs, seems the armor and I were fated to meet but not destined to be together. Forget it, forget it. At this moment, Tian Fan calls out, so what about you three? What will you exchange for? The man answers, everything we needed has already been exchanged. We don't have anything left to swap for right now. Tian Fan hears this and says, that armor set, someone else already took one, sure, but you three can still exchange for one. The man exclaims in shock, what? Then Tian Fan pulls out a brand new armor set. He smiles and tells them, relax, as long as I'm here, every bit of effort will be rewarded. Over on the other side, Jiangxia's group looks at their pile of treasures and laughs. I grabbed the artifacts one step ahead of them. Those rogue cultivators won't have anything good left to exchange for. Only a genius like you could come up with a move like that. Suddenly, the man scrunches up his face. What's wrong? Those rogue cultivators still haven't dispersed. His subordinate quickly replies, boss, the stuff on Luo Tian Fan, there's just too much of it. Hearing this, Jiangxia clenches his teeth in fury. The subordinate panics, sword master, where are you going? He answers coldly, to kill monsters. Tian Fan watches their actions from above. He sees Jiangxia swiftly mopping up the remaining ghost soldiers. Tian Fan suddenly realizes something. He lets out awe. So that's it. A moment later, he jumps straight down. He looks at the system artifact spirit and says, I was wondering why there's been a particularly strong group lately, able to redeem so many items each time. Turns out they've been farming on Jiangxia's behalf. The system artifact spirit wonders, what's he thinking? Tian Fan closes his eyes confidently and says, maybe he's been through a rough patch, lost his emotional bearings for a while. But with him helping out, I can worry even less. The plan is nearly ready. Tongzi, when the time comes, it'll all depend on you. The system lets out a cold snort, just don't forget what you promised me. Tian Fan smirks, are you bullying me right now? Can't you go a little easier on me? The other party responds, not a single word gets retracted. This is non-negotiable. He lets out a long breath, fine. Then he adds, though, I have to say one thing. He gazes at the ghost soldier corpses and praises Jiangxia with this kind of efficiency. This isn't Sword Master Jiangxia, it's clearly our #1 grinder. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Tian Fan performs a specific gesture. The water surface ripples and shifts. A rock formation rises up from the center of the vast lake, pushing it higher. Then he and the system fly up to the top. A moment later, the two land gently. He and the system artifact spirit stand in that tiny space. Tian Fan looks at her and asks, is this good enough? The system crosses her arms, frowning, it'll do. A stream of power emanates from her as she speaks, aside from the primordial souls. All other soul fragments carry elemental attributes. The ghost soldier's yin energy and resentment will corrode the surrounding environment if left unchecked. The primordial souls scatter like tadpoles. The system continues, for now, I can only isolate them here temporarily. Tian Fan asked from beside her, in that case, what if we use this already corroded area with its dense dark energy to cultivate certain yin attribute resources? The system is surprised. He finally had a good idea for once. Not bad. Then she thinks to herself, wait, what? My little host actually used his brain. Suddenly Tian Fan snaps his fingers, got it, once we're out. I'll hire people specifically to handle land division and resource cultivation inside the illusory realm world. And let's call it the virtual soil resource division. The system hears this and immediately wants to take back her praise. A moment later, Tian Fan slowly opens his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appears before him. Young Master Luo, one of Jiangxia's subordinates, arrives. Tian Fan speaks, you're here already? The man replies, I hope I'm not disturbing young Master Luo. Tian Fan smiles, not at all. So what are we exchanging today? Have you decided? The man nods eagerly, yes, let's exchange for these items. Tian Fan glances at him with half-lidded eyes. You've been really diligent about coming here. A few more trips like this and you'll clean out my entire stock. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Jiangxia exclaims in shock, he really said that. His subordinate, wearing a cunning expression, replies, indeed. Those were Luo Tian Fan's exact words. Jiangxia crosses his arms and says coldly, finally a lead. His subordinate grows even more confident, I told you. Who enters the burial ridge without stuffing their storage artifacts full of goods to bring out? Who in their right mind walks in here loaded to the brim with magical artifacts and treasures? Luo Tianfan is truly bizarre. Jiang Xia declares and turns to leave. Whatever he's thinking, Gaunt's, I've drained him dry. Let's see what cards he has left to play. His subordinate flatters, the swordmaster is brilliant. Another subordinate, his face twisted with jealousy, mutters, that damn Taoist Jiuliu. He's been showing off in front of the swordmaster way too much lately, completely overshadowing me. I can't let him keep getting away with this. The next second he throws an arm around the other's shoulders. Old Taoist Jiuliu, what treasures did you score today? Let me have a look. The other man's face darkens. No, these are all for the sword master. Hearing this, the first man sneers. The noble sword master couldn't possibly care about these trinkets, could he? Think about every time someone exchanges items, has the sword master even glanced at any of this stuff? If you and I each pocket just a couple, the sword master would never find out. The other man's eyes gleam with greed. He nods. Makes sense. Suddenly, large pustules erupt across the man's face. In the next instant, his entire body explodes. The dead man's hands are still clawing at the bearded man's neck as they both crumple to the ground. The bearded man says coldly, did I give you permission to touch these things? He looks up and continues, looks like I can't just sit back anymore. In the sky, the law eye of the burial ridge manifests. A moment later, countless other eyes appear alongside Wanlun's uncle. His face is ice cold as he surveys his surroundings, then speaks with killing intent. The old neighbor is furious indeed. Vengeful spirits gradually encircle his body, buying a sliver of time. The eyes blink faintly. Suddenly Wanlun calls out in alarm, Tianfan. She quickly conjures a barrier, blocking her uncle's attack. On the other side, Tianfan appears like a gust of wind, swooping in to intercept. Wanlun's uncle speaks coldly, you've certainly trained your little wolf quite well. On this side, Yi Jiangxia cuts down the remaining ghost soldiers with his sword. Suddenly he glances back. Tianfan is propping Wanlun up. Spotting him, Yi Jiangxia shouts loudly, Luo Tianfan, hearing the call. Tianfan offers a friendly wave and a grin, then casually says, oh, busy are we? As if his sneaky behavior has been exposed. Yi Jiangxia flushes with embarrassment and jabs his sword toward him. Mind your own business. Then his face drains of color as he whips his head sideways. Wanlun's uncle rockets toward them like an arrow. The man freezes for a few seconds, staring at the ghost soldiers lying dead on the ground, and his shock turns to furious disbelief. At that moment, Yi Jiangxia chants an incantation and bellows, who dares? Wanlun's uncle snarls with rage, readying to strike. Instantly, Yi Jiangxia summons a row of swords like a volley of arrows, blocking the man's advance. Wanlun's uncle clashes fiercely with Yi Jiangxia and he holds the clear advantage. Tianfan peeks out from behind a tree in the distance, thinking to himself might as well accept it now. Wow, what a bold move. He mutters, but we need to get out of here first. He pulls out a lightning talisman and begins channeling it. Meanwhile, Yi Jiangxia grits his teeth and forces out a strained groan. He silently observes the situation. A colossal sword plummets from the heavens, slamming into the ground with a deafening boom. Smaller blades scatter in every direction, flying wildly through the air. From somewhere in the woods, a streak of light tears through at blistering speed. Look closer. It's Yi Jiangxia, fleeing from Wanlun's uncle at full tilt. Yi Jiangxia throws a panicked glance over his shoulder. What kind of sick joke is this? After witnessing the monster his opponent summoned, Yi Jiangxia gasps in horror. The burial ridge, why is someone this powerful even here? At the same time, Tianfan takes off running too, flying alongside him and calling out, Exactly, none of this makes a damn bit of sense. Yi Jiangxia is too focused on running for his life to even notice. When he finally comes to his senses, he demands, Luo Tianfan, are you following me? Tianfan, riding a sword with Wanlun, replies coolly, just running together, that's all. Mind if I borrow your little flying sword for a bit? Yi Jiangxia snaps, since when are we on such familiar terms? Tianfan says casually, don't be shy, that giant sword from earlier was really impressive, you know. Yi Jiangxia seethes with frustration. Is this really about being strangers? Meanwhile, as the dust and smoke gradually clear, Wanlun's uncle emerges from the haze. He muses, haven't stepped outside in years. Sword cultivators really become this pathetic. Wanlun's uncle watches the eyes in the sky slowly closing and says, hold on tight. I might still have 2 more moves left in me. He extends his hand and Roarswind blades sharp as cleavers swirl around him as a purple aura begins to radiate outward. It coalesces into a massive purple vortex that engulfs the entire forest. The vortex sweeps all 3 of them into its maw. Already wounded, Yi Jiangxia lets out a pained howl as the gale tears at him. In the face of mortal danger, Tianfan thrusts out his hand and shouts, Everyone channel everything you've got, we break through now. All three combine their strength, forming a protective barrier that gradually rises above the storm. The moment they break free of the vortex, they blast forward at maximum speed. Wanlun's uncle snarls, "Think you can run?" He summons a talisman card and all three are sealed inside it in an instant. Wanlun cries out in alarm, "Not good." Immediately, a torrent of flames erupts and rages. It swallows all three of them whole. Tian Fan suddenly wraps his arm around her waist and shouts, "Closer." The shield can't hold much longer. Yi Jiangxia can barely make out the words. In an instant, the barrier contracts sharply. Yi Jiangxia is hurled out, and the flames immediately engulf his entire body. Yi Jiangxia screams in anguish, "No, my inheritance, I haven't claimed it yet." The two of them hold each other tight, watching helplessly as the flames reduce him to ash. Tian Fan says quietly, "The plan still failed and I dragged you into this mess. Once we get out, I'll personally make it right." Before Wanlun can finish, Tian Fan cuts her off. "Sure, I came here to be your bodyguard, but I've reaped plenty myself. Besides, this burial ridge has no scenery, no entertainment, nothing. I've been wanting to leave for a while now." He summons a silver card onto his palm and says, "But we can't just leave without a parting gift. That uncle of yours needs to taste a little pain too." She nods in agreement. "All right, together then." Tian Fan hurls the silver card. It punches a hole clean through the ring of fire. "Now," he shouts. "Tongzi, drain every last drop of true essence from that demon cultivator. I want to give the management office a kick they won't forget." The system artifact spirit's jaw drops in shock. That would throw everything into chaos. But who would have ever expected? Her eyes light up, blazing with excitement. "But I love it." Wanlun and Tian Fan unleash their combined Techniqueth silver card. Hungrily absorbs everything the two channel into it amid the sea of fire. Both of them grin with triumphant satisfaction. The silver card begins to overpower Wanlun's uncle's flames. The eyes in the sky start to tremble and quake. At that moment, Wanlun's uncle senses something. A lance of killing intent tears through the forest at blinding speed. It pierces clean through the barrier and hurtles straight toward him. Wanlun's uncle sneers, "Death is at your doorstep and you're still struggling." Suddenly he feels something again spins around. The eyes in the sky undergo a bizarre transformation. From within them, a torrent of crimson killing intent comes pouring out. It plunges straight into the earth, triggering a devastating tremor. Wanlun's uncle grins darkly, "So that's how it is." With a gaze cold as steel, he murmurs, "A life for a life, is it?" A furious voice thunders across the distance. "Luo Tian Fan, you bastard, this isn't over between us." Yi Jiangxia charges over, blazing with killing intent, footsteps thundering faster with each stridescent that the sword tomb's caravan. The path shouldn't be opening yet. So why is he? Another person speaks up. "What else could it be? He got chased out, that's what." Another bursts out laughing. "Then the sword tomb's reputation is in the gutter. Come on, let's go watch the show." Yi Jiangxia roars, "Luo Tian Fan, drag him out here this instant." A man steps forward and addresses him. "What does young master you mean by this? Our young master is still inside the burial ridge." Yi Jiangxia jabs his finger furiously. "HMPH, after that situation, I refuse to believe he can escape. I'll wait for him right here." A bearded man gossips like a fishwife. "Oh, there's going to be a good show tonight. Looks like this sword tomb representative took a serious beating." A man with slanted bangs remarks, "Truly worthy of being named Xingluo Tianping City's first-ranked illuminator. Every move proves it." A gray-haired man chimes in, "But from what they're saying, young Master Yi and young Master Luo ran into disaster together." Behind them, chatter erupts endlessly. The sword tomb has always been arrogant beyond measure. Never thought they'd cooperate with the Luo family. I'm even more curious know what kind of calamity could bring both of them to their knees. Hearing every word, the proud Yi Jiangxia can't take it. He leaps up. "Who the hell cooperated with that Luo Tian Fan? He and I are fire and water, we cannot coexist." Suddenly, the sword patriarch appears. "What's going on here?" His face is carved from stone, stern and unforgiving. Everyone stiffens in shock. The sword guardian sees the patriarch arrive. Yi Jiangxia hastily bows. There were complications. Inside the burial ridge, there exists something far beyond the illuminator tier. I was hunted. The sword patriarch doesn't care. He asks bluntly, "The inheritance. Did you secure it?" Yi Jiangxia answers stiffly, "I have not." The sword patriarch erupts with fury. "Do you have any idea how critical that sword Dao inheritance is?" Yi Jiangxia flinches. "Of course I do. From the moment I entered the burial ridge, I've been fighting tooth and nail for that inheritance." Off to the side, Huang and Su Gao watch the exchange. The sword patriarch presses harder. "If you knew its importance, then why did you go picking a fight with the Luo family's people?" Yi Jiangxia's face turns sheet white. this whole thing is a complete mess. Then he thinks to himself, I'd love to know why I got dragged into this disaster in the first place. He points at Huang and Su Gao. When Luo Tianfan comes out to face me, everything will be made clear. After hearing this, Sword Master turns and speaks, in that case, I humbly request that the members of the Luo estate summon your young master out here to settle this matter properly. The assessments established by each clan exist so that the cultivators of the great factions don't slaughter one another too early in the burial ridge, squandering their destined opportunities. Hearing this, both Su Gao and Xing jolt in fright. Suddenly, a hand lands on Sword Master's shoulder, accompanied by a voice. The way you put it, you make it sound like our Luo clan runs around throwing its weight about on a daily basis. Wuji appears. Sword Master shouts, Patriarch Luo. He's drenched in cold sweat at the mere sight of the man. How long has he been standing behind me? Wuji continues, since when did Sword Mu start colluding with those sacred grounds, picking up their theatrical farce? Elder Yaechi bristles with irritation. The old woman beside her quickly intervenes, Elder, please calm yourself. Getting angry only makes you look guilty. Meanwhile, Wuji is schooling Sword Master, telling him not to tarnish the reputation of the Luo clan. Sword Master scrambles to backpedal. Patriarch Luo, it was a slip of the tongue on my part. The next second he turns to Xing and asks, has Tianfan come out yet? If he has, tell the boy to come here and settle this once and for all. Xing bows and replies, reporting to the Patriarch. When young Master Jiangxia arrived earlier, I already dispatched someone to check on the young Master's true body. The young Master's true body is stable. There are no signs of him having left. Hearing this, Jiangxia shouts in shock, impossible. I saw him with my own eye sucked into those flames, in the blink of an eye. He was reduced to ashes. He's the same cultivation level as me. How could he possibly still be alive? Deep inside the burial ridge, a haze of smoke and fire blankets the desolate landscape. Beneath the wreckage, Tianfan's hand suddenly stirs. He drags himself upright from the pile of rubble and says, that was way too close. He gropes around until he finds Wanlun's hand, then pulls her straight up in one motion. He lays her down gently and speaks with a calm tone. Well, now we both look like a couple of soot-covered brats from the countryside. The system artifact spirit suddenly materializes. Looks like you won the bet. After that immortal realm being dealt with the nation thief's substitute puppet, it didn't bother checking whether you were completely spent. He hears this and asks, how did things go on your end? No hiccups, right? The system artifact spirit chuckles. Relax, I handled everything clean. Hearing that, Tianfan stows Wanlun into his sleeve and replies, good. The system then chimes in with a reminder, hurry up and recover. Your puppet body can't take that kind of risk. Look what happened, the substitute shattered before you could even blink. Tianfan rises to his feet and acknowledges, fair point, I need to recalibrate. Let's find a spot where I can set up a defensive barrier. Meanwhile, in a deep, pitch-black cave, Xingde lounges in the kind of bliss that comes once in a millennium. Suddenly a voice rings out, startling him half to death. Tianfan leans against the cave entrance and continues, after feeding you all those pills, it seems your refinement went pretty well. You've become a beast king now, huh? Its eyes grow sharp and serious. It glances over his battered, exhausted body. Its gaze flickering with a scheming urge to punt him into oblivion. Then it remembers the tigress Wanlun and wisely backs down. Tianfan holds up a faintly glowing pill and says, what's wrong? Don't want more pills? At the sight of it, its eyes light up like high-beam headlights, and it immediately becomes as docile as a child. Tianfan pats its head and praises it.